No scripts, no filters, no fear. We said what we said and meant that. Off the record, off the record, yeah, we keep it real. No filters here, we say what we feel. Politics, stories, truth on display. Come on, we talk that talk in our own way. Off the record, Minion the God, let's go. Foxy 2 Roxy 3, she go hard.
I swear on everything, that is exactly what he said right here in the studio.
That is the funniest thing I have heard all week.
So hard, Lizzy with the facts she never miss. I said what I said, that's the twist. Off the record, yeah. Come and catch the vibe. Where real ones talk and the truth survive. Late night truth, we don't just speak. We pull the roots from what they keep. From pain to progress, we light the flame. No spin, no script, we call it by name. Minion bring the vision, Foxy bring the flame. Lizzy drop a cease, it'll never be the same. I said what I said, say it loud, no shame. We taking truth global, remember the name. No apologies, no disguise. Just soul and purpose in our eyes. We move with power, bold and free. Say it loud, you gon' feel this energy. This the realest show you ever saw. Off the record. We said what we said. Off the record. Yeah. Yeah. We said what we said. Off the record.
You're on mute, Minion. Minion, you're on mute. We can't hear you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the show tonight. We're going to be covering the election tonight, guys. I'm going to talk a little bit until Minion get off of mute if he can hear me or what have you. Also, let me send him a quick message that he's on mute. And we were all just speaking, so I don't know what happened to his system. But anyway, we're going to cover the election in New Jersey, New York, Virginia, and California. Those are the 4 major races that we're going to be covering tonight. And I just would like to say hello to everyone in all of the chats because I'm on a multi platform. So that means I can see everybody's chat. I can see everybody in all of the chats. So I just want to say hello to everybody and welcome in. And Minion, can you hear me speaking? Okay, so I guess he's having some issues. So I don't know what happened, but nevertheless, he'll come back in and
We've got a great show for you guys today.
huh?
We have a great show for you guys today.
Oh yeah. Thanks, Lizzy. But yeah, we do have a great show, and I'm excited to see these elections. What about you, Lizzy and Foxy?
I am
very, very, very excited.
So am I, especially for Virginia, being that Virginia is like my home state, it's my hometown. I'm born and raised in Virginia, so I'm super excited for it to see
Oh,
who
okay.
wins. in
That
Virginia.
sounds nice. Okay, so let me just go ahead and greet everybody in the chat until Minion gets straightened out, and then we can start the
All
show.
right, can you hear me?
Okay, we can now. Thanks, Minion. So hello to you.
Man, I
Hey,
pressed the
we're gonna,
mute button and it was like,
baby,
it
it
did
went
not want to
haywire.
come on. I was like, what is going on?
That part. But
Uh,
I was just greeting everybody in the chat, and then we'll let you give your introduction. So, hi, hello to you, Hydro Quebec. Hello to you, Renee. Thank you for joining us. Hello, Saint and Sinner. Welcome in, welcome in. And we have reversed. Okay, we got reversing our blood pressure. Thank you. Welcome in, welcome in. Guys, just give us a little moment and we'll get this together here. And hello to you, Common Sense. Thank you for joining us tonight and welcome in. So, at the end of the day, like I said, we are going to be covering the tonight's elections that's going on in the 4 states. So, Minion, you ready to say your spiel and then we can show the videos? We can show the content.
yeah, I mean, I don't really have a lot to say because I know that one election is already finished, and I know we're seeing the elections are looking like, what those results are looking like. So I don't want to really hold process, but thank you guys for being here. If you are here, I don't know if I said what I said, I already mentioned it, but if you could do us a huge favor, hit the like button. If you haven't and guys, we all have our own channels. So if you can go to each of our channels and support us individually as well as together on Off the Record, we would truly, truly appreciate it. So please go follow I Said What I Said, follow Foxy2, Roxy3, follow Lizzy, and then, of course, follow your boy Minion with Opinion. Um, and with that, I think are y'all ready to get it cracking?
Yes, sir.
All right,
I'm
I'm gonna
ready.
go ahead and turn.
I'm ready.
Oh, did y'all have any words or any welcome statements that you guys wanted to give Lizzy, Foxy, Queen Lizzy, Foxy two,
Yeah.
Roxy three?
Yes, my opening statement is I am excited to see who won in Virginia. Honestly, I'm from Virginia and I'm super excited for the candidates that they have this year.
Let's see
Okay,
what's
my
going
opening
on.
statement is I'm excited. I'm in the DMV area, so I'm looking out for Virginia also. I'm looking out for California because I like California and I like the California governor. So I'm looking forward to this election to see how it goes. Let's see how everything turns out.
All right.
And I'm
Well,
not
let's
associated,
see
and I'm not
where we're at.
associated
Let's
with
bring
any other
ourselves up
state.
to date.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna say I'm not associated with any other states, but I'm interested in all four of them to see who's gonna win.
And because like we said, this is going to be very telling. All right, yeah, I'm
Hmm.
taking it.
Virginia. Sure. We can debate if two of those are purple, but they're blue states because of what happened in the presidential race. And then you have New York City. So can we draw any narrative from this for the midterms? Because New York City is not really the suburbs of America, and we're talking two blue states.
100%. But think about what all those three races have in common if, in fact, the Democrats end up winning, because it's a great question. And here's the through line that I'm thinking about. It's the economy. All of those candidates, the Democratic candidates, are running on affordability messages in different ways, right? They look different when they're coming out of Mamdani's mouth versus Abigail Spanberger's mouth. But that is still a through line here. So I've been talking to smart strategists on both sides of the aisle who say that may be the biggest takeaway for 2026. Can I tell you the question that I still have on Virginia, though? What's the margin going to be? Because that's going to tell us a lot about, I think, where this goes. And I spoke with one Republican who said, listen,
So
if this is a
Abigail
smash in Virginia, a
Spamberger for
smash
His own admission said he got elected because he was going to bring down grocery prices. If you look at the prices at the grocery store, a lot of prices have gone up, from meat to bacon, just to name a few. And so I do think that there's going to be a hard look inside the White House at how they are handling grocery prices, the prices that people are paying, inflation, and of course, the backdrop to all of that, the president's tariff policy.
All right, Hallie, we got about 40 seconds left.
Lay it on me.
Give me 20 seconds. What do we expect tonight? What are we watching tonight from your coverage with Kristen over here?
Three big things. Number one, margins. What are they if, in fact, the Democrats do end up pulling it out? And obviously, any surprises. Two, this messaging on the economy, affordability. And three, what you've been talking about with Steve, the Trump coalition. Do Latinos, do non-white voters in New Jersey, non-college educated voters in New Jersey, do they go for Chitterelli? Do they flip? Do they go for Mikey Sherrill here? And what about those low propensity voters, folks who don't turn out? Some interesting numbers we're seeing in the exits there, Tom.
Yeah.
Let's see how that plays out.
And the big unknown, Prop 50 in California. It's going to be a huge vote. That could change the entire direction of Congress. What are you going to say, Kristen?
It could.
20 seconds.
Gavin Newsom says it's going to pass. He says it's going to be a big night for Democrats. We'll have to see.
All right, and we are just 2 minutes away from our next major poll closing in New Jersey. Hallie and Kristen pick up our special election night coverage right after this short break. We're going to have Kornacki. We're going to have the polls, the exit polls, too, where the country is headed, plus what's happening in California, New Jersey, and Virginia. It's all coming up. Don't go anywhere. Our night is just getting started here on NBC News Now.
Creators, take these 3 apps I built to run my business.
So, Minion, we can't hear you. So basically, though, until Minion come back on, I'll go ahead and continue to speak. So, how you guys feel about Abigail winning so far?
I'm happy.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
I am excited for Abigail winning, honestly. I've always loved Abigail Spanberger. I voted for her last time when I was living in Virginia, which was like 5 or 6 years ago. And she's just such an awesome candidate.
She is. And so I'm happy about the win altogether because I'm very competitive, you know. When these races come, I love it when we win. And I think she's going to make a great governor also. And I'm sorry, but I think it's just time for some women to run some things because, you know, when women run things, things get done. Yeah, you know, I'm not being biased or anything because I'm a woman. But I just think, you know, and I don't want to make this out of men and women, but I just think it's time for a change. And I just think we'll see better results if we start electing more women also. So I just want to throw that out there.
I
And I
totally agree with
agree.
that.
Hey,
I
SBA.
mean, at this point, it's definitely worth, what's the worst that could happen at this point, when you've had a 34 count felon who's completely, ravaged the Constitution, what would it hurt to have a woman just at least try?
Exactly. And so, you know, sometimes when you doing the same thing, you'll keep getting the same result. So maybe, you know, hey, maybe that'll flip things around is what I feel like because all this time, you know, I'm trying to put it in the nicest words that I can put it, but at the end of the day, we've had men in charge, you know, for a long time over most states and over most things. Yes, we had a few women sprinkled in a little bit, but I just think that it's just time, you know, for number one to diverse the place with women and with younger people. Period.
And I totally agree with that. Honestly, women at this point, when we're looking in just a social and political standpoint, women are dominating right now. And we're honestly seeing a lot of change with women that we aren't seeing with more necessarily men, but that would be kind of stereotypical, but it is true. Women are dominating and women are taking over and they're actually creating effective change. And it's not just politics, it's actually for the people. And that's what I love about Abigail Spanberger. She is very personable and it seems like when I was there, she was actually doing a lot of the things that she ran on.
Okay, let's see what they're saying now.
Is the winner of the Virginia governor's race. The government shutdown is looming large for the state, and at midnight it will officially become the longest shutdown in American history. Take a look. These are live pictures from Spanberger election headquarters as her supporters celebrate the news. It is now just a few moments after 8 p.m. on the East Coast, and polls have just closed in other big governor's races tonight. New Jersey, right now, that race is too early to call. Republicans are hoping they can lock in gains President Trump made in New Jersey last November. We'll see in the next few hours if they can do it and flip that seat. We're also counting down to results out of New York City, which has vaulted 34-year-old Democratic socialist Zohran Mamdani into the national spotlight. Polls close there in just under an hour. We have every single angle covered tonight. Our team of NBC reporters live at election night headquarters for all the big campaigns, and also covering the very latest from the White House as the results pour in. My NBC News colleague Hallie Jackson will be alongside me all night analyzing all the data from our NBC News exit polls. And we've got the ultimate election expert, NBC's Steve Kornacki. Where else?
I love him.
At the big board, breaking down the results
Oh, wait, no,
as
not
they
him.
come in.
Not him.
And our team of election night insiders here in studio. I do have to get right to NBC News Chief Data Analyst Steve Kornacki for a look at where we stand on the key races and what he's going to be watching for in the coming hours. And this big call, Steve, Abigail Spanberger has done it. She's clinched it. The only question now, what exactly will the margin be?
Yeah, exactly. And so you can see in the statewide tally right now, it's 10 points for Spanberger over Earl Sears. And again, this is sort of the standard Democratic victory model in New Jersey, I'm getting ahead of myself here. The standard Democratic victory model in Virginia, except Spanberger is doing even better than Democrats have done lately in a lot of these places. Chiefly, here we go. All the vote is in now in Loudoun County up here. This is one of the biggies in the state. Spanberger's going to win this by 29 points. You know, big bedroom communities, suburban, exurban area just outside Washington, D.C. The key here, when you look at this statewide margin, a tally, and you ask about the margin, what we've seen happen in the last few minutes is all the red you see, sort of rural areas, Southwest Virginia, South Side, that have started to fill in. They've allowed Earl Sears to chip away a bit at that statewide lead. But I want you to keep in mind, so much of the population is right around here. And you go into a county like Prince William County, there's still 150,000 votes that are going to come out of this county. Look at Spanberger's lead right there. You can imagine what that's going to do to her statewide total. This is the biggest of the big. Fairfax County, we don't even have half the vote in here right now. And Abigail Spanberger, with a 50-point lead. So you expect her, I think, certainly to maintain and maybe even build on that lead a bit. And the suspense here in Virginia really is going to be, does she have a big enough pad that she can carry over the top the beleaguered Democratic candidate for Attorney General? And you can see that one is a squeaker right now. Jay Jones with those text messages, those inflammatory text messages that came to light. He's barely up right now in the statewide tally. So that one of the reasons why that Spanberger total becomes so important. And I just wanted to check in because the polls closed in New Jersey, and we did just get a whole bunch of votes here statewide. Look at that. More than 200,000 votes just came in. This is a big one. Now, this is interesting. So this is Hudson County. We're talking about directly across from New York City, the Hudson River. You're talking about a bunch of mid-sized, Jersey City is the biggest city here, and a bunch of mid-sized cities with very large Hispanic populations. Union City, New Jersey, West New York, North Bergen. This is significant because this is one of the counties, one of the biggest Trump surprises in the entire country in 2024 was in this county. He cut his margin. He still lost it, but he was closer than anybody thought they'd ever see a Republican come in this county. Well, you can see tonight with 40% of the vote now, we think this is the early and mail vote, so this is probably going to be more friendly, a little bit more friendly to Democrats than the same-day vote, but a 58-point margin here right off the bat for Mikey Sherrill. Again, you take a look here. This was 28 last year. This was an incredible performance for a Republican. One of the major questions in this race in New Jersey, and one of the major questions for American politics coming out of the 24 election, was the Hispanic inroads that Donald Trump made. Could another Republican take them and replicate them without Trump on the ballot? Here's a test tonight. Jack Ciattarelli in Hudson County. We got 40% of the vote. Again, I think a lot of this is going to be early vote and mail-in vote. So we'll see if the same day changes the complexion of this vote at all. But you're seeing a 58-point advantage here from Mikey Sherrill early. So Ciattarelli not generating that Trump-level support here. Just taking a quick look. Bergen County, big classic suburban county here. This is one that we can show you, in fact, last year, Kamala Harris won this by 3 points. We just got in one big batch here. So again, you can expect this is early vote. This is mail vote coming in right now. Cheryl matching that. We take a look down here. Ocean County. This is one of the biggest Republican plurality producing counties in the United States of America that you're looking at right here. Look at this margin Donald Trump got. Look how many people live in Ocean County. A lot of Republican counties around the country are small and they are rural. Ocean County is very big for a Republican county. This is an area where Jack Ciattarelli wants to absolutely run up the score. Now, again, you're looking at early vote. You're looking at vote by mail here. The Republicans are hoping that on the same day today, they're going to get massive turnout to be more Republican friendly. Ciattarelli's going to need that. He doesn't need 27 points out of Ocean County. He needs 40 points out of Ocean County. So let's see as the same day comes in if it moves in that direction. We just got one more here in South Jersey. Again, Gloucester County. Well, let's see. This is early. This is a low number right now for Ciattarelli, but again, same day to come in. So let's see if he gets that up there. But so far already in New Jersey, more than 10% of the vote is in, and you see the tally right there.
And Steve, just to follow up with you on what we're seeing in New Jersey and what we're watching for in New Jersey, we talk about the Trump coalition, which does include the fact that he was able to bring out more Latino voters, more voters of color. Passaic County is going to be critical tonight and a big test of that question.
Absolutely. I have been eyeing this every time as we're talking to see. This is Passaic County right here, and I can't wait to see that one fill in. No results, but I could just show you. Donald Trump won this last year. You ask anyone in New Jersey if they ever thought they'd see a Republican presidential candidate carry Passaic again. This was an unthinkable result. 40% Hispanic in this county. We'll get a very interesting result when this comes in.
All right. Can I just talk about exit polls, too, when it comes to this issue? Because we're seeing some interesting stuff on that front. Steve, first of all, love you, obsessed with you. It's going to be such an interesting night as we're looking at all this stuff coming in. But when you look at what we're seeing in the exit polls, again, caveat, it is early. We're going to see more of these numbers come in. But in New Jersey, when you look at some of this, 65%. I don't know if we have the graphic we can pull up here.
They got
but you saw the vote breaking, obviously, from Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey.
They got a long road to go in Virginia. What do you guys think?
Oh, what is the numbers looking like in Virginia? We just saw that. That was the numbers.
Yeah, that was 70 to 26%. 70s in the 20s.
And 74 Republican, right?
No, Democrat.
Oh, well, what you mean we got a long road to go?
I say they have a long road to go.
Oh, you mean the
on the
Republicans?
other side? Yeah.
Oh,
Minion. Yeah. Okay, but I'm just saying, as far as Spanberger goes, she's beating her by double digits. Let me just throw it out that way.
yeah. Spanberger already won, though, right?
Well, she's the projected winner, is what they're saying. But somebody in the chat says she already won. So, but is this live coverage that we're watching? This is live coverage, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking it was live coverage, and so if it is live coverage, sometimes the news go ahead and say the results when they're really not the real results, Fox, and so but. It's still projected winner until they finish with all the votes. So that's basically what we have to go by for right now.
Well, I'm hoping that, it stays that she continues to win because we need a change in Virginia. And a Democrat, we had a Democrat governor there once before, and then they turned it back over to Red. And, I haven't heard too much bad about Virginia because my daughter lives in Virginia. She says they have got a lot of good programs in Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
I think the reason they have a lot of good programs because the governor they had before was pretty good, and he had put a lot of things in place.
Mm-hmm. He did, and also to keep in mind that. Didn't they close one of those military bases in Virginia? And a lot of people lost their job. And didn't Elon Musk get rid of a lot of people at the Pentagon? Yeah, at the Pentagon in Virginia.
Yes, he did. He got rid of a lot of.
Is it the Pentagon? Is it the Pentagon that's in Virginia?
Yes.
Yeah, right, that's what I was thinking.
Right there at the line, right there at the D.C. Virginia line.
Mm-hmm.
And he got rid of a lot of the big brass,
mm-hmm.
mostly. And he got
Mm-hmm.
rid of them because they would not, conform to Trump and agree with him on everything he wanted to do with the military and everything. So he got rid of a lot of the big brass because they were going by the Constitution, and he wanted somebody that's in the military that would go by what he said and not what the Constitution said. So he got Elon Musk to get rid of a lot of the big brass, like the four-star generals and commanders and different type, the big brass was.
Okay, so Pete Hegseth went in there and got rid of some people also because he's the head of military. So
Right.
did he have anything
Department
to
of
do with that
Defense.
also
Yes, he was the head of the Department of Defense, but mostly Elon Musk. It was mostly Elon before he left.
with the Doge?
Went to Doge.
Mm-hmm.
And
And with
shout
the
out to
Doge.
all in the queue for being in the chat with us. Y'all,
Hi,
if y'all
all in the
haven't done
queue.
so, make sure that y'all go subscribe to All in the Queue. Um, and then also y'all hit that like button if you're in here and you coming in. We appreciate
Hit the
it.
like and share button.
All right. Y'all want to hear what they talking about?
Yes. Yeah, yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
A Democratic Socialist. Senator, thank you so much for joining me on this election night.
My pleasure.
So
I
let's
love
just set
him.
the scene. Polls close in just under an hour now in New York. How are you feeling? You think that Mr. Mamdani is going to pull it out tonight?
Well, as I understand it, the turnout is extraordinary. And as somebody who very much believes in democracy, worries about the future of American democracy, I am glad to see that the turnout, I think, is the largest in 30 or 40 years. So that's a good sign.
My question for you, Senator, if he is in fact successful tonight, what, if anything, can and should Democrats nationally take from his victory? We just called Virginia for Abigail Spanberger for the governor's race. These are very similar messages in some ways on the economy, that they want to make the life more affordable for their constituents, and yet very different visions for how to do that. What should Democrats take from it?
I think you're right. We will see what the election results are in New York City before I pontificate. But I think Mamdani has run an extraordinary campaign. And one lesson that must be learned is that if you have a message that speaks to working people, to ordinary people, that you are prepared to take on the oligarchs in New York City. They have spent millions and millions of dollars trying to defeat him. And what he is saying is that in New York and, in fact, throughout the country, we need a government that represents working people, the middle class, who are having a hard time now being able to afford housing, childcare, transportation, health care. That we need a government that represents them and not the people on top. I think the message, if he does well, is that people are tired of establishment politics. They understand that in America, the people never, ever had it so good, while 60% of us live a paycheck to paycheck. They want real change and candidates with the courage to take on the big money interests.
Senator, it's Hallie Jackson. Thanks for being on with us tonight. Question for you, because to your point here on the working class and on Democrats in New York City, tell our exit pollers again and again, they care about
Absolutely.
exit polls suggested that Mr. Mamdani's policies were
Hey,
not realistic.
Designs.
This has obviously been an attack line from Andrew Cuomo in this race. How does Zohran Mamdani combat
I'll just pause it for a little while. Oh, wait. He's probably going to say something that's good.
that up? How does he combat that if he does do well?
To make sure that people in New York, and in my view, all over the country, in the richest country in the history of the world, can afford housing. That is not a radical idea. What is a radical idea, if I may say so, is Trump giving $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1% and throwing 15 million people off the health care they have. That is a radical idea. Thinking that climate change is a hoax is a radical idea. We cannot become accustomed to a nation in which one guy on top, Mr. Musk, owns more wealth than the bottom 52% of American society. So I don't agree with you. It is not radical to say that we should have the best child care system in the world if we believe in our kids and if we believe in the future of this country. It's and fast service. These are not radical ideas. What is radical is that we have more income and wealth inequality. That's got to change.
Senator Kristen, again, quick question. You raised President Trump. He has threatened to pull that certain. Do you think that's a realistic threat? And do you think he may have shaken up this race with that last minute endorsement of Andrew Cuomo?
We will find out. Look, it's not just New York. He's threatening not to fund programs in Vermont and California. For the first time in the history of this country, you have a president who's acting so illegally, so unconstitutionally. It is insane. What this guy is saying is, oh, you voted against me, therefore you can't get federal funds. Is that really the United States of America? Is that really the way a president should behave? No president, not Republican or Democrat before this, has ever suggested that.
Senator, if in fact Mr. Mamdani is successful, I wonder what you would like him to work on day one. What should his day one priority be? As Hallie was just noting, he has laid out a long agenda, which includes free public transportation, government-owned supermarkets, government child care. What should be issue one for him?
Well, look, this guy has run a brilliant campaign, and I have every reason to believe he's going to do a great job as mayor if he wins. So I'll let him decide what his priorities are. But I would simply say that right now in Vermont, New York City, all over this country, we have a child care system which is absolutely broken at a time when psychologists tell us that the years 0 through 4, Kristen, are the most important for intellectual and emotional development for human beings. So making sure that every kid in this country, in New York City, gets the proper early childhood care that they need, to me, is enormously important. In New York,
For me, we'll continue to watch the really appreciate.
All right, so I don't feel like that's a radical ideology to have affordable housing to make sure that the top 1% isn't made up of one person or 10 people or just I mean, it doesn't seem out far-fetched to me. What do you guys think?
It's not radical to me either. Seemed like common sense, like you're saying. Um, I'm
All
trying to
right.
put this in a nice
Can you hear
way.
me?
Yeah, we
Me
can hear you.
too.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can hear you. But I just want to try to put it in a nice way.
I want to put it in a nice way too.
Well,
Well, what
so
in a nice way?
so
Don't sugarcoat it. We want
I just want to say
authenticity.
this. I just want to say this. Everybody just need to think, use their common sense, and just go from there. Because if you think about the things that they're saying, and you know what state that the economy and the country is in, you know, 2 plus 3 don't make 4. So let me just
I
throw that
totally
out there.
agree. That's how I feel too. It's common sense. Use your common sense.
Okay, well, everybody does common sense isn't very common, so we need you guys to be a little bit more clear on what it is the
Well, don't uphold lies, and you see what's going on, but and just don't let anybody influence you and just tell you any and everything. Do your own research, do your own fact checking, because just
Mhm.
because you see it on social media doesn't necessarily mean that it's true, or if
Mhm.
you see it on television it doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. So we live in a time and age where we have to fact check everything, and so that's all I'm saying. Just do your just do your research on who you're going to vote for, what these people are talking about. Anything that they say that you have a question about, you can ask ChatGPT or any other AI site or entity, and they will tell you what the truth is. So
so
just
you think
that way.
that Mondani's ideologies and what he is promising the people is more than what he can actually deliver?
No, because New York is a great is our they have our biggest economy. They pay more taxes than any other state in the United States. It's the biggest economy, and California is right behind it, right? And
Hmm.
so I feel like they have a budget where they can, and all he's proposing is just to give you free bus service. As far as free, that's not going to cost that much.
Hmm.
And see, I think what it is I think they all have everybody, all these politicians make everybody feel like that there's not enough money to do things that the public want to do. When in actuality, they have money for everything else, right? Like sometimes they'll build a coliseum or a stadium or whatever, you know. They build what they want to build and they spend money on what they want to spend money on. So now it's time to spend money back on the public. After all, we're the ones who putting the money in the system.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm just my Ethernet, either the Ethernet or something is something wrong with the card or something because it just keeps going in and out. So I'm just keeping it on Wi-Fi right now. So hopefully we don't have any more issues.
Yeah.
But I feel like the reason why these Democrats really don't support Mandani is because what his policies would entail is them actually spending the money on the people versus enriching themselves.
Mm-hmm. Basically.
All right, let's see what they're saying, y'all.
We can't hear it.
Somerset County, where I am right now, also in Ocean County, a red county, as you heard Steve talking about there, but also Passaic. That's where I was yesterday, talking to primarily Latino voters.
Hold on.
Well, everybody just stand by for a second. We're having a few technical difficulties and we'll get it back on track. Minion, do you want me to share it from my end? Can you hear us, Minion?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so I was asking you, do you want me to share the footage from my end and maybe it'll stop, messing with
Yeah,
the internet?
yeah, do that.
Okay, put the link
He
in the
needs
chat
to win over
and
those
then I'll
voters,
play it.
just like the president did in November, in order to have a shot at winning this race. One of the advantages that Chitterelli has here, similar to Spanberger in Virginia, he can present himself as the change candidate. Phil Murphy has been in office for 2 terms. Chitterelli can say that Cheryl will be a continuation of that, and hopefully, in his mind, he'll win tonight because of it.
All right, Julie Sirkin, thank you so much. We'll continue to check back in with you. Into the results so far in New Jersey, and Republican Jack Ciattarelli. What do you have, Steve?
Okay, so what we have, Kristen, is a quarter of the vote statewide, and you're looking at this and you're saying, wow, Mikey Sherrill is absolutely clobbering Jack Ciattarelli. Well, what we don't have yet anywhere in the state are the returns for votes that were cast today at the polls, which we expect to be more Republican friendly than the votes that were cast by mail or that were cast early in the early voting process. So what's been reported out in these favorable type of vote and early in person. So essentially what you're seeing here is the best that it's going to be for Mikey Sherrill in the counties that have reported so far. So I'll give you an example. Take a look down here. This is Burlington.
All right, guys. So we getting it. We got I said what I said. We got her putting it up. So hopefully we can stop the. Now I may keep coming in and out, but
Okay, is that the one that I'm putting up?
that's yours right there.
Okay, I thought I had it on. Give me one sec.
Gotta
Let
play
me
it.
put it on full screen.
As of 32 minutes ago, Abigail Spanberger has officially won the governor's race for Virginia. So that's super
Okay.
exciting.
All
Okay,
right.
Yay,
that's what's up.
yay.
Let me Turn it on.
Vote's going to fill in. It's going to be the vote that was cast today, Election Day. What does Chitterelli need to do here? He probably doesn't need to win Burlington County, but I can show you this was 17 points last year, and it was 7 points when Jack Chitterelli nearly won the governorship 4 years ago. So the same day vote, Chitterelli, you can see, is going to have to win it by a very big margin, and he's got to get it down at least to this level where it was 4 years ago. So we're going to be keeping an eye. What does that same day vote look like when it comes in Burlington County? Is Chitterelli winning it by a wide margin? You're going to see that up here in Bergen County. We have all the early vote. We have the vote by mail-in in Bergen County. That's a massive lead for Mikey Sherrill. That lead is going to come down as the same day vote comes in. How far? Well, it was a 3-point race in the presidential race last year. This is a county, if Jack Chitterelli is going to have a chance tonight, I think he wants this county to be red by the end of the night. So again, as that same day vote comes in, he's got to win it by a big margin, and I think that's the benchmark for him right there. We're seeing it, look, this is a small county right here, but this should be by the end of the night for Chitterelli. If he's going to have a chance, this should be a double-digit Republican county. Again, this is the vote by mail. This is the early vote. This is as good as it gets for Sherrill. The story of the rest of the night in Hunterdon and all of these other counties where you're seeing votes so far is going to be Chitterelli-friendly vote. How friendly is that vote? Is it enough to hit some of the benchmarks that I'm laying out for him? That's what the governorship in New Jersey is going to hinge on. And by the way, we don't see it yet. I just want to tell you, I am really looking for the results out of this county. This is a big suburban county here. You've got a mix of wealthy suburban towns. You've got some blue-collar towns as well. Donald Trump won here by 3 points. Typically, this is a key county for Republicans if they're going to have a chance statewide. The twist in this county and why I think it's so important is Morris County is what Mikey Sherrill represents in Congress. She was the first Democrat to flip the district here in a long time when she won it in 2018. Is she getting an overperformance in her incredibly crucial home county tonight? Because this is one where Chitterelli cannot afford to underperform.
And Steve, just very quickly, just to remind people, this is the third time Jack Chitterelli has run for governor. Last time he got within inches, 3 points. But he's got to outperform what he did last. Last time he had a fairly strong showing, but it's got to be even stronger than that.
Yeah, and what's interesting, Kristen, is, I'll put them both up here side by side so you can see. Donald Trump lost this state by about 6 points last year, and that was for Trump, that was a big improvement from 2020. And as you mentioned, Chitterelli only lost it by 3 points. The one thing to keep in mind is they did this with completely different coalitions. Okay, so I was just talking about, Morris County, Somerset County, Morris County, places like this. Chitterelli was getting big improvements over Trump. And then Trump fell the bottom fell out for Trump last year. Trump made his gains in the urban, non-white parts of New Jersey. Between those two coalitions, the suburbs where Chitterelli did well and the cities where Trump did well, there's a winning coalition for Republicans if you can combine them. That is elusive. That's been elusive for Republicans in modern times. If Chitterelli could pull that off tonight, he would win.
All right. We will check back in with you in just a few minutes, Steve. But now we do want to turn to our next
What
guest.
y'all
Joining me
think?
now is New York Representative and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Leader Jeffries.
Look at his ass. He get on my nerves.
I don't know what to think just yet.
I think Steve Kornacki is talking too much, is what I think. Christian got tired. She say, okay, now let's talk to Hakeem Jeffries. Like he was working her nerves, but they know who's going to win the race. But they got to make it interesting. But I think she's going to wholeheartedly win by double digits. I'm sorry, Fati.
I agree with you. I believe also. I think right now the people are tired of the administration we have and the people in position, and they need it and they want to change. They, right now the country is not democracy anymore, and they're tired of that, and they want democracy back.
Yeah, it's Trump's fault. All the Republicans are gonna lose because of their willingness to put Trump above their constituents, the people who they are supposed to be serving. So they did it to themselves.
Absolutely. I totally agree with that.
And the kicker part is they keep bringing him up like he is a factor in the race. And they keep saying, if he was on the ticket, what would happen? I think the same thing would happen. It probably be even worse because people are not. They do not agree with these policies. They don't agree with the tactics. They don't agree with all the shenanigans and every single day, all day long, it's always something, and people get tired of that.
I think they're bringing it up because at the point in which he won the election, people were fed up with the Democrats. They thought that affordability, I mean, the price of living had gotten too high. And Trump had ran on promising to lower inflation, lower the cost of eggs. Um, and he did, immigration, of course. So when he got in office and they saw what he was doing, it was like, okay, wait a minute. I
And the
thought
Ukraine war was gonna be over with in one day.
the war was
One
gonna be
day.
over in one day. You know, he had said everybody was corrupt but him.
They were going to change. He's going to have the budget where, you know, the, change the spending. The government was spending too much money, but yet
Yes.
he had spent more money than
Way more.
Right, right. He was
by
gonna
himself.
clean all the
By his,
fraud, waste, and abuse.
Well, baby,
When
he gave the government a good weight loss,
A good cleaning,
a good cleaning, baby,
a colostomy,
and
or
then and
whatever.
then and then everybody else filled up their pockets.
Exactly.
So
no, wait a minute. He had the parade with the little squeaky tank. He he done went and bought airplane with all gold inside.
yeah, I heard
He
about
done
it.
he done gone golfing about how many times? About twice a month. He
More than
is
we can count.
This man has literally doubled, tripled his wealth since he's been in office without having to spend a dime. He
right.
put a meme coin out or whatever, the little coin, got billions off of that. He got a $400 million plane gifted to him that the American taxpayers have to pay $1 billion, maybe more, just to retrofit so that he can actually use it. And by the time it's retrofitted and ready for use, he will be out of office.
And that project
So,
probably be
you
stopped
know,
real soon.
I was
and
saying that
also
too. I don't know if it's gonna last that long.
I mean you got to realize also look at our okay we're using our troops that's costing us more money to be over in these cities like police officers. And the more the troops are in each city, the more money is being spent to house them in that area.
And they
They
picking
say
up trash and cleaning up.
so you got
that's
to
also
pay. So the American taxpayers got to pay. They the military to bully them.
Hmm.
basically.
Absolutely.
Basically, yes.
And you're paying, and look, you're paying. My thing is this: everybody keeps saying, okay, he's gonna clean up the cities and everything, but what about the east and the west coast? Because you got ICE in the cities, so who's guarding the border?
The news said New Jersey have more crime than New York does, but he didn't send the National Guard to New Jersey because of this race. That's what I had heard through the grapevine on the CBS News.
Word on the
Well,
curb.
Yeah,
look,
word on the curb.
I'm looking at the ICE agents. Majority of the ICE agents are either at the south border or in the cities. Who is guarding the borders on the east and the west to keep any terrorists from coming in or any sales from coming into the United States? Then you got they failed to realize that the National Guard is here to protect the United States while the active military is overseas protecting the United States. So if they're in the cities too, who's protecting the United States of America?
But you know what? It's hard to even focus on who's protecting us from outward enemies when it seems like the biggest enemy is your own government.
Yeah. Especially your
So
own
why
Like the
did
personal
one
shit.
that's impacting you right now is your own government. So you can't even really focus on, are we actually protected from outward enemies?
okay, why you
That
haven't
part.
heard? Think about it. You haven't heard anything about Putin. You ain't heard nothing about Xi Jinping or whatever his name is over in China.
No, we
You ain't
haven't.
heard nothing about any of the Iran, Iraq, any of these countries that was, could possibly be a threat to us. Have you
But
noted that you
Putin,
don't?
Iraq, China, all the places they ain't sending Black Hawk helicopters to random mostly black in the middle of the night to handcuff everybody, including the kids, just so that they can prove themselves to be American citizens. I mean, that's the reason why no, we can't even focus on that right now,
And what about the boats that they,
if that makes sense.
what about
Yeah, the
all them
missiles
boats?
on it.
What about them boats they shot at also
The little
in
missiles for the
Venezuela?
little bitty boats. Look, the missiles for the little bitty boats. I'm like, come on. They
Because they
the,
want somebody to start shooting at us so that they can declare. Again, they pulling out all the stops. They want the black people to come out. If the black people not working, they gonna try to find, a beef with somebody. I mean, it just looks like they're doing whatever to try to start some type of martial law situation to take place so that they can take over the government at this point. That's
And
what I'm
that
getting
and
out of
that's the purpose for losing all these jobs also, so you can get down in despair and upset and not knowing what's going to happen tomorrow. So that's the state that they're trying to put everybody in my opinion also.
yes, that I agree with you. And it's just like, I'm like, okay, you're attacking people, you attacking your own soil. So think about the foreigners, the foreign countries like Russia, China, Iraq, Iran, all these different countries that we normally be
it.
aware of. They're attacking us. They're sitting back going, well, why we gotta attack you? You're doing your good job to yourselves. Y'all destroying yourselves, so we ain't gotta help you. You keep on doing. Continue on, and we look like the laughing stock of the world.
Okay, what Hakeem had to say.
Jackson, we've got a couple of questions for you. We have to start in your home city right here of New York. You did, in the home stretch, endorse the Democratic nominee, Zohran Mamdani. As you know, President Trump endorsed Andrew Cuomo overnight. Governor Cuomo telling me today he thinks, yes, that's going to earn him a few more of the Curtis Sliwa votes.
Oh, so
Do
they
you think
blaming
that
him already?
Mamdani can have a victory tonight?
Yes, Zoran's going to be the next mayor of the city of New York. He's run a relentlessly focused campaign on affordability. The cost of living is way too high in New York City, in the communities that I represent, and all across the city of New York. That, in fact, is the case we know throughout the country. And of course, Donald Trump hasn't kept his promise to lower costs. In fact, he said he was going to lower costs on day one. Costs aren't going down, they're going up all across the country. Grocery prices up, housing costs up, childcare costs up, utility prices through the roof. And now, as we've been working our way through this Trump shutdown in Washington, D.C., Republicans want to increase health care premiums on tens of millions of Americans because of their refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credit. So I think Zoran's going to win, and it's going to be incumbent upon all of us in the city of New York to make sure that he is as successful a mayor as he can possibly be.
So, Leader Jeffries, it's Hallie Jackson, by the way. Thanks for being with us. Let me ask you this, because you've also suggested that Zohran Mamdani is not the face of the future of the Democratic Party. And there are those around him who think you're wrong on that, who think he potentially has real appeal beyond simply New York City. We could talk all day about how special and unique New York is. I get it. It's not a place where you necessarily will extrapolate nationally if you're a Democrat. But can you talk a little bit more about that piece of it and what through lines you see now that you might be talking with your conference about come 2026 ahead of the midterms? If, you've seen already Abigail Spanberger sail to a win, if Mamdani comes out big in New York, if Mikey Sherrill's able to pull it out in Jersey.
Well, it's my expectation that Mikey Sherrill is going to be the next governor of the state of New Jersey, that we're going to win the statewide races in Pennsylvania. We're going to crush it in California. We've seen Democrats actually win statewide in Georgia. And of course, Abigail Spanberger coasted to victory. And it looks like every single Democrat on the statewide ticket in the Commonwealth of Virginia is also going to win. This is a rout for Democrats all across the country. Now, as House Democrats, what we've said from the very beginning of this year is that we need to relentlessly focus on driving down the high cost of living. and fixing our broken healthcare system that Donald Trump and Republicans are making worse by the day. And as long as we stay on these kitchen table pocketbook issues, while of course addressing the extremism that Donald Trump and Republicans continue to unleash on the American people, what we're seeing tonight is going to be replicated a year from now when Democrats take back control of the House of Representatives.
You think they could do the Senate as well? You just called it a rout tonight. It sounds like you think they'll flip the House. You think they could do the same for the Senate?
I think the Senate is going to be a big surprise a year from now, particularly if the trend lines continue to move in our direction. Keep in mind, listen, we've won every statewide race that has been held this year, starting with the Wisconsin State Supreme Court race in April. We've won all of the high-profile special elections, beginning in a state Senate seat in Iowa in January that Donald Trump had just won a few months prior by 21 points. And so what we're seeing tonight is the culmination of something that has been building since the very beginning of the Trump presidency, which has been a complete and total failure of Republican control of government.
Leader Jeffries, let me ask you, because, of course, this election night occurring against the backdrop of what is poised to be the longest government shutdown now in U.S. history. There has been some discussion that lawmakers, the Senate in particular, getting closer to a potential off-ramp. At this hour, are you optimistic that you will be able to end this government shutdown this week?
Well, we've said from the very beginning, listen, we want to sit down with Republicans, and we're willing to do so anytime, any place, in order to reopen the government, in order to enact a spending agreement that actually makes life better for the American people. But at the same time, we have to decisively address the Republican healthcare crisis. We've also said as House Democrats that we will evaluate in good faith anything that is bipartisan that emerges from the Senate. Part of the problem that we've confronted over the last 35 days, Donald Trump has spent more time on the golf course than he has in talking with Democrats who represent half the country. He's completely and totally disinterested in reopening the government that he shut down. In fact, he's trying to weaponize starvation, breaking the law, withholding SNAP benefits, can't find a dime to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, while at the same period of time can find $40 billion to bail out a right-wing wannabe dictator in Argentina. This is extraordinary stuff, and the American people are rejecting it. They know the country is moving in the wrong direction. So I'm hopeful that Senate Republicans will come to their senses sooner rather
said,
than
"Don't cut
later
me off."
and sit down to negotiate a bipartisan path forward.
All right. Leader Jeffries, thank you so much for your time tonight. We really appreciate it. And
Thank you.
We do have breaking news now. Abigail Spanberger is taking the stage in Virginia right now for her victory speech. You see the crowds there cheering her on as she approaches the podium.
A big moment for her, a big moment for Democrats. I spoke with one strategist who said, get me to this point, right? First, obviously, female governor of Virginia here. She is taking the stage.
Come on, Democrat.
And potentially, maybe, depending on how things go in New Jersey,
And I
helping to
love how
provide
she's
for
trolling them in
Democrats
red.
a roadmap in some ways on how to run, on the messaging, on lashing her opponent to Donald Trump, specifically on the issue of affordability and of cost of living and the economy, as we've been talking about so much tonight. Listen, big transition from a governor who remains popular in that state, and Governor Glenn Youngkin.
Absolutely, and you heard Leader Jeffries there lean into your question.
The new
that
sheriff
the
in
implications
town.
for tonight
How
will be
interesting is
significant
that?
heading into
That's right.
the midterm elections. This is a playbook. This is a roadmap, and we should say this is also an historic moment. She becomes the first female governor of Virginia. There was going to be a woman governor regardless tonight.
That's right.
But that governor
They kicking Barney
elect
Fife
is
out.
now Abigail Spanberger, and you see her there working the crowds as she approaches the podium.
So what do y'all think about her winning? I'm ecstatic.
Yeah, you see, that's why I put the crowd.
That part.
Democrats for the win.
Yes, it's about to be
See, a
some
lot of people,
changes going on.
a lot of people be just because the Democrats took a L for a little while, they be ready to say, "Okay, I ain't gonna be a Democrat no more." I'm going independent or I'm going
Mm-hmm.
Republican and all this stuff. Nah, I'm 10 toes down on the party I started with.
Me too. Me too. And yeah, we have our issues, but
Yeah.
hey,
What party though?
but
Because look at what
right.
look at what the
It ain't.
Republicans got to
Yeah,
deal with.
it ain't nothing compared to the competition, though. You can rest assured of that, because they don't went all the way to the left, baby.
Right. I
They
mean,
all in a court, and they all drinking that.
radical. Okay.
That mean they drinking. Everybody drinking that orange Kool Aid, and it ain't working.
Even the most extreme leftists, I think, are a little bit more moderate than these
Right.
people. Because Lord, all right.
Well, they say Madonna is a socialist, so let's go see what the reaction gonna be when he wins.
Oh Lord. Now
I can
see,
see
I
the
don't want the
headlines
government.
tomorrow. I can see the headlines tomorrow on Fox News, baby.
I think the thing is like it's a it's a very fuzzy area when you have the government that's going to be responsible for like all of your stuff. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
Well, nobody expect perfection. They just expect somebody to give them some results that make some
Right.
comment, some results that they voted for, and just to do the right thing, have a little morality in it, and some ethics. That's what people looking for. People looking for decency again.
Uh-oh, there was a plane crash today?
Yeah, in Louisville, Kentucky.
What about the plane crash today? My head went into the so-called leader of the free world's involvement since he won't pay government workers. It's very sad. What's going on now? Go
Hmm.
Dems.
Yeah,
See?
yeah. People just ready. They just want to get back to some normalcy and decency.
Right. Right. We can argue all day, but I mean, we don't need to have military, you know, police in the streets.
Hmm.
It's not that crucial.
It is what it is.
All right, let me turn the volume on.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I bet this the biggest crowd thing.
Thank, thank you all so much.
Yeah, this is an off year election.
And yes, to be honest with you, that is the largest crowd in years.
You have a crowd.
My my fellow Virginians, tonight we sent a message. We sent a message to every corner of the Commonwealth, a message to our neighbors and our fellow Americans across the country. We sent a message to the whole world that in 2025, Virginia chose pragmatism over partisanship. We chose our Commonwealth over chaos. You all chose leadership that will focus relentlessly on what matters most: lowering costs, keeping our communities safe, and strengthening our economy for every Virginian. Leadership that will focus on problem solving, not stoking division. We chose leadership that will always put Virginia first. And Virginia, I cannot wait to get to work for you. Tonight we turned a page. We turned that page by listening to our neighbors, focusing on practical results, laying out a clear agenda, and leading with decency and determination. To everyone who helped us achieve this win, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. I thank you for the trust that you have placed in me, and it is the honor of my lifetime to be elected the 75th governor of the I would like to thank my opponent for a hard-fought race.
They be throwing
The
shade on this
Lieutenant Governor's
part.
story, her military service, and her years of service here in Virginia
Look at it.
deserve our respect and our gratitude, and I ask that you join me in wishing her and her family well.
Sure you do.
Good try. Maybe next time.
Yeah, she was in the military, but she still didn't win.
I also know that those who were supporting my opponent are disappointed today. And to those Virginians who did not vote for me, I want you to know that my goal and my intent is to serve all Virginians. And that means that I will listen to you, I will work for you and with you. That is the approach that I've taken throughout my entire career. I have worked with anyone and everyone, regardless of political party, to deliver results for the people that I serve. And that's because I believe in this idea that there is so much more that unites
that don't
us
mean you gonna work
as
with
Virginians
Trump
and as Americans than divides us.
Let me just remind you, she did work for the Obama administration.
Let me mute the thing. All right.
She worked for the Obama administration, so I think there's a small chance that she'll work with him. But they throwing shade with the other opponent when they lose, and they know they are. And
Right.
and I love the part when they tell the people that didn't vote for them, "I'll be your person too."
Right. When you come to me for help, I'm gonna help you too.
Regardless if you voted for me or not.
When you come begging, yeah.
That's what you mean when you come begging for help.
Because you gonna need me.
For begging for bread.
Because you gonna need
when
me,
you
right?
when you in the soup line.
Right.
That ain't funny. Oh goodness.
Oh Lord, the shade.
And when you sitting there and you're crying because you're no longer a MAGA.
Now everybody tell my opponent, well done. Maybe next time. Oh, I gotta unmute it.
Very beginning, they didn't choose to call Virginia a commonwealth by accident. They chose it to signify that our government would be based on the power of the people united for a common good. Not for a political party, not for a president, not for a monarch, but for a common good together.
Good evening.
And tonight, Virginia proved that that tradition is alive and well. We are still a commonwealth in every sense of the word. We are built on the things we share, not the things that pull us apart. And I am proud that our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between.
The Spanish people.
That's the Virginia I know, that's the Virginia I love, and that's the Virginia I will have the honor of serving as your next governor.
The people are energized.
I want to thank so many people for the support that they have given to our campaign. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your support. To our tireless volunteers, to those who believed in me, thank you. Thank you for devoting your time, your energy, and your conviction to this campaign. Thank you for braving the weather, the heat, and then the cold, and then the rain, and then the sun. It's Virginia after all. Thank you. Thank you for talking to your neighbors about the importance of this race. Thank you for recognizing that when we went person to person engaging, that we could bring people not just into supporting our campaign, but into engaging in our democracy. Thank you. We won this race because of you. To our campaign team, you're the best in the country. Every single member of our team, every single one of you, you work tirelessly for the change, the progress, the policies, the connection, and the respect that you want to see in our communities. Thank you for working so hard. Thank you for giving people hope. Thank you for knocking on doors in the sweltering heat. Thank you for showing kindness. Thank you for showing up in every corner of Virginia. Thank you for diving deep on policy. Thank you for capturing moments and the essence of our campaign. Thank you for reaching voters everywhere. And thank you for believing that Virginia could and would send a hopeful and joyful message tonight. Thank you for giving everything to this campaign and then some. And thank you to my family. To my husband, Adam. My partner in everything. I love you with my whole heart. I am grateful for you. And it is very strange to declare my love for you in front of millions of people. But every adventure we have ever been on has been worth it because you have been by my side. I love you. I'm grateful for you. And I cannot wait to see what the next couple of years bring.
Governor-elect Abigail Spanberger, the first woman governor-elect of Virginia, delivering her victory speech in front of a crowd of cheering supporters. Hallie Jackson, she talked spotlight after he ran a fiercely anti-Trump campaign that also focused on economic issues and affordability. President Trump has threatened to cut off funding to the city if Mamdani wins. Moving to Virginia, NBC News can project that Democrat Abigail Spanberger has won the governor's race, flipping the governor's mansion back to Democrats. We just heard from the governor-elect as she delivered a victory address before an electric crowd of supporters. Take a listen.
It is the honor of my lifetime to be elected
All
the
right.
75th governor.
In northern New Jersey, very closely in the suburbs. What do you got?
Yeah, we're at a pivot point in New Jersey right now with a third of the vote in statewide. Cheryl continuing to lead the tally here. But again, what you are almost entirely seeing right now are votes that were cast by mail or votes that were cast in the early voting period. So these are the most Democratic-friendly votes in these counties. The question now is, how Republican-friendly? How much does Chitterelli get out of the vote that was cast today, the Election Day vote? Because he's going to need it to be extremely Republican friendly. Democrats had been talking for the last few weeks in New Jersey about being very encouraged by the early voting numbers and statistics that they were seeing, and that has certainly borne out in the results that we're seeing so far. I'll give you an example because we do have some of the same day, and this is Gloucester County here. This is blue collar, middle class. This is south of Philadelphia here. Now, about half the vote is in Gloucester County. You see Cheryl leads the tally by 15 points. Gloucester County, 4 years ago, when Jack Chitterelli nearly won the governorship, was one of the big surprises in New Jersey.
Okay, so guys, let me ask you guys a question. Wasn't Glenn Youngkin the governor last time in Virginia?
Yes.
So I wonder why he
Yes,
didn't run. Did he not win the primaries? The reason, I mean, he don't have to win the primary if he's already the governor. So do that mean he decided not to run again?
yes.
Oh, okay. He must have saw the poll. He must have looked at the internal polling and knew that he couldn't win and just didn't want to face the defeat. Because if you'll look at the polls, um, it's just what 65% in, and she's beating her by 11. Almost 11 points. So it's going to be a double-digit loss. Well, it is a double-digit loss at this point. And it looked like it's going to be the same thing here in New Jersey. What do you think about this race, the way that it's looking now?
It's his fault.
Well,
It's his fault. I mean, but yeah.
say thank you. Where your manners
Okay.
at? Where your manners at,
You're
Minion?
right. You're right. If Trump, thank you, Trump. Because without all the shenanigans, y'all might still have the, you know,
Right. Right. Thank you. I'm going to take a bow for him.
uh-huh. Uh, you know, one thing we gonna do is we gonna give praises when they do. So thank you, Trump.
Okay. So I guess I'll go ahead and let it.
In fact,
Okay.
there was
Let me.
talk that there was a red wave in South Jersey. Batch of early vote and mail vote was. But again, this is what Trump was able to pull off in Hudson County. This is what Chitterelli is looking at right now. So he's got a mountain to climb in the same day vote. It's coming in awfully slowly, but trust me, when we start getting big batches of it, I'll scream. And I'm just going to check in here in New York City because I just want to tell you the way there it is. It all comes in at once, and there it is.
Oh
Okay,
wow.
we just got more than a third of the vote. How about that for timing?
How about that?
We just got more than a third of the vote in. Now, what you're looking at, these are votes that were cast early, and this is vote that was cast by mail, stay with me here, and received by last Friday. So there is still more vote by mail that came in over the weekend, came in today, will come in, that's yet to be counted, but you're getting all of the early vote that was cast in New York City. You heard so much about, was this a good demographic for Mamdani? Was it a good demographic for Cuomo? And you're getting a lot of the mail. And there it is for Mamdani, a 12-point advantage with that. So what's left now heavily is going to be the vote that was cast same day today. And we're seeing lots of reports of heavy turnout around New York City today. But this is very similar to what we were just talking about in New Jersey, where the same day vote doesn't have to be pro-Chitterelli. It has to be really pro-Chitterelli. The same day vote in New York City doesn't just have to be pro-Cuomo. It has to be really pro-Cuomo to overcome now a 12-point deficit here. Now, again, it is interesting when you look at this. One of the things that Cuomo needed.
They so
So
shady.
let me ask you this too. Why we always got to have a Russian in the race? And why do the last name always got to begin with an S, i.e. Jill Stein? Now we got Curtis Slyway or Wah or whatever, however you say that,
Uh huh.
Slywa. But at the end of the day, why we always
It's
got to have
always like some slithering.
Yeah, well, that's to throw the race off. I know why. It's just to try to throw the numbers off for the winner. And in some cases it works, but it's not going to work tonight. But I was just wondering that question, why we always got to have a Russian on our, in our elections, all the way to the ticket, printed on the ticket.
Is that a conspiracy theory we got brewing up?
Allegedly.
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 Okay. What you say, Lizzie?
Lizzie saying something.
I said, you guys cannot start with that one. My favorite word is allegedly.
Oh yeah,
Right,
yeah.
right, right. Well, we got to make sure we're covering the bases, Liz.
Speaking of, did we put did we put the fair use?
I put it up before it even got started. Yeah, it's still going.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I
So
just
that's
put
why I
it
do
up.
that, because it'd be too late when you think about it.
Hey, it's never too late.
Right, I
Yeah.
start out with it.
All
Because I
right.
know we going to say
We
some
don't
things.
exactly. We gonna say something exactly.
Right, right.
To marginalize the Republican candidate Curtis Sliwa. And that number for Sliwa at 8% is lower than he was getting in the
He
polls.
don't
You
know
saw
his name
polls
either.
with
He said
Sliwa
why anyway.
15, 20% right now. He got
Is it
8%, at
Sliwa?
least in this early and mail-in portion
He
of the
said both.
voting. And again, that's why I think this, the polls were all over the place here. There was one last week that had it at 25. There was another one that had it at about 5 points.
Who did
So
you
it
vote
was all
for?
over the place, but it does
Survival's
look
my
like there was some
superpower.
consolidation here of Sliwa slipping in this voting process and Cuomo benefiting. Not enough to catch Mamdani here. Cuomo wants that trend, though, to continue and maybe accelerate on the Election Day vote. Because remember, Trump said it only last night. So does this Sliwa vote actually go down further on Election Day? Is there more consolidation in that vote? Would that provide an avenue for Cuomo to come back? But he's going to need a big, big Election Day.
Steve, you talk about reports of gangbusters turnout in New York, and the Board of Elections has said they now have 2 million votes in the city, which is the most since 1969. Obviously, this is a super competitive general election mayoral race, but I wonder how you see that and how that would be a factor here.
Well, no, and that's why I thought
the
there was
marches was
volatility. That
working.
was the word I kept using talking about this. When you saw polls at 5, you saw polls at 25, and you face it, we've had a bunch of interest of general elections in New York City that are pretty low interest blowouts lately.
This is not low interest, pal.
Exactly. and the extra piece of volatility, and I can't wait to dive into the neighborhoods when we can do that, because the thing that makes that so volatile is this. The cutoff line, and we see this in the exit poll, is about 45 years of age. Voters over 45 are a pro-Cuomo demographic. We see him winning those voters. Voters under 45, Cuomo falls off an absolute cliff. And especially when you get under 30, he's being trounced, lapped 3 times by Mamdani. So the question becomes, critically, what's the median age of this electorate? Is one group turning out more than the other? Cuomo's hope today is that older voters in New York City, older voters in the outer boroughs, flooded the polls, are anti-Mamdani, decided Curtis Sliwa didn't have a chance, and rallied behind Andrew Cuomo in massive, as you would say, record-shattering numbers. That would be his hope, because he doesn't just need big turnout. He needs the turnout to be disproportionately older, because Mamdani is clear. I mean, you see these in the polls. We've seen age divides before. I gasp every time I see it in New York City. It's off the charts.
Steve, if you can you break down what we're seeing in the boroughs? And we don't have Staten Island yet.
Yeah, let's take a look here. Yes, we don't now, and that is actually Kristen. That's a very important point here. Staten Island is the most conservative. It's smallest by far. It's the smallest of the boroughs, but it's the most conservative, and you can expect this to be a Cuomo jurisdiction tonight. But let's take a look here in Manhattan. And Mamdani leading here by 8 points, about 40% of the vote counted. Cuomo, I think, was hoping to do very well. Upper West Side, maybe Upper East Side in particular, Cuomo was hoping to do particularly well. Bronx, I want to see, because this is interesting. We got about a quarter of the vote in the Bronx. Cuomo's folks have been hoping to do well here. Turnout, the question also was going to be maybe lower here. I think we're certainly seeing that, 28%. Take a look at Queens. If Cuomo's going to have a chance tonight, he's going to want to win Queens. Queens is where his family is from originally. His father, who ran for mayor a few decades ago, was the governor like his son. But you can see that's Queens. Now take a look over in Brooklyn. And Brooklyn is sort of the epicenter of Mondani's movement here. Again, we talk about that age divide here. Neighborhoods in Brooklyn, there are some of them on the waterfront. This is the East River right here. There are some of them in Queens, but there's a lot in Brooklyn, with a lot of younger voters, college-educated voters, sort of progressive, very politically engaged voters who've sort of been the backbone of this Mamdani effort. And so he's running up the score most here in Brooklyn. And again, yes, Staten Island is gray. It's great because it's Cuomo.
There you go.
It makes sense. I'm looking at it like you are, saying, why isn't Staten Island on there? Oh, man, we chose a very confusing color here to use. Okay, that makes so much more. I'm trying to figure this out in my head as we go through it. Why would Staten Island not report with the entire city? It did report Cuomo's winning it. Slee was in second place here. I mean, this is the most Republican-friendly by far. So, again, that actually clarifies the picture again. We're not waiting on a piece of the mail in the early vote that would make this closer. We have the mail vote. We have the early vote. Most of the mail vote. We have the early vote. And
he's just giving you the stats in different areas, like the boroughs in Staten Island and, different areas in New York.
Are these still the mail-in early voters, or is this okay?
Yeah, because they only have what's that say, 30-some%?
Yeah,
38% in. So yeah, so the race is still, they still got to do a lot of counting. And I don't know why they don't have a system that Florida has. Everybody need to get whatever Florida have. That's what everybody need to get, because Florida can count those votes really quick.
Really quick, like I think so too. Like
they count. They had a winner by 801.
Yes, I don't know if they're running on like a later system that's not modern day. Are they still like counting by hand? Because
one thing I know that they do. One thing I know that they do, and that's they're able to count their early votes. A lot of states, like Pennsylvania, they're not able to count their early votes until the actual date. So sometimes that's what delayed the vote in these different states is because the states have made up specialized rules where you can't count the votes until the day of voting, until the 4th, and some of them until the poll closes.
Oh wow!
So that's why it takes so long for some states. And California is definitely one of those states, and they have so many rules and regulations and people in California. Normally, it takes them 3 days to find out who their winner is when they win the presidency.
That is so crazy, honestly. But I see where it could, honestly help, crack down on some of the voter fraud, like the whole scamming and scheming for votes and switching
And I can
votes.
see how it could add to it too. So
right. But there's no voter fraud. That's the whole. Well, there's redistricting, there's tactics, but there is no voter fraud enough to make a difference.
Right, exactly.
There's don't put that, not to tell you what to say, but don't put that out there, because there's really no voter fraud. That's just a term that they've used and tried to get people to think, but there's no voter. There's tactics and there's threats. There's everything else except for fraud. So let's put it that way.
I would agree with that.
I would agree.
The gap that Andrew Cuomo is looking at. Again, this is it is okay. We've got some same day report now, and I'm going to ask my producer's going to keep tabs on this. Now that we have the benchmark of that early vote, what clip is Cuomo winning, or what is he getting as the same day comes in? Because he's got to win it. He's got to win it by double digits. That would give him a chance here against Mamdani.
All right, Steve, if you get any more votes, yell loudly and we'll come right back to you. Thank you so much. We do want to head out to our reporters now. Joining us now is NBC News correspondent Sam Brock at Mamdani campaign headquarters and NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis, who's at the Cuomo campaign headquarters. Sam, let me start with you. The vote starting to come in. Mamdani has this early lead, but too early to call right now. The mood at the campaign, how are they feeling, particularly given that President Trump had that overnight endorsement of Andrew Cuomo?
The mood right now, Kristen, is upbeat. It's optimistic. You don't see this entire room filled behind me, though it's starting to get that way for the simple fact that polls didn't close until...
I don't want to stop it again, but Minion. Did Trump do that on purpose? I
Yes,
know.
yes.
Till 9 o'clock.
I know Cuomo is a Republican, but ain't no Andrew Cuomo don't like him. Why did he do that?
What did he do now?
He endorsed Andrew Cuomo last.
Last minute, yes, last minute. Sound like a
Why
promise.
did he do that? He know that man don't even like him.
He said he clearly wanted Sliwa to win because
Uh-huh.
he should have known as soon as he said his name.
Yep.
But no,
He knew. I think he knew that.
Yeah, he knew.
I think he knew that.
what y'all think in the chat? Y'all think Trump tried to sabotage Cuomo?
Last
Mm.
minute, yes.
Tried to
Yes.
sabotage him by giving him that endorsement.
Yes.
Absolutely, yes.
but he's the Republican candidate, and Trump is the president, well, the Republican president. Normally, the president do endorse somebody, you know.
Yeah, but right now he's having the
That's
worst
why Rucker
poll
didn't
in
run.
not only his own history of presidency, but I think the entire history of the polling, since they've been polling presidents, I think he's gotten the worst polling. So
What's
he
that
broke
song?
he broke the record.
Burn, baby, burn.
Disco Inferno.
But
Yeah,
leave it to him. He's the most popular he's ever been. So yeah.
right. So, but you know that's wrong. That's wrong on so many levels. You know he's wrong for
Wait a
that.
minute, wait a minute. He's the most popular president that nobody likes. Let's get it
That's
right now.
and that's the crazy part. And that is the crazy part. How are you the most popular but the most hated?
Wait a minute, y'all. Y'all should have seen the interview when they asked Cuomo what. When they asked him, "What do you think about Trump endorsing you?" I wish I could have seen his face. He looked like he was going to just melt to the floor.
Did he answer the question?
No, you know what he said. Yeah, he the president. You know, he's a Republican president. You know, the generic answer, baby.
Right, he would
Oh,
expect him to endorse him, right?
Because at the end of the day, you know, some of the people that voted for Trump also. So he got to, you know, he got to say something favorable. So
mhm.
I guess that's one way to get your enemies to say something good about you. I'm not mad at that tactic.
I was just say that too. Well, then again, I was just thinking in my head. I was like, well, maybe he did it to get his enemy to say something good about
Well,
to
let's
make
see
it.
Well,
what
we
they.
said, look, we saw how that worked.
Clock. To Steve's point a second ago about that vote line right around the age of 45 and what was it consisted of in the early vote. The median age for the early vote was 51, which theoretically would trend toward Cuomo, and yet that big dump still showed about an 11 or 12% advantage for Mamdani, although I know it's tightened a little bit since then. I'm going to hit you with a couple of other data points, and it's important to note this comes before President Trump's endorsement of Andrew Cuomo at the 11th hour, or like at the 6 or 7 o'clock hour last night, which is that when you dig into a lot of these polls, they show incredible enthusiasm for Zohran Mamdani. I'm thinking of the Quinnipiac poll right now. The voters were asked, how enthusiastic, excited are you about the candidate? More than 90% were enthusiastic about Mamdani. Under 70% were enthusiastic about Cuomo. For favorability, Mamdani was about a +5, +10. Cuomo was underwater at a -20. If I gave you all that information, Kristen, and then I told you that the New York City Board of Elections just reported 2 million votes cast so far in this, which is a
Wow.
figure that has not been seen in a mayoral race
Since
since the
1969.
1960s, when like 80 some odd percent of people were actually going out to vote. So it's virtually unprecedented in modern times. And all the energy appeared to be more so on one side of the equation, in this case, Zohran Mamdani. You would think that would be a good night for the campaign. We'll wait and we'll see. One thing, though, that is clear, you and Hallie have been talking about this all night. Some of these exit polls are showing that New Yorkers, specifically describing the cost of living and housing, 72% said that housing and the cost of it is a major problem for them. That speaks directly
Absolutely.
to the vein of the Mamdani campaign that really singled in a real tangible form, right? Whether it's talking to cab drivers in the middle of the night, those that are manning halal carts on why they pay thousands of dollars when they should be paying hundreds just for the right to sell food. talking to working class families, really has keyed in on the idea that housing and healthcare is way too expensive. Childcare has been one of his big initiatives, universal childcare, which would cost, by the way, somewhere in the neighborhood of $6 billion. But for those worried that your taxes are going to go up and this is going to cause wealthy New Yorkers to just leave New York City as we know it, I think there's some important context to deliver. To be able to generate that kind of money, Mr. Mamdani has talked about raising taxes on millionaires 2% and also making the New York City corporate tax rate match New Jersey's. That requires, Kristen, an action from the state legislature. He can't do it unilaterally. So it's really important as we have a conversation about what it means to be a democratic socialist, wealth redistribution, even as we have conversations with folks who say they're just stunned by the level of discrepancy between the haves and the have-nots in New York City. And it's an
Right.
issue that clearly has resonated with Americans across the country. Mamdani cannot come in assuming he wins on day one and just change the tax rates in New York City. It's impossible. I would also add to you, and you haven't really discussed it much tonight that I've heard so far, a big part of his appeal here in New York has been sort of the empathy he's described toward the Palestinian solidarity movement. We're talking about a city that has more than 1 million Muslims thereabout, about 1 million plus Jewish Americans too, right? These are massive populations fractured on what's going on abroad. Mamdani has come in with extremely strong language toward Israel, calling what has been enacted there by the Israeli government genocide in his words, and refusing to acknowledge Israel as a Jewish state, which has been described as anti-Zionism. But he has also been extremely emphatic that he wants to combat anti-Semitism by any means necessary. This is such a delicate issue, and it really has permeated communities all over New York City. So I would say if the umbrella of his campaign is affordability and reaching people where they are, the idea of PEP, Progressive Accept Palestine, has really struck a nerve here in New York, and it's almost the soul of what he's doing. Those two things are what I would be keeping an eye on in the days ahead. But right now, there is obviously a ton of optimism here that Mr. Mamdani is going to be the next mayor of New York City.
And Sam, quickly before I go to Rahima, that has been a thorny issue for him. He's had to answer a number of questions, in some instances had to clarify some of his remarks as it relates to what's happening in the Middle East, right?
I'm so sorry, Kristen. I think you're asking about clarifying remarks. It's been a little bit loud here. I will say that at one point, Mr. Mamdani received a lot of criticism for condoning use of the phrase globalize the intifada, which for many Jews is a call to violence against the Jewish community. He said he's had conversations with rabbis and Jewish leaders throughout New York City and has come to the understanding that it had a very visceral tone, and he's since backed off of that. There are other positions that Mamdani has moderated when it comes to this conversation. But one thing that he will not change is the idea that Israel should not exist as a Jewish state. It gets to the cornerstone of Jewish identity. That is the fracture line, right? There's also comments that surfaced from 2023, which he said at a national convention for the DSA, when the boot of the NYPD is on your neck, it's laced with the IDF. Not exactly clear what he meant by that. This was tape that surfaced. It's since been confirmed, but he has been asked about it, hasn't really offered much other than I'm looking forward to working with people all over New York City and concentrating on a platform of affordability. He has stuck to those talking points. But this is big picture, such a major issue. And by the way, another component of this race, the Islamophobia as well. Kristen, there have been ads run by anti-Mamdani super PACs that have shown him in front of the World Trade Center towers being struck on 9/11. As you know, we won't even show that video when we're talking about the anniversary, let alone so flippantly in the middle of a political campaign. So the sensitivities around this issue are super elevated moving forward.
Absolutely, Sam. Thanks for that reporting and for powering through. And I know it is really loud there. I really appreciate it. We'll come back to you soon. Rahima, let me turn to you. Sam talks about the fact that, yes, Mamdani's views on the Middle East have loomed large over this entire campaign, as has his message on affordability, with Governor Cuomo saying he is unrealistic.
Can we
in
pause
what
it
he
real
is
quick?
promising. Governor
I said what
Cuomo
I
saying he
said.
has the experience to lead. And yet, of course,
All right. So I know that they're talking about Mom Donnie winning. So I definitely think that he's probably obviously looks like he's gonna win. Based on what I'm seeing. but let me mute just in case. All right. But what I wanted to say while we just briefly pause for a second and before we get into any additional commentary, guys, if you could do us all a huge favor, and this is the off the record show, and what we really want to do is, build the off the record channel. So if you guys are on my channel, if you could do me a huge favor and just maybe go to the off the record channel and you can view us from there. You can also like the video, share it, whatever the case may be. And then also, if you guys haven't started following the host, I definitely want to encourage you guys to follow the host. We have Foxy 2, Roxy 3. I said what I said, Lizzy. So we're all trying to build our channels, and we all need your support. So if you guys, uh, you know, feel generous right now, you can go and subscribe to their channels. Go like the video. Subscribe to Off the Record, and I just wanted to kind of throw that in there.
I'm gonna add the channels in the chat so that it'll be easy for them to subscribe
I
while
put
Okay.
y'all
all of them in.
talk.
I put all of them in there except for off the record. If you got that one, you can put that one in there for
Oh,
me.
you did?
Yes, I
Minion,
put
check.
everybody.
I don't see them.
It's at
You
the
probably
beginning.
did it in your. Okay, can we'll do
Yeah,
it again, guys. Just
let me do it again, Fox. I don't see them.
Yeah, they in my. I put them where they came up on here from my channel, but the only one I didn't have that was at the beginning when he was first saying, you know, subscribe to us at the beginning of the show. And I
uh-huh.
also did all in the queue. So I did everybody's, even Lizzie's, at the beginning of the show. So that's why you don't see it. If you go back to the top, you'll see it. But you can put it in for off. Put them all in again. I said what I said along with off the record.
And then also I don't see it on my chat. It may be on yours independently because I don't see it on or maybe it came in under our names individually instead of
It,
Foxy 2 Roxy 3. I forgot when you put it in the private. I mean, when you put it in the comments in here, it may come under our name.
it comes up, but it's at the beginning. And it comes up, like Foxy Angel Zone, and they come up with the link.
Okay. Well, no worries. We're gonna put it back in the chat for you guys if y'all can't see it. But we would definitely appreciate y'all supporting all of the channels. We're all looking to grow, and especially off the record channel, because it's an off the record show. So, and we appreciate you guys. Did y'all want to add anything about this Mamdani race?
He
Really
sounds
quick.
like what is it? The mafia. He sounds like the last name of a
It
mafia.
does. Italian mafia, like Italian
Yeah,
Mondami. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, Minion, check your DM really quick.
Okay.
But it does. It sounds like an Italian mafia. Madani. But the other guy at the bottom, whatever his name is, he shouldn't even ran. He's down at the bottom. In April.
Honestly, that's so bad. I feel so sorry for him.
Oh! Woo! Guess who's the new New York mayor, y'all? Guess
All
who's the
right.
new mother flipping New York mayor?
Who?
Y'all already know. Y'all know who it is. Mom, the mob man, the mob name.
Oh, and the one that we were just talking about, mafia.
Yeah, the mafia
My,
boss,
yeah, Madani,
Mom Donnie,
my Mom
for
Donnie.
the win.
Yeah,
For the win. Democrats, are we doing a clean sweep tonight?
yeah. Well, remember that year? Remember that year when they said they were going to do the red sweep, and they lost so bad against the Democrats. Remember, he said we're going to, he's going to turn everything so red and it end up being blue, and look
Wow.
like it's doing, and all this sending all these what do you call it, national guards to all these places trying to keep people from voting. Look, you
I
still.
said what I said. Can you keep the video playing with just the it muted? That way we can see if there's anything that pop up that we can we might need to just jump in on.
Okay,
'Cause-
there you go. I have it. I have it on, and it's on mute.
okay. So I wonder they didn't show one. They didn't show what the party would look like right now for Mom Donnie, did they? Or is this it? What's this? What are we watching now?
That's
Well,
New
let me
Jersey.
check and see. Hey, Foxy, can you put the Minion and Euro channel in there? Cause um,
Okay.
in the center can reach out to everybody. And that's what people want. I mean,
I'll
that's
put
why
it
we have the
in.
Forward Party that Andrew Yang and I have among the co-founders. But
Okay,
in any
Minion.
election this year, the president is such an overwhelming figure, has made so many decisions that are hurting so many people that you can't ignore it. It's clearly a reflection, not just on the president, though, but on this dysfunctional Congress. I mean, the House hasn't been
All
back in
right.
session for
And
6 weeks, and we're paying them.
Governor Whitman, I hate to do this. I have to interrupt you. I have to thank you for joining us, but we do have another call that we want to make, which is that NBC News can now project that Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani is the projected winner, the mayor-elect of New York City, the first Muslim to hold that distinction. He came from near obscurity, an assemblyman,
By
soared
a
to the
landslide.
top of the list in the primary. Governor Cuomo was beaten there and then ran as an independent, and now he has declared victory once again. Steve, take us to the big board. How
even
did
if
he
the Russian
pull
would have
this off? How
gave
did
him
he
his
pull
votes,
off
he
what is
still
going
would
to
have
be an
won.
historic win?
Yeah, well, it's probably going to be closer too than his.
Even if that Russian guy put his votes with Cuomo votes, they still wouldn't have won at all.
Yeah, and look, and did you see how the Russian guy, his face looks so mean? You know, his picture.
You do though. It really does.
I think that's supposed to be a plant, and they didn't plant him. They didn't plant him deep in the ground enough, I guess.
Oh, like Cassandra? Oh, like Cassandra
Yeah,
from Dalton?
yeah, and Jill Stein. They put Jill Stein in the presidential race every year to try to throw the race off also. So it's not working this
Yes.
time.
I
That's for
said
the
what I said. Don't even
libertarians.
know who a Cassandra is.
Yes, I do for Dalton.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, I know who she is.
Oh,
Remember
okay.
her
Look at
face?
you.
Remember she looked all mean. Her picture was like.
Han Foxy Roxy had a conversation one night. So
Yeah,
yes,
that's
sir.
right.
I know exactly who
That's
she
right.
is.
That's right. All right.
Oh
Well,
yeah, that's the night I jumped on her and asked her, "Do you know what you want to be?
we ain't even
Are
gonna
you a
give her
red?"
that airtime.
Right,
She, she know what it was.
right.
Uh,
She know
uh.
exactly what it was, baby. I thought they was pranking us that night though, for real, because they sounded so much alike with the accent. And when I was listening,
oh,
I didn't know who Foxy was, so I thought it was a prank.
That
oh,
was
Because Foxy
hilarious.
was reading her rights.
oh. I was
What
like,
is
"Oh
this
my
man
god."
saying about let me unmute it. I don't know if
There.
you're gonna
So if you're the Cuomo campaign, you're seeing this consolidation. One thing you're probably thinking of is, geez, hey, they got Eric Adams, the incumbent mayor, to drop out and get behind Cuomo. What if they could have actually gotten Curtis Sliwa out of this race and gotten full consolidation? This thing would be, in fact, a real nail biter right now. And just, one final point as we watch the final results come in with Cuomo losing. Probably going to be a lot of talk that this is the end of that Cuomo dynasty, that goes back decades, I should say,
Uh-oh.
with his father. His father, almost 50 years ago, ran for mayor of New York City, lost the Democratic primary, continued his candidacy as a third-party candidate in the general election, just like his son. And Mario Cuomo lost that election to Ed Koch, 50 to 41%. And that might be exactly where this thing lands tonight.
Unbelievable. Well, they
Wow.
do say
That's
history repeats itself.
crazy.
Thank you, Steve.
History
Keep us
repeated
posted. We're going to
itself.
come back to you with. This is fascinating, Hallie. 34
Remarkable.
years
I think
old.
look at
Politically
God.
speaking, this is to some
And
extent
this is a
virtual, where he
dig
has
to
just pulled
Andrew
off. He's a
Cuomo
democratic
also,
socialist. He has
because he
promised
was
a
the
range of
governor of New
socialist
York once
policies
upon a
that
time, and
Andrew
now he can't
Cuomo
even make it
says
as mayor because of the downfall that he had when he was the governor.
Right.
at age 34. before.
A year ago, were you talking about Zohran Mamdani? No. Nobody was, right? I mean, this is somebody who came onto the scene. Obviously, he was somebody who was
That's
known to
true.
locals
I
there in
really
the
still don't
area.
even know who he is.
It is an incredible story. Now the mayor of the biggest city in the country, 8 million plus people here. And so it is a night to take that in. I'm so curious to see the reaction from campaign
Y'all
headquarters.
hit the
I'm sure
like
he will come
button
out and
for
be
the
speaking
Democrats
at some point
winning.
tonight, and we'll be listening into that. The other sort of interesting piece to this here, too, and there's so much to say, right, about the nuances of New York City in particular.
Even if you're
about
Republican.
there's so much to say, right, about the
Don't be a sore
nuances of New
loser.
York
Hit the
City in
like
particular,
button.
about
Hit the
his
like button, maybe next
laser
year.
focus,
Or
to the
maybe
point
next
that it
election.
kind of became a meme, right, on affordability, on the cost of living, pivoting every question to talk about this and how critical this was for New Yorkers and how that resonated with so many people, obviously in New York, and so many people who had some concerns, as Steve has just laid out here, who did not back Mamdani here, despite the fact that he is, of course, the projected mayor. The other interesting component to this, and obviously we're national political journalist hat on here, but Donald Trump, President Trump, now has a foil.
Yes, he does.
In Mayor-elect Mamdani here, to the degree that Mamdani has talked about, looking to find areas where he can work together with them, but not so much, right? I mean, this is not an Andrew Cuomo situation here. So I think that's another interesting dynamic to watch. And the generation, the age gap piece of it. I mean, if Steve Kornacki tells you he gasps when he sees a statistic, like, then you know that that's really attention getting. And that's been so striking anecdotally in the data to see the way the young people have turned out for him. A really sort of generational candidate here, Kristen.
And I think, Leanne, Democrats are scratching their heads and will try to figure out what exactly this all means. But
You know who that woman remind me of, the one that was just talking? Not to go off, off subject, but you know who she remind me of? Did y'all ever used to watch Charmed?
Yes, I remember that show.
I don't know why she remind me of one of them witches off of Charmed. I forgot her
What's
name.
her name? I'm trying to think of all
I
of
knew
them
you were
names.
going to say that.
It was Phoebe.
I think it's Phoebe. Phoebe. She remind me of. Is it? No, no, no. Phoebe was that girl from 90210?
Yeah, I think it was the other one. It wasn't Phoebe.
I'm trying to think of all of their names because I used to watch that faithfully.
Me too.
Phoebe was the young
Oh
one.
wow,
Phoebe was.
Jay Jones is projected to win also.
And you have to know your
In
district,
Virginia, the
regardless
governor
of
that had
who
the
you're
issues in
talking.
Virginia. Remember they
Uh.
said he wrote a threatening letter. And let's not forget Trump threatened New York if they elected Madani. Remember he said he was gonna have to withhold their funding.
Oh yeah. So we got to
And
see what's gonna happen now that.
yeah, well, the whole thing about it, you heard what she said. This is the number one economy in the United States. Let me turn it down just a little bit more.
Oh,
Uh,
I muted it so we can't hear it. Only you
okay.
can.
Oh, only I can hear it. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. But at the end of the day, New York is the number one economy that in the United States. So they have more income tax than any other state in America. So if they withhold their income tax state and just spend it on themselves, since somebody want to withhold funds, it's not
Right.
gonna hurt them.
Right.
And I've heard them talk about that also just in passing. Bernie Sanders when he's on his soapbox or whatever, and
Mhm.
he's made that statement before.
Mhm. No, for real. I mean, you're talking about the number one economy in the United States, and you're trying to threaten us, sir. You're gonna have to get your stuff together because you must not know who you talking to. Is what they probably gonna have to prove to him. So we'll see.
I think
Right.
y'all talking about Phoebe because I looked at all of the characters from, and she's the only one that has kind of short hair. The rest of them had real long hair.
Yeah, I felt like that was her name, but I.
Cause you had Prue, which was for
Prue was the
90210.
youngest one.
No,
Oh
no,
no,
Oh,
Prue
another
was the.
projection.
Uh oh.
has won the race for Attorney General in Virginia. This is hugely significant.
Democratic
He
Attorney
has unseated the
General in
It's
incumbent
a
Virginia.
Jason
blue
Ramirez,
wave in the
despite the
house,
fact
baby.
that controversy loomed over his campaign after 2017 text messages revealed,
I
showing
know
that they
y'all
had
probably
made
like, stop
violent
with that
comments
air
about
horn.
one of
You're
his
hurting my
political
ears.
rivals, and yet that
really.
massive victory by Abigail Spanberger may have pulled him over the finish line in this race, because there was a
News make
lot
me
of
so sick being
consternation
so
within the
negative.
Democratic Party about his campaign, and yet
It may
Jay
have helped. You
Jones
know it
is
helped
now
him.
the
Right.
projected winner, the Attorney General-elect of Virginia. Hogan, let me go to you very quickly. The bottom line, this is a big night for Democrats across the board. President Trump, if we could go back to New York for a second, again, he's prepared to say that the entire Democratic Party is now represented by Zoran Mamdani, who's a Democratic socialist, but as you know, President Trump calls him a communist, even though he is not and says he's not.
Yes. Yeah, it's a big night. But again, as I've said at the outset of these elections, these are Democrat states electing Democrat people to be their Democrat representatives in a Democrat-controlled government. This isn't necessarily news, although I think there's some really telling pieces of interesting information tonight. 51% of the people in Virginia just said they want someone to be their attorney general, the top law enforcement official, who said he wanted the Speaker of the House in Virginia to be murdered and Republican children to be murdered. Let that sink in about just how dark of a landscape that paints, number one. Number two, undoubtedly, I think this night
Virginia in the
shows that the
house.
Democrat Party is now the party of Mamdani. I think it's AOC. I think it's the entire left-wing base of what has been bubbling and roiling beneath the surface for quite some time now. I think they take control. And you see that, right, and you see that because Democrats like Chuck Schumer are terrified to vote for a continuing resolution until AOC says she's not going to run against him. They're terrified of that radical base. And also the issue of affordability. I think this is interesting because, as you know, prices for gas and groceries down under Donald Trump. Inflation is down under Donald Trump. Interest rates are coming down as well. The affordability issue is important in these states. New York and New Jersey have some of the highest state taxes on the planet. So they don't have anyone else to blame but themselves for high prices. And I'm going to be interested to see how.
Hold him up. I can't let him get away with that lie. And
Right.
why is he on here lying?
Right.
Nothing is down under Donald Trump.
Right.
So why is he
Hello.
telling this
I was
lie?
about to say, what
That's a
the
blatant
hell
lie.
is this man talking about?
And nobody is stopping him. Nobody is correcting him or anything. But the stats show you how much everything, or how everybody feel about the economy.
I was
So,
just about to say, so you basically saying that everybody, majority of the country, is just making stuff up like they don't.
like they don't go to the store.
Yeah, the
Right.
stats are all
And they ain't looking at their bank account, seeing how low it is.
right, because they're spending all their money on groceries.
Right.
At this point, groceries and just prices in general are so high that either most people can either afford to pay for groceries or they're going to pay rent or their mortgage. It's
It the
fucking
the prices are so high. Even the people that get food stamps are buying the generic brand. You know how the people that get
Right.
food stamps, they don't look at they
Right.
just
they just pick
they
out
looking at the brands
Baby, they in there calculating, looking at they doing like I be doing.
right, you
Everybody got
know
their calculator
exactly.
out there, adding it up, make sure they got enough when they get to the register.
Yeah.
But so how can you look at the state of America and you're gonna try to say that's the one that's in the court though. When he go home, he in the court, in my opinion.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, prices are probably down for him. He's probably somewhere living in a mansion, so
Exactly.
I'm sure he's probably not
not
looking at price
when
tag.
you ain't living paycheck to paycheck, it do look
Right.
like the economy is lower to you because
Yep.
you're looking at the fact that you're not gonna have to pay that many taxes next year. So of course everything is down for you because you're in the class.
Right.
Mamdani
Hell outta
decides
here
to
with all
tackle
of that.
considering he has made a lot of claims. I will say one last thing about him. The only thing authentic about Zoran Mamdani is that he is wildly inauthentic. He has been trying to be everything to everybody from the outset, and I'm going to be interested to see who holds his feet to the fire.
Actually, I'm going to let you. I'm going to let you.
It's
respond
working.
to that because
Sure it
what
is.
Hogan just laid out is the argument I think that you are going to hear from Republicans heading into the midterms, which will officially start tomorrow, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they have to be sweating it out after tonight. I don't know how any Republican is feeling
But
good
what,
about
to this argument that Hogan is making, the Democratic response should be what?
the argument about Mamdani being the face of
Yes,
the Democratic
yes.
Party. I mean, I think the answer is, and the people want it. I mean, the message has been the same for each one of these candidates. I mean, you take out this issue of socialism and this hyper focus on how to label Democrats, et cetera, et cetera. The point is, though, the message in each one of these races has been the same, which is, again, life is too expensive.
Get him.
The president came in, he said he's going to lower your costs. He's failed to do that on multiple different fronts.
Some groceries have gone up. There are a number of groceries that have gone up.
Oh, absolutely. Electricity bills have gone up. I mean, everything has gone up. I mean, the reality is, I don't care what the spin is. People are experiencing this in their everyday lives, me included. So the reality is these polls aren't lying. The votes don't lie either. You've had record turnout. A new coalition's been built tonight, all based on the fact that the Trump has produce a failed economy.
Let's just make the point that it is presented differently in each of these races. When you talk about affordability in the economy,
that's the key.
right? Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
Abigail Spanberger is not Zoe Mamdani, right? They're not running the same kind of campaign.
But the reality is that has been the problem with the Democratic Party, is that we find a cookie cutter issue and then we think and expect each candidate to present it the same. To Leanne's point, that's not how it works. It all has a ladder up to the same message, which is life is too expensive, but everybody communicates it differently based on their local base.
You look at the key groups too that drove this victory, this projected victory here for Zohran Mamdani. And it's interesting because we talked about, we're showing it up on screen here, people under 30, right? That's that age gap, the sort of generational piece of it that Steve's been talking about. Asian American voters, college grads, and listen, renters. Yeah. He said again and again, you're paying too much for your rent. The median rent in New York City is about $3,500, right now across the city. And so his point is it's too high.
I can't believe Cuomo didn't do better amongst the 45 and under bracket, because I think the picture you have of him is like from the 80s.
Okay. We'll have a graphics discussion later. We're clearly making a list.
I saw that picture. I was like, wait.
Look at him trying to change the conversation because he lied.
This conversation, as Chris and I have sat last year, talking about the economy, and 2 years before that, and the year before that too, is that there was this dynamic that happened, and I'm curious as to both of your thoughts on this. Last year, when the economy was obviously such a big issue for people, where the numbers were showing that those economic indicators were largely going in the right direction, and yet, and I was out there and I did a bunch of, talking to voters on the ground, people felt like the economy sucked. They felt like the economy wasn't working for them, despite what the numbers show. Here you are, and I hear you making the case that some of these economic indicators are good. By the way, gas is going down, right? The price of gas. Inflation has ticked down. The stock market has been hitting record highs, right? Like those things are true, and yet people don't feel it. They don't feel good about that. We talked so much about a vibe session over the course of the last year. And I just think it's interesting now that you're seeing people, choose a different direction in Virginia, in New Jersey, and in New York City, or in those two states on that.
Yeah, but like I said before, one of the most offensive things you can do as a candidate is try and tell the electorate what they are feeling and what they're experiencing isn't true. We just saw this in the last election when Democrats said, no, the border's closed. What are you talking about? No, you're not paying more for gas and groceries. No, what are you talking about? Crime isn't high. What do you mean? And we fixed all of those things.
Well, it worked this time, sir. Why you lying?
I guess I'm confused because the point is the voters tonight have spoken overwhelmingly with one voice, and they've all said the economy is horrible.
These are
abysmal.
These are interesting exercises.
She looked at me in the face and said,
these are all Democrat blue states. These are all Democrat blue states.
And we should note, as we're seeing also in these exit polls, that the economy is.
She said, so you're not about to tell us the sky is pink.
Exit poll.
Taxes, healthcare, all.
Let's pause this fantastic conversation. I want to head out to Sam Brock, who is back with us at the Mamdani headquarters. Sam, what are folks saying there? Are they celebrating already?
Oh, that's
it's interesting,
Mamdani.
Kristen, there was almost like a delayed reaction. NBC News called the race for Zohran Mamdani. And then about maybe 2 or 3 minutes later, all of a sudden there's just this huge wave of applause. And the room behind me is just filled up. It's packed. No insight as of this moment as to when we're going to hear from Zohran Mamdani. But look, if I told you 5 months ago, Kristen, 6 months ago, before the primary, that this 34-year-old, the youngest mayor in New York City, or he will be in more than 100 years, was going to be on this supernova rise, many people probably would have said you're crazy, partly because of the fact that his known quantity element was basically non-existent. He was polling at around 1%. You were talking about around the roundtable the idea that the Democratic Party in the 30 states that track registration has hemorrhaged Democratic voters.
Wait a minute. He tried to throw some shade at this man's picture. Talking about it's an old picture, but the man is only 34 years old. If they don't get this man off of NBC News,
that part.
So petty.
Right.
In the last election cycle, all 30 of them. What has Zoran Mamdani done beyond just the affordability messaging? He's pulled in people that either weren't part of the process or were not aligned with the Democrats in the last couple of election cycles. And I'm talking about first-generation immigrants, younger voters, educated voters, Southeast Asian, Muslim, some Jewish voters, people that felt disaffected from politics.
Minion, is that
there's this
music
great
gonna get
video
us
that
in
he's
trouble in the
posted online. He
background?
went to the Bronx right after the 2024 election, and he was talking
No,
to
I
people and
don't
just
think it
asking them
will.
how they felt about politics in general, and they just felt so disappointed in the state of affairs. None of them wanted to get involved. A year later, he comes
I think
back,
it's
and
because
some
of
of the
so
folks were
much
recognizing
interference
Mamdani,
over
giving him
the
high
music. We'll
fives,
be
and
fine.
saying how inspired they were by his messaging. So I know a second ago you were describing comments about whether or not people perceive him as authentic or inauthentic. When it comes to the empathy and the care about people, as he says, the human dignity component of being a democratic socialist, feeling that did resonate, right? He's approaching right now, and I haven't checked the latest numbers, it looks like on your screen around 50%. Okay, that was not where Zoran was for most of his campaign. Even the most optimistic polls generally had him at 46, 47, Cuomo in the mid to high 30s. So he might be overperforming here, or perhaps Sliwa is underperforming after Trump's endorsement. Either way, he's close to 50%. It is a new day and age in New York City because this is a democratic socialist platform, although let's be very clear, Mr. Mamdani has distanced himself from the national DSA on some issues, and it is going to be fascinating to see how they work through that dynamic. Because while he has absolutely talked about using wealth redistribution through taxation on wealthier New Yorkers, he has said, I'm not completely convinced I have to do that, especially if Governor Hochul isn't going to go along with it. The DSA platform at its core, part of that is about taxing wealthier Americans to provide services to others. We'll see how that plays out. As far as what he's actually proposed, the biggest linchpin is going to be his universal child care. It's got a $6 billion estimated price tag, Kristen, but so many Americans and New Yorkers have been paying tens of thousands of dollars worried about their families. Could be a game changer if he's able to pull it off.
You're absolutely right. You talk about the fact that he meets Americans where they are. That was one of the keys to former President Barack Obama's victory, who, of course, called him to offer to be a sounding board to him in the final days of this campaign. Sam Brock, fantastic reporting there. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Let's head back to Rahema, who is at the headquarters of Andrew Cuomo. Rahema, look, Andrew Cuomo thought perhaps that last-minute overnight endorsement by President Trump could help him peel away some of Curtis Sliwa's supporters. He did, in fact, but it just wasn't enough to get him over the finish line.
Him
He, by his
and
own acknowledgement,
Slima
was a flawed
together
candidate.
wouldn't have done nothing. Wouldn't have been enough.
That, and you should hear the music. I don't know if you can, but the song is Don't Go Breaking My Heart. The mood.
How did he feel that endorsement at the last moment was going to help him? In my opinion, it helped put you further, behind.
It helped Mondamni more than it helped him.
I was gonna
That
say, I
part.
feel that endorsement just honestly kicked him in the grave.
She said put him in the grave.
Yeah,
But
buried any
I feel
chances.
like they've been listening to us with our talking points. I meant to say that earlier in the show when we were talking about the things that the voters were voting on and upset about. It's like they just took the words right out of our mouths.
Yep, definitely
Exactly.
did.
Yeah. But I don't know. I mean, Cuomo is delusional at this point. If he thought that was going to help him, I don't know how he felt like that was going to be a help.
No, she.
He kind of him being as a mayor and going through what he
Huh?
went through. Him being a mayor and went through what he went through as a mayor, he kind of hurt himself as far as the election, but he didn't hurt himself as far as the Russian guy. The Russian guy, I don't know.
Yeah, but it didn't. See, the whole thing about it, I think what gives him hope is, Trump was able to get away with the same things, and
True.
in so many words, and it didn't hurt him. So I feel like some of these people feel like that they can, have the same type of track record. Not although they didn't do, things exactly the same, but it's in the same ball field, you know. And so I feel like, since Trump got away with it, he felt like he was going to be able to get away with it. And also, he had name recognition. His father was a mayor before, and
Mm-hmm.
he's been the governor before. Or his father the governor, or was he a mayor? Did they say governor or mayor?
His father was a governor.
His father was a governor. He was a governor, and now he wants to be the mayor. And this is a dig in him. This is total absolute shame for him
Well,
because he can't even because a
Como was a
governor
mayor
is more than a
already.
mayor,
Wait a
huh?
minute. Como was a mayor before.
No, he was the governor. Remember?
Oh, he was governor. Oh, that's right.
Yeah, he was the governor of when he fell from grace.
And now you're trying to be a mayor. You going
That's why I
down
said
the
so.
wrong.
This is definitely a slap in the face for him because he's already been hired.
Yeah. I remember when his brother was on trying to, cause his brother's the one that does.
Chris Cuomo on
Yeah,
the
they
new
on News
CNN
Nation
News.
now, or
Yeah, he came from CNN and went to News Nation
And he also has his own
after he fell.
podcast.
And that's the reason why he had to leave CNN because he was trying to help his brother out, on CNN,
mm-hmm,
and they fired him, and he had to go over there to News Nation.
mm-hmm.
And also he has his own podcast too.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, everybody got a podcast now, though. So
And they go into the general. I think he's coasting really to a place of 75, 80% support in the city to win with the huge mandate. And they say, let's go spend another $15 million. Let's go get more billionaire support. Let's go drag this through another primary. We see essentially the relitigation and
is
result
that
of
the
it all over
Republican?
again. But I do think that at the end of the day,
Yeah.
Zoran's win is
Oh
a huge
no.
mandate
No,
for
that's
him
somebody
and
else
in a
speaking.
hopefully an argument to a lot of Democrats that you can campaign on an aspirational vision and try to demonstrate that there are certain solution orientations, not just merely being opposed to Trump, that are very popular.
And how does Mr. Mamdani put his proposals into action? There will be a lot of pressure for him to show that these are realistic proposals because, as you know, Andrew Cuomo ran a campaign saying that he was offering pie in the sky proposals.
He ran it twice, Kristen, and he ran it with a bunch of billionaire backing. I mean, there was no Andrew Cuomo campaign without a bunch of billionaires, whether it's Bloomberg or Ackman or whomever else, spending a ton of money on the outside to try to damage the argument that Zoran Mamdani has both positive solutions that are addressing New Yorkers' needs. And I think one of the things that got lost in the fact that Zoran, when he's offering his ideas, whether it's fast and free buses or the municipal grocery stores or freezing the rent, or taxing the wealthy, that each of them is tied directly to mayoral authority, that he had looked at what are the possibilities that the mayor could enact some of these ideas. Obviously will require the support and assistance of others within the state, but they're not pie in the sky. They're just simply authorities that most prior mayors had not wanted to use. They did not want to take on the wealthy class, did not want to take real estate developers on. And here comes Zoran saying, you can and we will. And I think the integrity that he showed during the campaign should hopefully build confidence in people that he will do it. He will build more support and he will be able to accomplish many of the things he talked about.
Hey, Faz, it's Hallie. Good to see you, and thanks for being on. So when you talk about stepping back and pulling back out of just New York for a second here, when you look at Mamdani and this victory that's projected by NBC News, you look at, for example, first-time voters. 17% based on the exit polls of the electorate in New York City said they were voting for the very first time. And of those first-time voters, you can see it here on screen, 6 in 10 went for Mamdani, right? So he was able to pull out a lot of these, not just pull out first-time voters, but get them to break for him. With that data point, with the other data points that we've seen on affordability, on the messaging here, is there, and I think this is risky, right? Is there a lesson that Democrats can learn more broadly beyond New York City? Because New York City, people who live in New York City will tell you it's a real special place, right? And so how do you think about that as you're looking ahead to next year?
Allie, one of the ways you might want to think about, and we all should think about what happened tonight in New York City, is it turned out to be a primary within the Democratic Party. And it gives you a sense of where are Democratic voters when given choices, in my view, a choice of a corrupt kind of pro-billionaire establishment candidate in Andrew Cuomo, and then somebody who's offering bold, new, positive solutions that energize, to your point of the graphic, new voters and excite people about a type of politics. And what we've been told for a long period of time is that kind of exciting kind of politics doesn't sell well, it's naive, it's pie in the sky. Obviously, lots of billions are spent to try to send that message. And yet, mandate of majorities of Democrats, strong majorities of Democrats saying, that's it. Give me more of that kind of politics. And I think if you're in a different part of the country, whether Nebraska or California or Arizona, I hope you're taking away, let's be aspirational with specific, concrete, affirmative visions to address cost of living. It doesn't have to be exactly what Mamdani did in New York. It has to be some vision that tries to aspire to the same specific objectives of giving people concreteness about the ways we can address their problems.
Faz, we have about a minute left here. President Trump has threatened to cut federal funding to New York. What are the implications of that? Would that complicate Mr. Mamdani, Mayor-elect Mamdani's tenure?
There is, for now Mayor-elect Mamdani, I think some lessons to learn from Trump, which are that every day President Trump comes in with a ball of fire and it's a whirlwind of action. You know this better than most, Kristen. Just every day there's 4, 5, 6 things that this administration is doing, and it keeps you off kilter. And I think there's a way to do this in a positive, affirmative way. If you're Zohran Mamdani, you don't get sucked into the places where Donald Trump wants to be, troll you and say you're going to react to everything he does. Stay on your front foot and be a positive, action-oriented Democrat who shows that we can do things on housing. We can do things on setting up grocery stores. I think you could think culturally, standing up compelling musical concerts in Central Park, be community-oriented, make this a place of a destination again that international travelers want to come to. Tell people New York is open for business, please come back. So many people have decided not to come to New York City because of the tariffs and all of the immigration actions. I think he can send a different message.
Faz Shakur, thank you so much for joining us. We do want to go to Mikey Sherrill's headquarters, where the governor-elect of New Jersey is about to address her supporters who are cheering and celebrating her victory over Jack Ciattarelli. The third time Ciattarelli has run and made a play for the governorship. Tonight was Mikey Sherrill's night. She ran on a
Ciattarelli
message of
need to go to the House. What y'all think?
a message of bringing down people's property taxes.
You say what?
Ciattarelli need to go to the House if this is his third time running and he can't win.
Oh yeah, he need to hang
This
it
is
up.
this is a whole new race. She just won this race in New
Oh,
Jersey.
girl, not y'all. Hold on. Why Jed and his mama on live right now? I just thought I'd throw that out.
Oh no! I thought we was doing elections.
We gonna talk-
Yeah, we don't care.
We'll circle back on another day. You know,
But
Look,
I
let
just
me
saw
go
that.
turn her up.
the demons are always gonna be demoning.
Lord. All right.
I've fought for you. I've spoken with thousands of you over this last year. I know your struggles. I know your hopes. I know your dreams. So serving you is worth any tough fight I have to take on, and I am incredibly honored to be your next governor. When I was 18, I raised my hand and I swore to defend the Constitution. And that moment defines me. It taught me that leadership means carrying the weight of other people's hopes, standing firm when it's easier to bend, and always putting the common good above personal gain. And I know how hard it can be to serve in these times. And I just got a call from Jack Ciattarelli, and I want to recognize him for stepping up. And all of you know, I love our history, and our state motto has always stuck with me. In 1777, New Jersey was one of the first states to choose a motto. Anybody? Liberty and prosperity. I'm going to get some more civics education going. We'll get that known by all. But it was a demand for freedom from oppression and a commitment to creating better opportunity and a better future. That idea has defined us for almost 250 years. We fought for liberty at the crossroads of the American Revolution, turning the tide for our young nation at the battles of Trenton and Princeton. We offered prosperity as we built the nation during the Industrial Revolution. We've been the cradle of scientific discovery, inventing everything from the light bulb to the laser. Liberty and prosperity. I've seen the genius in that motto over the last year because both are essential in our democracy. And as the president is backing away from this ideal, cutting SNAP, ripping away health care, terminating Gateway, we here in New Jersey are bound to fight for a different future for our children. We see how clearly important liberty is. We know that no one in our great state is safe when our neighbors are targeted, ignoring the law and the Constitution. But prosperity is equally essential. Liberty alone is not enough if the government makes it impossible for you to feed your family, to get a good education, or to get a good job. So in this country, that shouldn't be too much to ask. But right now, all of it seems at risk. Governors have never mattered more. And in this state, I am determined to build prosperity for all of our citizens. And I've heard from thousands of you about what liberty and prosperity mean to you, what it's going to take for your family to thrive. So I hear you, Newark. I'm going to work with communities from the ground up so all of our neighbors thrive. I hear you, Sham, so I'm going to declare a state of emergency.
So we got New Jersey, Virginia, and New York. Bam!
I hear you, Westfield,
Yes,
so I'm
we
going to make
just,
sure our kids are safe
clean
online
sweep.
and schools have the resources.
Yeah, now we just waiting on California with a Prop 50 to see if we can get that. And I think that's going to win. Nancy Pelosi said that they was going to win that today, so I believe Nancy. She looked at the internal polling.
Ensuring people
Yeah.
are safe, healthy, educated, and free to pursue their dreams. I hear you, New Jersey. Good government doesn't just manage problems, it solves them. So I'm going to continue to listen and work with you to move our state forward because I have learned so much as I've traveled our state. Our innovations, our businesses, our inventors and entrepreneurs have amazed me, but it's the people that have left the biggest mark, especially those who are fighting for prosperity for their entire communities. I was moved during my block walk in Trenton with Shanique as she spoke so passionately about the promise of her city and her neighbors despite the challenges. I love the group of young men from Monroe who've been hard at work on this campaign. They want a seat at the table and they're ready to fight for their future. The little girls who come up to me to say that they're going to be a governor or they're going to be a president. It reminds me of my own belief that anything was possible. Akeem's team, who worked their butts off, knocked over 60,000 doors.
Is she married? Or is it her girlfriend back there?
I don't
He
know.
told me these are not the kids who will succeed in Trump's vision of this country, but they will in mine. The men and women in labor. Union jobs at a time when our economy is set up to make it harder and harder for working people. You know what? They don't just fight for their brothers and sisters in labor, they fight for all of us. For working families everywhere, so everyone has
That's
a
why the
shot.
president
So
shouldn't be
thank
trying
you.
to
Thank you to
put
each and every
them
person
against
here
us.
tonight and across the state who's worked hard over the last year. Thanks to the thousands of volunteers who made millions of calls, texts, and canvases. To everyone who's ready to stand and demand a better future for our kids and our families. To my running mate, Dr. Dale Caldwell. You've already served our state so well, and I'm proud to have you by my side as we embark upon this new chapter for New Jersey. To my team, who put together a campaign the likes of this state has never seen, and helped in our efforts to create a great...
You have been listening to Governor-elect of New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill, deliver her victory speech. Hallie focused on her platform of the economy, affordability, making New Jersey safer, bringing property taxes down. This is a former Navy helicopter pilot. She's a former prosecutor. She's a member of Congress.
Former roommate of
That's
Abigail
right.
Spanberger.
Former roommate of Abigail Spanberger. And tonight, both of them making history.
That's right. That's right. Both
Ain't that crazy?
governors
That is
elect in their
absolutely crazy. I was
respective
just
states,
about to
if you
speak on
will.
that.
And let
We
me go
see
back to that conversation.
two very influential Democratic females who were former roommates, both
Yeah,
win
I didn't know that.
governor of of two different states. And I should have known that because I just looked her up, and she does have a husband. His name is Jason Cheryl.
Okay.
And she is also from Alexandria, from Virginia. So it makes sense that her and Abigail Spanberger have known each other at some point.
Well,
That's
the
amazing.
lieutenant governor won also. What's her name? Gonzala something?
The women for the win for tonight, huh?
Baby, it's gonna be some new sheriffs in
Yes,
there.
Okay.
the new sheriffs have arrived.
Wow, it's turning pink and blue.
That part.
Uh, what's up, Javar?
All at
Thank
the
you for
same
being here with
time.
us tonight. That is funny. All right. Well,
And the
I
orange man
mean,
over there, the orange man in the White House doing backflips.
I don't know if he doing back. I don't know if he doing backflips with his old decrepit that body. You know, it's wearing out. So
Now Obama and Biden doing them though.
okay. Well, maybe not Biden. Obama definitely still can though.
And Nancy Pelosi too. They
She
did
doing
one on a special
cartwheels.
occasion.
High kicks. All right. Well, what are you guys thinking? If you're still here with us, are you guys happy that the Democrats took what appears to be a clean sweep for the night, for this election? How do you guys feel? Do we have Republicans in here that are upset? What's going on? Are you crying? Are you in a fetal position? What's going on? Let us know in the chat. If y'all are still in here. But I mean, as far as what I'm seeing, it looks like we pretty much we look good for the night.
I'm happy.
I'm happy.
Yippee yay! MF.
Do y'all think that Zoran Mamdani is going to be able to get the health care passed for all the children in New York?
We'll
Hmm.
see.
$6 billion.
I'm
Well, you
hoping so. Oh, go ahead.
no, you go ahead. No, I've been talking all night.
No, you're good. I'm hoping he will. I don't want to say for sure yes or no because there's always that it may not happen, but I'm pretty positive. I hope so because it would honestly be something very historic for him, and it also just for for parents too as well.
Well, I will say that I mean it's obviously a popular he is a popular whatever his policies that he was campaigning on were popular, and so it probably would be in their best interest to try to work with him. I don't know, if they'll be able to get to the every child in New York City, but we're
Listen, we need.
hopeful.
Yeah, I think y'all need to look at the bigger picture. He's in New York City. Did you hear what they said? What he said about him a while ago, when they was explaining his vision. They said that it is money in the city to spend where he want to spend it. It's all about how you
Allocated, right?
how you allocate the funds. Every mayor have a budget that they can work with it. So keep that in mind. And most of the time, the mayor get their way, whether they're a good mayor, i.e., Tiffany, or a crooked mayor, i.e., Tiffany.
Right.
The mayor have certain the
Well,
mayor have
also,
certain powers, and he got a lot of money to work with New York. So I feel like he can get that done.
Mayor, what's his name? Edwards. What's his name? The black one, the black mayor, the one that just from New York.
The one that just left,
Eric Adams. That's what I
Eric
meant.
Adams.
Eric
Oh, okay.
Adams. Yeah, he was pretty corrupt too, from what I've seen. He was involved with that bling bling bishop. So
Yeah, yeah, and then he got indicted, endorsed Trump. Started being on Trump's side, and that's how he was able to wiggle his way out of trouble.
hmm
Well, I don't think he's going to have any pushback because you got to remember, um, a lot of people remember they kicked Trump out of New York, told him he couldn't come back to New York. Um, they took down Trump the name off the most of the hotels there. You know,
So he
Trump.
wasn't popular anyway.
So Trump
No,
kind of hurt himself with that. So I don't think gonna get too much pushback because I think a lot of the Republicans have started going, well, not going Democrat, but supporting Democrats because they were tired of the way the city was going and they're trying to get it back to where it was.
yeah, because they all mayors have a budget that they can spend, and they have money that they can allocate to different places, and he has the power to do it. It's all about is if they're going to do it or not. They all come in there and do what they want to do,
Look at
or
him. He looks so.
yeah, let's see what he's saying. But I feel like he'll be able to get it done.
As you turn your sights toward the midterms.
There are always lessons to be learned in campaigns, especially when you lose them. What could you have done differently? Listen, I don't know how strong that coalition was for other people. I know how strong it is and was for Donald Trump.
So is that the key?
So I think Trump being on the ballot obviously drives turnout. And I'll tell you, I have long said if
For the opponent.
the RNC, the NRCC, and all these Republican
It
groups
did drive turnout.
don't work to capitalize on what Donald Trump was able to accomplish by himself, it's going to be very difficult moving forward because no one is able to turn out voters on the Republican side and, quite frankly, somewhat on the Democrat side as Donald Trump is. And when he's not on the ballot, you see a way different margin of turnout in across all of these demographics. So the why,
He's not on the ballot now.
I think it's
and
important.
this was the highest
but
turnout
Donald
since
Trump not being at the top, I think it
1969.
matters.
Can I just ask a question, though, as we're talking about the Republican messaging here? Because I'm thinking back to a conversation that I had, was it today? Actually, very recently, right, about these races here. And I had a smart Republican, very involved in Republican politics, whose name was not Hogan Gidley. Say, listen, if this is, in fact, if these are smashes by Democrats, if we are seeing like big, muscular victories by Democrats, if Jay Jones, wins the Attorney General race in Virginia, like if this is a huge, big night for Democrats, which by all accounts, it's shaping up to be that way, then perhaps, and if these affordability, economics, cost of living messages were effective, then perhaps President Trump would need to think about pivoting how he is talking about the economy, would need to be pivoting his own messaging on the economy. And I wonder, do you agree with that? Do you think this is something that the White House
step in here for a sec? I have some reporting from a couple days ago that I reported talking to someone close to the White House that the White House is planning to repivot on the economy toward the end of the year, beginning of the year, really focusing on these cost issues. They're extremely confident that next year the economy is going to turn around. They're going to get some of these costs under control. We'll see how that plays out, but the White House is aware of this.
Yeah.
And these plans are supposed to come about food, potentially even healthcare, even though we all know that's a meme now since it's been 10 years. But also, there's the question of energy prices, home energy prices. We know that gas prices are low, but home energy prices have skyrocketed. And then there's the housing issue, too. And so, you know, one of the things about the Donald Trump of it all and all of this, when you compare it to someone like Jay Jones, who did have a scandal with these text messages, you know, one Republican texted me to say, maybe we all need to recalibrate how much people are willing to be okay with, considering what is acceptable to voters these days and who they still elect, regardless of what is in their background.
And I will say the last poll I saw showed 67% of Americans did not know that the largest tax cut in history was in the one big beautiful bill.
2/3 of Americans also say President Trump is failing them.
If they don't know that, that's going to be a problem for a lot of reasons. And of course, I think the White House is keenly aware of this. If anyone is in tune with the American people, it's been Donald Trump, and I expect them to recalibrate and message this much differently in the new year.
Ashley, very, very quickly, could we see what happened tonight? Push Republicans, push Democrats to the table to end the government shutdown?
I mean, that's my question right now. I think that's a solid, fair question. I think Democrats are definitely going to try to use this to their advantage to make the point to Donald Trump and the Republican Party, you lost big, not just among Democrats, but among independents. That coalition that Trump built, it's now weakened. It's now bottomed out. And so I think they're going to use that as much as they can to gain leverage on the president. But I've also said that he's the outlier. I'm not so sure that he wants to open up the government again. He continues to weaponize the shutdown. Even just today, he's going to defy the courts and say that he's not going to feed 42 million people and 16 million kids that are on SNAP benefits. So I think Democrats are going to use it, but the question is how Trump's going to respond to it.
Hogan, the fact that a majority of Americans are pointing the finger at Republicans, blaming them for the shutdown, is tonight one more data point? And could they wind up giving some concessions? Do you anticipate there will be some concessions?
There are some conversations going on Capitol Hill, as you've talked about and reported as well, on the Senate side for sure. I don't know what Republicans will do with the Freedom Caucus and other things. A lot of plans, though, I think will be kicked around in the next 24 hours, and you're going to hear a lot of movement.
All right, guys, I want to pause this for one moment. I want to go out to Sam Brock, who is at the headquarters of Zohran Mamdani. And Sam, you are joined by Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, one of the biggest names to endorse Zohran Mamdani. What is the Congresswoman saying? What's her reaction tonight?
For sure. So let's start right there. Congresswoman, thank you so much. Kristen just said you were one of the biggest names to step out and to support Zohran early on in his political career. First of all, he becomes the youngest mayor in 100 years plus in New York. Are you surprised by the reality of the situation?
You know, I have to say that I'm not. I think that people across this country are really hungry for public servants that are going to put them first, for public servants that answer to them above special interests and who are laser focused on making life affordable for everyone.
We spoke with a member of the National DSA, Kareem El-Rafai, who said it's not radical to expect people to have a roof over their head and to be able to pay for groceries. This doesn't sound like a transformational idea, and yet it is connected with so many people. What do you think Mr. Mamdani's ability was to sort of relay that message, and why is it developed in a city like New York?
Well, I think it speaks to how far everyday people have been pushed in this economy and in this environment. We have record high levels of young people that are unemployed, of people who are unemployed who are being paid very low wages and can't afford life. And so I think people are receptive to a new path and a new story, and I think Zohran Mamdani really spoke to that and organized for it.
Congresswoman, it's no secret the Democratic Party has struggled in recent years to attract voters, whether it's first-generation immigrants, younger voters, educated Asian voters. I mean, these broader coalitions that we've seen attracted to Mr. Mamdani's campaign. How does that potentially provide a blueprint for other Democratic candidates?
Well, I think what we're seeing in tonight's results and in many of the communities that turned out for Zohran Mamdani tonight were many of the same communities that Donald Trump won against Democrats in November. And so this shows that there is more than one path to win and persuade independents and Trump voters. And it's not just by running in a more conservative fashion, but it can also be through a different and new message.
It's so interesting to hear you compare it to Trump in that sense, right? That brand of populism almost inverted. Do you see parallels between the bases of what drove out voters for Trump back in 2016 and what we're witnessing right now?
Well, I think we are laser focused on the working class. We don't take voters for granted. We don't take Latinos. We don't take young people. We don't take many of the communities that are historically taken for granted in our political system.
The bar is now high, right? Because he has promised voters he's going to work on free buses and rent freezes and universal child care, which we know is the most expensive part of that platform and would likely require the cooperation of the New York State legislature to raise tax revenues. How high is the bar, I guess? Do you see that becoming something that will manifest?
I think people are mobilized by this vision. And what is so important is that I think New Yorkers are pragmatic. I think New Yorkers are practical. I don't think they expect that we're going to come in on January 1st and press a button. But I do think that New Yorkers are very motivated to vote for someone who has those goals and wants to move in that direction, as opposed to no direction at all.
Well, so that's another thing that Mamdani has said is there wasn't an affirmative message for Democrats. What's the takeaway, right? People around the country are looking at this race and saying a Democratic socialist just won office. Sure, that could work in New York City. It's never going to work in other places around the country. To them, you say what?
Well, I have to say, so I'm a millennial. I'm 36 years old. And people my age, my first election was for Barack Obama when I was 18 years old. And we've been hearing Democrats be called socialists our entire voting lives.
Ain't that crazy?
I think that as time goes
18
on,
years ago.
this is not a threat that is really
And it seemed like it was just a few. It don't even seem like it was that long ago.
It doesn't even seem like it was 5 years ago, to be honest.
Right.
And let me just say this. I don't know why they keep calling these socialist plans when it's what every American wants. Universal daycare. This is what he proposed. He proposed, or just some great proposals. Friends in the rent.
Let me mute this real quick.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
He said he's going to freeze the rent. And do rent control. He's going to do $30 minimum wage, free buses, government-run grocery stores, and he's going to subsidize the stores for $140 million a year, so that the prices can be low, so that people can, afford the groceries. And then he's going to do a $5 billion corporate tax to pay for everything. I don't see nothing on that that's not attainable. I don't see nothing socialist about that. And what I see is American tax dollars being spent on Americans versus a very small a handful of Americans, i.e.,
The richest of the rich, right?
the richest of the rich. Yeah.
Exactly. I totally agree. I mean, the big beautiful bill, I mean, no one's talking about the fact that the big beautiful bill is going to put the United States in a 4 trillion, maybe more uh dollar deficit. I mean, and I didn't say 4 billion, that's trillion. So, I don't see why we wouldn't be able to get this accomplished if we're able to put forth tax breaks for billionaires that would put our entire economy, in a $4 trillion deficit. So,
And the Republicans love to talk about the budget and the deficit and all of that. And you're right. You haven't heard them say a word about the deficit none this year.
yeah, so I don't think those policies would be unattainable. And I think that is what every American would want. Who wouldn't want to have free daycare and child care for their children? No,
I
I would rather pay.
I think there's nobody who's gonna say no to that.
I mean, the thing is, of course, because you do have the private sector and the public sector when it comes to education as well. Do you feel like the quality would go down with it being government ran?
See, that's the problem too, yes, because then there's going to be more regulations on what you can and can't do in these daycares, what you can teach them, what you can't do. It does kind of like water it down in that factor when most people pick daycares based on their own preferences of what they want for their child, whether that's a Christian daycare that's having Bible study and teaching them the gospel and teaching them scriptures and teaching them the Bible and the way of God. And then you have other daycares, which are just more of a modernized daycare that's not really affiliated with any religion. So those are those factors too.
And then you have the black daycares that play trap music and have the kids shooting dice
Yes.
and play
You so
playing
stupid. I hate you.
spades.
I hate you. You make me so sick.
All right.
I mean,
But
I
I,
believe in
I feel
having.
like personally, I think it's going to help because
I mean,
some of the struggling daycares that don't have the funds to do the things that they want to do, i.e., field trips and just different, just even having more activities for the kids inside the classroom. Yes, there are going to be guidelines because anytime the government get involved, you have guidelines and bylaws that you have to follow. So some people it's going to help, and some people are going to be mad about it because they're like Lizzie said, they're entrepreneurs. They have their own daycare and they run it the way that they want to run it within guidelines of the city.
mhm. And I think that too. Like, yeah, they want to. Some people are gonna. It's always gonna be
But I
a
mean, I
good.
guess if you can afford to have a private daycare now, it doesn't mean that you can't just pay for private daycare when the government daycare is available to you as well.
Yeah, because I'm thinking they just, infuse money into the systems that's already in play. And
Hmm.
just like he said, he's just going to subsidize it. So that means they'll just get a little bit more funding than what they're, um, kind of like, I don't know if you ever heard of it, but it's CCMS where you get discounted daycare because the government helped fund it for your baby to
Right.
go to
Yeah,
daycare.
I heard of
But
it.
that's the
So
reason why I always that's my concern is because if you're getting free money that you really don't have to produce quality results to
no, it
get.
worked. No, it worked out well because my nephews and nieces and stuff was in that program. And like I said, it's just regular daycare. It's just like Section 8. If you own a home,
Like Head
you
Start.
or Head Start, it's let me just give this the Section 8 analogy because it's more in tune with that. And the reason why I say that is because if you own a home right now here in Texas, you have the option to put your home on Section 8 or not if you're not living in that home. In that
Hmm.
home, the only thing you have to do is just, make it where, and you used to, you with the field that you had, Minion, what the inspection is, when you have to inspect a house, and you just have to go
Right.
by those guidelines. So I feel like the daycares, it's not going to be too much more red tape than what they have now. It's all a matter if that daycare want to participate in that program or not. It's the way I feel that it will be.
I guess that's true too.
It'll be a
If they
choice they
have
won't be made to.
regulations,
Mhm.
if they have the regulations in place and at the end of the day the facility has to meet certain requirements, yeah, you're right, it may work.
Yeah, and they already got their facility anyway, so I don't think they're going to come in there and just try to tell them how to run it, but just let them know you have to have like the ratio have to be up to date. And when I say ratio, like right now, if you have a private daycare and you're supposed to be following the law, well, you're really going to have to follow the law with the kids because, say for instance, they want 5 to 1. That means one staff to 5 kids.
Hmm.
And so that's what I mean when I say ratio. So you got to make sure you dot those I's and cross those T's. Right now, they may be getting away with it with maybe 6 or 7 kids to one person. And so that would no longer be once the government get involved with it.
Right, right. But then at the same time, you never know with these companies because these people still get away with some crazy stuff.
Mm-hmm. But it just means that state is gonna come in.
I mean, but like I said, I guess it's not really going to change anything because the risks that you face are still going to be there, whether or not it's subsidized or not. You just have to
Basically.
kind of vet the place out yourself.
Yeah, so you do that in the beginning anyway because it's your most precious cargo, which is your kids. So you're going to do that anyway when you're searching for a daycare. It's just the fact that right now, people that's taking their kids to daycare, you heard what they said the cost was. When I was in Dallas, this one couple told me that they were expected to pay $800 per week.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. A week
They are
exactly.
expensive,
Per
yes.
week, not month, but week.
No, yeah, it's definitely a very, very, very expensive. With healthcare, they offer spending accounts just for their employees to be able to afford daycare. So it's
Yeah,
it's
it's crazy.
crazy.
That's
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah. I've heard of that. That the healthcare savings was the was the FSAs and HSAs
Hmm.
now include daycare, and that's crazy. That's honestly insane. That daycare has been incorporated with your health expenses.
It's just that expensive. They already know. Well, what's going on now? Let's. You are you playing? Let me unmute it.
Have the weight that results do have.
Can I ask you, because that's an important point, what does it mean to be a democratic socialist? Because I realize there are so many nuances with the national organization and the local chapters and who they'll endorse and who they won't endorse and what issues are driving those decisions. What do you see as the definition of a democratic socialist?
I mean, to me, it's this radical idea that working people have economic rights. And when you read the Constitution of this country, we have beautiful, incredible freedoms of speech, and we have so many liberties and due processes. But should we not also have the right to housing, the right to a livable wage, the right to attempt to provide health care and child care to the best that we are able and capable of providing in this country?
I would add the right to stay in communities where you've lived for years.
That's
because
right.
The expectation now is that President Trump has sort of forecast what he's going to do in New York City as it concerns potentially National Guard troops, more ICE raids. How do you see this playing out in the months ahead?
Well, we know that President Trump operates through threats. He operates through criminality. He has been convicted on 34 different criminal counts of felony.
And people don't
The Supreme
highlight
Court
that
has
enough.
essentially authorized through their rulings his ability to commit crimes in office. And so we know that he will step outside the bounds of what is acceptable to society. But I think that our choice is, are we going to respond with fear, or are we going to respond with unity and courage?
What does that look like? I know he said he's going to be withholding funds from New York City, which I'm not even clear if he has the constitutional authority.
It look like tonight
to do
elect
that.
our
So
Democrats.
What does the resistance look like under the administration?
I mean, of course, President Trump doesn't have the authority, but that's not something that he really cares about. But let's just say that New York City is not a place that gets pushed around, and that we have our own cards up our sleeve as well.
Hello.
What is your lasting message?
Hello.
We look around and we see how many hundreds of people are here right now, but millions that are watching around the country.
Let Trump
what are
know.
the takeaways from Zohran Mamdani's ascendance from someone no one had heard of as of about January to winning the primary and now the next mayor of New York?
That as dark as this time is, as challenging as this moment can be, anything is still possible in America.
We appreciate your enthusiasm and your optimism and your time. Thank you so much, Congresswoman. It was great to talk with you. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kristen, I'm going to send it back to you. And of course, I think, again, the working class themes here, right? The Congresswoman really sort of drilled upon that. These aren't crazy ideas necessarily to provide people with a base level of services, making them actionable in cities where there might be resistance, and what the cost structure of that is going to look like is very much at the heart of conversations right now around the country. But it was interesting very much to hear her take.
Well, Sam, it was also interesting when she said that we've been called socialists our entire lives. She said she's a millennial, too. They are used to this. It doesn't pack the same punch that it used to. It was a fantastic conversation, Sam Brock. Thank you so much for bringing that to us. We really appreciate it. I want to get reaction here at the table. Hogan, let me start with you because you heard her lay out the argument about affordability, but also the argument about reaching voters. She said we didn't take any voters for granted. And I'm a millennial. I've been called a socialist my whole life. That doesn't scare us, basically.
Yeah, I think one of the things when Biden was in office and they was passing that big bill they were trying to do, I know that we were calling it a socialist bill. Polling didn't move the needle on that topic or that title at all because no one really cared about the socialism. You had big government socialism, and everybody freaked out and the thing went into an 80% negative. What you just saw and what you just witnessed is the front runner, I believe, for 2028 on
Polls
Democrat
don't
side
necessarily bear that up right now. But
for president. I am telling you, she is as charismatic as anybody else in that party. And she, just going to her tonight, proves to me this is the party of Mamdani. It is the party of AOC. They are the ones leading the torch. And you see people like Bernie Sanders doing interviews with her, kind of giving her the go-ahead to be that person on their side. So I expect to see a whole lot more of her. Her messaging is something that I think resonates with the Democrat base. I, for one, think it's a disaster, but I also want more of it. I want her to keep going.
Actually, is this the party of Mamdani and AOC? Does Hogan have a point? And do you see her? I mean, she's obviously gotten a lot of buzz. Could she be a Senate candidate? Could she be a presidential candidate?
No, I wouldn't say the Democratic Party belongs to any one particular candidate or elected official. I don't believe that. I think what AOC's been saying is a consistent message she's saying since she showed up on the scene, which is that, again, life is unaffordable for too many people. And that is the part that's resonating. But each one of these candidates, run to their local districts or to their local state.
Right.
You look at somebody like Spanberger. Spanberger is not anywhere close to AOC. And so one could argue, as well as she performed tonight, it could be a Spanberger party. I mean, like, why wouldn't it be?
Exactly.
So I just think that,
I like
as
this lady.
diverse as it is, the
I
question,
like this
though,
lady.
I think where Republicans are going to have to start examining is why did they lose those Latino voters in those counties? Is it the immigration issue? Is it the deportation? I mean, they've got to start to unpack why they're losing that coalition.
Well, Hallie,
And the fact that they wear red is killing me.
From President Trump.
Don't you set me up with hot reporting. It's a truth social.
It's a truth
I'm going to be honest about that.
He's got his own take.
He has an answer to that.
He has an answer to that question.
He has his thoughts on this. The president has posted online now, to your point here, Chris.
Right on the blue wave, baby.
And he thinks that the president has suggested there's two reasons, Ashley, to your point, as to why Republicans didn't do better. Number one, because his name was not on the ballot. And number two, because of the government shutdown. And so, that as I think insight into where the president's head is at here, he was not on the ballot. And I understand the president's always on the ballot. Physically, his name is not on the ballot. This isn't a presidential year. And this has been exactly to the point that we're talking about here. If his name is not on the ballot, what happens to that quote-unquote Trump coalition, those first-time voters, those independents, et cetera? Because to all the discussion here around what is the brand of the Democratic Party, I'm struck by something that our darling friend Steve Kornacki said just a couple days ago when that new NBC News poll came out, this sort of under-the-radar thing that he was watching, which was about what our poll showed on the Democratic brand. Only about a third of Democrats view socialism favorably. Now, fewer view it negatively than they did last year, but 35% is not, an overwhelming majority of the party that views socialism favorably. So I just think this is all sort of part and parcel of the context. And can I be sort of like, whatever for a second? I think this goes back to the point that we've all been making, which is like maybe there's not one crystal clear takeaway from tonight, right? Like maybe nuance exists.
And there's a lot of nuance. I think you're right about that.
Well, that's kind of the overarching question that I have, and that is, everyone talked about the political realignment that has been happening over the past few years under Donald Trump that was crystallized in the 2024 elections. So what happened to that political realignment? Is it not a permanent realignment? Do all those Democratic autopsies that started coming out last week that are going to start continue to come out over the next few weeks about the last election in 2024, do those mean anything? Do they throw those out the door? Or have they figured out what the path is, and that's just affordability, don't talk about cultural
All
issues,
these last 8
healthcare, the
months
things that
have
they think that they
changed
can win on
everything.
in this current environment. But, the Trump voter is the one that mystifies Republicans and Democrats, because Republicans need them to come out when Trump's name is not on the ballot.
Yep.
And Republicans haven't been able to figure out how to get them to the polls when his name is not.
It's a really important point. I do want to head out to NBC's Julie Sirkin, who joins us from the Chitterelli headquarters, where, Julie, you actually have some reporting about what people are starting to say about the campaign that was run by Jack Chitterelli. What are your
This
sources
crowd
telling
ain't that loud, is they? Ain't no music.
Yeah, well, all night long, people have been crowding around our little screen here because there was no other monitor in this room. One woman told me it's
Right,
because
nobody
they
else
know that he's
cares.
not doing well right after the polls closed at
They were
8
the only
o'clock. I was struck by
people
a
there.
conversation I had with a voter yesterday. But first, let me tell you what I got from the room today. And that is I spoke to a couple of voters who voted for President Trump, who said that they are not hot on the job that he's been doing. And they told me that they think Chitterelli has been doing a good job walking a line between his support of the president, of course, trying to ride his coattails, if you will, of the margins that the
Even
president was able to
Republicans
eat
don't
into
like
in
what
New
he's
Jersey
doing.
in November, but at the same time, realizing that Mikey Sherrill, his Democratic opponent and now the governor-elect, made all of her campaign, almost all of it, all of her ads were about painting Chitterelli as very closely tied to Trump, as being ultra MAGA. And that voter here tonight told me that that seemed to work in Sherrill's favor. Yesterday, I was struck by a woman I spoke to in Passaic County, a Latino voter who voted for President Trump in November. She told me almost instantly did she regret her vote, as did most of the people that she knows. Why? Because of immigration, because of those deportations, the ICE raids. And that is the community that Chitterelli needed to turn out for him today. The numbers I'm just struck by. This race was not close at all, as we've been talking about, and the turnout for Chitterelli was not there. Perhaps they were less excited to come out and vote for him than they were excited about his opponent, Mikey Sherrill. But all in all here, I think there's a takeaway from voters that perhaps his alignment to the president, even if he tried to distance himself yesterday, including in our interview, didn't work in his favor. Kristen?
Great reporting. Julie Sirkin, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. From the headquarters of Jack Chitterelli, I do want to go back now to NBC News Chief Data Analyst Steve Kornacki, who's been following all of the key races tonight. Steve, I've been texting with some of my sources who make the point this is a big night for Democrats, not just because they're sweeping these races, but because of what we've been talking about, the margins.
The margins, yeah, and I think we were talking a few minutes ago in New Jersey about these voters who were available to Republicans like Jack Chitterelli when Trump wasn't president, and clearly are not now that Trump is back as president. And I think you look ahead to 2026, and I understand, that these are blue states, but there's going to be congressional districts that are up in 2026, competitive districts, Republican districts that Democrats are trying to flip. And I think that type of voter looms large.
They definitely trying to give him an off ramp. Oh, it's because he wasn't on the ballot. That's the
Right.
reason why they won.
No. If he
Nah.
was on the ballot, they would have came out in overwhelming numbers again for the opponent, because nothing that Trump is doing is popular to not even his own party. So
It's true. You're right. I absolutely agree.
he's destroying the
So up the cap.
Constitution. Right. It's like the Republicans are okay with being Republican, but they don't want you to destroy the Constitution. They don't want you to deploy military, the military who's supposed to be here to serve and protect us against us. And then we still have to foot the bill.
And they
This
want
is
to eat.
and they want to eat. They want to be able to afford housing. They want to be able to again afford daycare. These are just basic things. It's not partisan. It's just
The farmers want to sell their seed. They want to sell their crops.
right. And if you think about it, we really should be trying to do a better job of taking care of these hard workers. You know what I'm saying? Like the people
Yeah.
that do all this manual labor versus
Yes.
the people at the top who don't do shit.
Right. But they ran them all out the country.
Well,
And I feel like we need to take care of the American worker,
that's what
because
I'm talking about.
when I left the workforce was trash. And that's
minimum
why you have
wage, all
yes, and
that
that's
needs
why
to go up.
and that's why you have so many young Americans who trying to be entrepreneurs. They don't even want to work for these corporations. They don't even want to work
Exactly.
for these companies anymore.
And then
Be-
the management is trash. You know what
yeah,
I'm saying?
and
So
it's
no.
all because of corporate greed. All of it go hand in hand together. All of it.
Right. Right. You do better just working for yourself.
Exactly.
Large and a lot
At
of
this point,
Go ahead. I'll turn it back off. And
no, no,
also,
you're good.
do y'all want to hear what he have to say, or y'all want me to fast forward it?
I said, at this point, though, you might as well work for yourself. Lord knows.
Yeah, because it's almost time for California, so let's fast forward and see what California doing because
Yeah.
we already run the way, so they can talk about them now.
Oh, let me unmute it.
And be something else to benefit one system versus the other. We have enough problems right now.
Why is it important to come out for this special election? What brought you out?
What brought me out? The state of the country? I've been unemployed for
Right?
over a year. So
Oh.
I have to vote because that's
Exactly.
the
A
only way
lot
I
of
can
women have left the workforce
voice my
forcefully.
opinion.
Oh.
And that woman's emotion there, guys, I think is really tapping into what Governor Newsom was trying to, I should say, tap into by putting this proposal forward, which is he made the case consistently that this is about more than California, that this proposition is about being able to voice your anger with the Trump administration, protect democracy, and speak out against the direction of this country, guys.
Well, what happens in
What was
California could
that?
have huge
That
implications
happened
for
in
the midterms
Texas?
and for Governor Newsom's own political future if he does
Let me
decide
roll
to
it back.
run
I don't know.
for president.
I
Liz
wasn't paying
Kreutz, thank
attention
you
either.
for
My
that great
bad.
reporting. We'll
I was
check
reading
back.
all in the Q's thing. Let me roll it back a little
Governor
bit.
Newsom,
Trying to,
perhaps, and top
yeah, I was
Democrat.
trying to read it too because she said something about something happened in Texas.
Hmm.
Y'all not talking about Texas. A historic runoff is going to happen between a young black male and a white lady, the governor of Texas, gonna try to stall the runoff race vote. Oh, we gonna have to look into that. Have you heard anything about that?
No,
Oh,
and
okay. We gonna
and
have
I
to look into that.
yeah, and I wonder if she's talking about because of the redistricting.
Oh, them doing a new election because
Hmm.
oh, yeah, we're gonna have to look into that. We'll look into it.
The special election, what brought you out?
What brought me out? The state of the country? I've been unemployed for over a year. So I have to vote because that's the only way I can voice my opinion.
And that woman's emotion there, guys, I think is really tapping into what Governor Newsom was trying to, I should say, tap into by putting this proposal forward, which is he made the case consistently that this is about more than California, that this proposition is about being able to voice your anger with the Trump administration,
Right.
protect democracy, and speak out against the direction of this country, guys.
Well, what happens in California could have huge implications for the midterms and for Governor Newsom's own political future if he does decide to run for president. Liz Kreutz, thank you for that great reporting. We'll check back in with you. I do want to go now back to NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki, who's been following all of the big races tonight. And you are watching California. Polls close at 11 p.m. Eastern. What are you going to be watching for there, Steve?
Yeah, at 11 o'clock, you get big batches of votes in these counties. That early vote, a lot of that mail vote comes in. California is a state where a lot of vote comes in fast, and then the rest of it comes in very, very slowly. So if it were a close race, it could take till December. But what have we been seeing tonight? To put this in some perspective, between Virginia, New York City, not surprisingly, and New Jersey, you've seen low approval ratings in the exit polls there for Donald Trump. You see an even lower approval rating for him in California. You see how that's correlated with the results, it appears, in Virginia and in New Jersey. And if you look in California, So much of the messaging that Gavin Newsom and the supporters of this initiative
I
have put
said
forward
it's turning
has been,
blue and
hey,
pink at the
deliver a
same
message to
time.
Donald Trump. Fight Donald Trump. If you vote yes, you're doing that. So just you look at Trump's approval rating in the exit poll in California. We have him in the low 30s here. This is a state he lost by 20 points last year.
Okay.
That's a very tough hill to climb for folks who want to defeat this referendum. We do have an exit poll, as I mentioned, that's been conducted there, which we can reveal the full results from at 11 o'clock. We'll get big returns coming in, as I said, fast at 11. So I expect some clarity right away. And I just want to put this in perspective, what the stakes are exactly here. So again, this is about control of the House of Representatives in next year's midterm elections. The way things currently stand, Republicans control the House, and they can afford to lose up to 2 seats. Otherwise, any more than that, they lose control of the House. Now, they have already passed and enacted a new map that could, I stress could, get them up to 5 additional seats out of Texas. What this California map essentially is doing, again, could give Democrats a chance to gain 5 there and wipe out Texas. So essentially, that's what's being decided in the next few minutes when we get these California results. Could California pass this, enact the new maps, and wipe out what the Republicans did in Texas? What would happen then, though, is there are other states where this is playing out. Republicans have enacted a new map in Missouri that could give themselves a new seat there. There's a potential that would go to a referendum. It's complicated. The court ordered, there's a law and court ordering redistricting in Ohio. The new maps have come into place. It could be Republican gains of 2 seats, but they are going to be competitive there. But there could be Republican gains. New maps in North Carolina could be a new Republican gain there. Florida looms as a big possibility. If Republicans are aggressive, they could get 3, maybe 4 new seats out of there. So there are other states coming into the mix. And it's also important because, again, at 2, it's hard to see Republicans controlling the House, especially when you look at some of the results we're seeing tonight. But if Republicans could succeed in a lot of these states in redrawing it, if they could ever defeat this initiative in California, that number could be 10 or more. That would give them a much better chance of holding the House.
And Steve, just to put a fine point on this, if you look at the math, and I want to make sure I understand it accurately, Republicans have a little bit of an edge in this redistricting tit for tat, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's I circle Florida here because I think this could be their biggest single opportunity if they want to be really aggressive. But there's a lot of moving parts here, because when Texas did that and California responded, a lot of other states are getting ideas. Trump and Republicans are putting pressure on a lot of states. Democratic activists are putting pressure. Wisconsin has entered into the conversation now. So who knows exactly where this is going to land? But there are more places, it would appear, where Republicans could do it for 2026.
But what's also interesting here is you've seen in some of these states, I'm thinking of Indiana, for example, these pockets of Republican resistance, right? I mean, these places where it's not as though it's unanimity among the Republican Party that this should move forward, despite the state's governor backing it. On the Democratic side, you look at a state like Maryland, Ashley, and you've got some pushback, even as the governor saying, no, we're going to look into this. You've got some pushback from state-level Democrats there who say, hey, maybe we don't want to go down this road because once this snowball gets going, we sort of lose control of it here. And I
But
think
they already know that they don't have a choice. They got to go down the road.
The argument is the courts are going to weigh in. So the courts could, especially in Maryland, the opposition there to the governor, the state senator is saying we could actually, if we redraw, we could gain 1 seat. If the courts come and challenge it, we could lose 2 seats. So I think that is the risk. His point is what's the risk reward with most of these things? We might vote for Proposition 50, but the courts might come back and challenge the entire map. And you may not get 5 seats. This is a moving target.
What about that point and the idea that ultimately this could backfire against either party?
Right.
It could. I think it's one of the biggest, most significant issues facing this country as it relates to upcoming elections. Without a doubt, this could shift the map dramatically. You could have some massive gains on the House side. You could have some losses on the House side. It also has presidential implications as well. Are we counting illegal aliens in these census numbers? Are we not counting them? All of these things are kind of wrapped into an issue where if they were to pass some of these things, and as Ashley pointed out, once they pass them, courts are still going to get involved and these things are going to be challenged. So who knows how much of this gets settled before we start voting in the midterms as well.
What you're saying, Hogan, I think the other point is that it sets a precedence that we can, you can go through a redistricting process, and at any point, if I decide I need leverage to win an election, I'm going to redraw the maps. That's the challenge.
That's what it's for anyway.
Well,
pretty much gerrymandering is so you can win elections.
No, absolutely, but I'm saying it sets a precedence that each of these states now that are getting in the battle are now open to mid-decade redistricting at the whim of, trying to win.
Sure. One of the fascinating aspects of the Prop 50 battle, Hallie,
I know where you're going with this.
You know
exactly
I think
we're
where
mind
I'm
melding.
going with this. Yes, it's not just about redistricting, which is huge.
Who is it about?
It is about the potential future of Governor
That's
Gavin
exactly
Newsom.
right.
Now, I interviewed him. I tried to get him to tell me his entire presidential platform.
You got there almost.
If he runs, wouldn't do it. He said he's focused on this fight right now. But talk about how the two are inextricably linked.
I love that you're raising this because I think this is such a key part to this redistricting fight. It is 100% about obviously the redistricting and about the maps and where that goes. It is also certainly about Governor Gavin Newsom being in many ways the face of the opposition of the Democratic Party to President Trump. And this this was, I don't know if you want to call it a risky move. I'd be curious as to your thoughts there, but it's certainly a bold one, right? Texas does its thing. Newsom comes out and says, we're going to do it. To get this ballot measure on, runs this referendum. I mean, it's a big deal for him, and he has embraced that spotlight. It was fascinating to watch your discussion with him on Sunday on Meet the Press, Kristen, which was so good. But this dynamic that, like, I bet we'll see him while we're on the air tonight. You know what I mean? Talking about I don't know, I might take that bet. Like, talking about this and what he's doing on this front. Because, Hogan, earlier in the program, you talked about AOC, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, potentially being a 2028 face. You got to put Governor Newsom right up there, as he has made his intentions pretty clear on that front as well. So this is very much, I think, about him and his futures, too.
Ashley, what do you make of what Hallie's saying and Governor Newsom's message, which is we've got to fight fire with fire? He said, Republicans thought we would get upset and write an op-ed, but we're actually fighting back, and Democrats are cheering him on. Including those who used to be opposed to redistricting, like former President Obama.
Absolutely, who weren't fans of Newsom either. I mean, the reality is, I think he's setting a new playbook on how to oppose Donald Trump. He's doing a holistic approach to it. It's really three-pronged strategy. One, he's challenging him in the courts. He's challenging him in the legislature and with these redistricting maps. But in addition, he's turning the mirror on Donald Trump. He's modeling Donald Trump and all of his tactics and antics, and is having a fun with it, and is really energizing the base. I saw your interview, which was exceptional, by the way, and it was clear that he's really gaining his stride. I mean, he feels very comfortable, very in command. But can I just say one thing before we go tonight? This has been a big night for Democrats, and I know we are going to be pounding our chests. We're going to feel emboldened, as we should. But the reality is here, Democrats, the question is, I'm a strategist, what is the day after plan? What's the day after the shutdown? Win, lose, or draw, it doesn't matter. We need to advance a proactive agenda on the economy.
And don't go anywhere, because we're still sticking around.
Sorry. We're not done, girl.
We're waiting for the results of Prop 50, and it is now just after 11 p.m. Eastern time, and we have our final big call of the night. And like all the others tonight, it's a win for the Democrats. NBC News can now project that voters have approved a ballot measure on redistricting that could boost Democrats in next year's midterm elections. It's the theme of the night. Voters turning out, signaling they want change, and they are not happy with the president's party. In New York City, NBC News projecting that 34-year-old Democratic socialist Zohran Mamdani, who ran a fiercely anti-Trump campaign focusing on economic issues, will be the next mayor of America's largest city. And we want to take you to live pictures of Mamdani's election night headquarters, where we are expecting the mayor-elect to speak any moment now. We'll bring that to you. In New Jersey, the governor there, NBC News projecting that Democrat Mikey Sherrill has held off a tough challenge from Republican Jack Ciattarelli. In Virginia, Democrats sweeping the statewide races. NBC News projecting that Abigail Spanberger will be the next governor of Virginia. And Democrat Jay Jones projected to win the Virginia Attorney General's race despite facing major headwinds after he was forced to apologize for violent messages he sent in 2022 about Republicans in his state. I do want to go back to NBC News chief data analyst
What did he say, child?
Who's been following all of the races all night long.
What text message say?
About this ballot measure, Prop 50.
Something
NBC
about he
News
wished.
now projecting
Hold on a
it
second.
has passed. Show us what you've got there, Steve.
Yeah, well, I want to
Something about he wished that all of them would lead the earth.
You see the check mark, you don't see any numbers, you don't
Same
see
thing
any
Trump
counties
said
filled
about
in.
the
So what happened
Democrats.
What happened is we
Oh,
took
okay.
exit polls in all of the key states and in New York City tonight. In the exit poll on this proposition, the margin for yes was so overwhelming in the exit poll and so consistent with all of the data we had seen in the run-up to the election that our decision desk is going to call this based on that exit poll. I want to make it clear that's not an unusual practice. You probably don't notice it a lot, like on a presidential election night, but a state like California will be called like this. We don't tend to pay much attention to it on a presidential election night because we're in the middle of North Carolina and Georgia and Wisconsin and showing you results from all the swing states. But there are a lot of states out there that are very lopsided states, either Democratic or Republican states. And when you get an exit poll that really just confirms that, the state will be called that quickly. So that is what you're seeing happening here. Our decision desk has made the determination based on what they've seen in the exit poll and some other data
So it's
that
going
they
to be
will
a
call
yes.
this for yes right away. And again, we will start
Yay.
seeing big batches of votes come in here very shortly.
All right, and Steve,
All
Callie, go ahead.
right.
I just want to say one super
I just want
interesting
to see
thing that's
when
coming
the
out of our exit
batches of
polls here, and
votes
I know we're
start
going to get to
coming in.
California, but when you talk about this redistricting, when you talk about the exit polls, as Steve does here, there was a really interesting data point because we asked, the exit pollers asked, do you think each state's congressional district lines should be drawn by the party in power or by a nonpartisan commission?
Uh-oh.
Overwhelmingly, look at this.
Non-partisan.
92% of people said it should be a nonpartisan commission, and yet look at the breakout here, right? More than half of those people who said they want to see a commission do it said they voted
Did you turn it down?
I did, because I want to tell y'all what the text message said. Is
Oh,
she giving
okay.
out some important data?
No, I can mute her.
Okay. So the Jay Jones sent a text message in 2022, and he said 3 people, 2 bullets, and if given the choice between Hitler, Paul Pot, SPOL Pot, and former Virginia House Speaker Todd Gilbert would get 2 bullets.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's hilarious.
So that's the
I
that's
it's
the
just
text
a
message
joke.
and that's not even nothing. It's not a
Yeah.
threat. It's just making, it's just
Yeah,
talking
comparison
really.
if
And it was text message. It wasn't like he put it on social media. He texted to somebody else.
Trump has said way worse than that.
Right. So they spied on his phone and got that information. Because he didn't put it on social media. He sent the text to somebody else. So go sit down somewhere with that.
The people clearly ain't buying it. Let me turn it back.
Was put into place by former Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, extraordinarily popular here in the state, that draws the congressional lines every 10 years. So this is overturning that. The big message here by Governor Newsom was that it would be just temporary. It's just for 2026, 2028, and 2030, and then it will revert back to this independent commission. He has stood by that. However, former California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger says that he feels that's a scam. He has been adamantly against it. I'll toss it back to you, Kristen.
All right, Liz Kreutz, thank you so much. We do want to go to the headquarters of Zoran Mamdani. He's about to address his supporters there. The mayor-elect, 34 years old, Democratic socialist, and he has not yet approached the podium. But he ran on a campaign of affordability, promising to make things like bus fare free, government-run supermarkets, subsidized preschool for children. And Hallie, clearly that's a message that resonated not just in New Jersey, the message of affordability.
Sure, but
in these other races. But Zoran Mamdani, as a Democratic socialist, had a very specific, targeted message.
He did, and when you look at that message, young people resonated with, and then there was something interesting here. I'm going to ask our team. I know we're juggling some graphics in the control room. I'm going to call for what I'm calling the manosphere graphic, or at least young men, for example, because when you look at our exit polling on young men, so this is men under the age of 30, right? In not just New York City here, but in New Jersey and in Virginia as well. How interesting is this, right? Abigail Spanberger, plus 14 there in New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill, plus 10 in New York City, Mamdani, obviously plus 40. I mean, way up there. young men, when were we talking about young men in 2024 turning out for Donald Trump, right? Coming out for the Republican here. And so I think this is an interesting dynamic. Clearly, Zohran Mamdani tapped into it, but so did Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill, and I think that's worth noting.
Hogan, what do you make of those numbers?
I mean, young Democrat men voting for Democrat candidates. I don't know what to tell you. It just seems as
And
though...
yet, Trump was able to win some of them over.
Exactly.
Trump was
In
able to win some of them
2024.
over, but we're not talking about trumping on the ballot here. I understand that they used him in their campaign ads. I understand that they wanted to try and attack him to try and gain ground with some of those voters.
But you know why we're asking? I mean, because it gets to the point of, is the Trump coalition hanging together, or is the Trump coalition specific only to President
Well,
Trump?
that's right. I think it's the latter. I think the Trump coalition is specific to Donald Trump, and I don't know if there's abilities within the Republican Party, because I would argue we have a deep bench. I know you would disagree, but I don't know anybody can capture what Donald Trump was able to capture, just like nobody on the Democrat side can capture what Barack Obama captured. They're completely different people. No one can capture what Bill Clinton was able to capture because he was Bill Clinton. These people are just kind of singular political figures that it's really difficult to try and
Barack was
duplicate
the
that,
most
or
popular,
even coalesce
even in the polls.
voters around a different candidate that isn't Donald Trump.
I kind of have more of a question than a comment, but it is Republicans have made the decision to stand with Donald Trump regardless. And because the calculation is that standing with Trump will turn
And
out
it's
Trump
not
voters
helping
when
you.
Republicans are on the ballot, even when Trump is not. So could that calculation start to shift from a legislative perspective, from a policy perspective, from an executive order perspective, if it's not going to work for them next year in the midterms?
Possibly
That's
so, because these
also
people want to
something
win
that this is
elections. I
showing.
do think, though, if you reject Trump, then you do so at your own peril because you don't have that solid core base, at least to try and build upon. If you're trying to take some of these independents away, which you should want to do as a candidate, of course, and you want to be the governor of all the people and all those things, you still need to have at least a fired up base out there to get you to that point where you can say, all right, I'm solidly in the camp of all these Republicans.
But
Now
they're
how do I
not
pick off
fired
other
up for
people
these
and expand
people.
that tent?
As
It's difficult to do.
It is. As we wait for Zohran Mamdani's speech, I do want to read, we're getting a new reaction from Chuck Schumer, who says, I congratulate Zohran Mamdani on his well-earned and historic victory. We have worked together on a number of vital issues like delivering historic debt relief
Lord,
for
everybody about
taxi
to
drivers.
start.
I look forward to building
Just
on
lying.
that
Y'all
partnership.
see
City strong, fair, more affordable.
See, that's what I hate about the Democrats. You know, they be getting on my nerves. They just be capping. They'll wait till the last minute, come in the midnight hour, and then claim like they've been working with them all the time, and when in actuality they haven't. Not even Chuck Schumer.
I
Right.
swear they've been working for years.
Like they besties and stuff. Like, sir,
Right.
y'all probably
Like,
was on the
sir.
same email thread and got the same link to sign a bill or something. I don't know,
Thank
but
you.
y'all
Thank you.
definitely, you know what I'm
And you
saying?
and you had to be threatened by AOC allegedly.
Allegedly.
If you don't vote and don't endorse him, then we're gonna have AOC to run against you. That's what I feel like what happened in the back room.
Possibly that part.
Well, also he understands the assignment as well. He sees he he knows how to gauge the temperature, and he sees what you know the people are saying. So he wants
Who,
to
Chuck
jump on the
Schumer?
bandwagon. Uh, yeah, ain't that who they're talking about?
Yeah, Chuck Schumer, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, but
that
it was talks of AOC challenging him next year too, though.
if he didn't back.
Well, I don't know. You know, they didn't say that.
Oh, okay. Oh,
But
okay.
they said it's a possibility that she could be a contender for Senate. And
Well,
all of them see everything, and I know he saw that on TV. They probably, it's one of those subliminal messages.
yeah, subliminal, right? So, what do y'all think about this result? What does it say to Republicans who support Trump and are not seeing the results from their support of Donald Trump? Does that mean that this could possibly be the beginning of another hole that we start to see in
Uh-uh.
the
What I say is y'all keep doing the same old thing, Republicans. Y'all keep following y'all boy. Y'all keep your heads up, going there, go make a plan.
Get y'all should go harder for
Yeah,
that man.
go harder against the Republic. Please go harder. Go and go be all y'all can be with y'all boy. Okay,
Okay.
that's what I say to
MAGA to
him.
your life, to MAGA to your heart's content. Cause at this
Yes,
point,
yes,
yeah,
yes. And even play
MAGA
like he gonna run a third
2.0.
term.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, play like he gonna run a third term, y'all. And say he
And
gonna
pretend
run
like
and
you
just
serious about it.
yeah. Act like you serious, like you serious about socialism. Be serious about that too, and just let us all know that he's gonna run again because he's a king and he's the best, and he's the best of the best. And we still everybody getting tired of winning because we winning so much right now. So y'all go ahead and keep that message up. That's what I tell them.
No, go ahead, MAGA 2.0.
Oh, no, keep that messaging. We definitely need
Like you
y'all to
said,
keep
Million,
that
be
same
all you
messaging.
can be. Look,
Yeah,
Right?
let's go.
keep that
Be
same
all you
energy,
be.
baby. Y'all keep that same energy, Mike Johnson.
It's
Keep the
working for
government
y'all.
shut down and all of that. Keep doing, y'all just keep doing what y'all doing. Y'all doing a great job.
It's
Yeah,
working.
absolutely great job.
Yep. And but on a serious note, if there was going to be any chance of a third term, I think the one president that could have pulled that off would have been Barack Obama.
I do too. I really do.
I think so
And
too. I
and
swear I think so too.
if we're gonna have a third term, let's go ahead and put him on the ballot.
And put him on the ballot.
Put him on the ballot too, baby. Y'all gonna put y'all man on there. We putting ours on there.
I
Y'all,
would,
Yes.
y'all, y'all go ahead and do what y'all do, cause we're gonna do what we do. Trust and believe that.
That part.
exactly.
Look what happened when he said. I, I gotta stop laughing long enough to say what I'm gonna say.
But I'm just saying, hey,
If
if that's what
y'all
they
want to
want,
play that
if they
game,
like it, we love it. We can't
right?
Look,
beat them. Got to join
Exactly.
them. And that's
look,
why
man.
Gavin Newsom. But that's one of the reasons why Gavin Newsom is doing what he's doing right now. And of course, he want to help himself in 28 to try to be the president because
Right. Right.
you notice he said it ain't gonna change back to 2030, right? And so it's all he was just waiting on a moment, and this is his blessing in disguise. He's
Well,
been out here and he's been advocating for Prop 30. He's been on the news for the last month, 2 to 3 months. He's been campaigning. He's been in the forefront of ICE being in his state. He actually
Right.
took them to the court and got them to the Supreme Court and got them thrown out of California. And so he's really been the forefront for the Democrat Party, in my opinion. And like Homeboy was saying, AOC is the next face. No, sir. I feel like Gavin Newsom is the next face for the Democratic Party. He's young, he's fine, he's cute, he's tall and thin, and
and fine and tall and
he's from
fine and
California.
tall
He got a tan, he got a real
You
tan and
see?
everything.
and he's
Uh,
tall and fine.
uh, uh. And then
But
he
look what
has a
happened with
glisten.
Trump.
Y'all so silly.
He glistens in the camera, and he's a
Right.
PYT.
Right. Yeah.
He's a pretty young thing.
to
So yeah, baby, and he's
y'all,
almost a star. He's in California.
but
What else can they ask for?
the other thing about him is that I feel like AOC is more of a voice and a talker, and she can inspire you with words, but he's more of a put his money where his mouth is.
And he's a politician. He's been one longer than AOC. She's
Hmm.
just been in the House of Representatives. He's been the governor. And being a governor is almost like being a mini president because you
President,
have to,
because
yes, because
exactly.
um you have to govern the whole state. So there's some more people that you're having to govern. She's just representing the state and writing bills, but he's actually doing setting policies and getting votes. He's doing the real work.
Right, right, right. Where
Well,
other
look
governors
at look.
are folding and bending a knee,
Wait,
and
wait a minute. Look at Trump. Look. Remember, Trump said he wanted. He went to the Supreme Court, right? And he turned around and said he wanted the presidents to no longer be immune to any crimes and stuff, right? Well, Dum Dum forgot that he can't charge the former presidents with any crime because you said no president. can be charged, present or former presidents can be charged with anything. You went to the Supreme Court to get that enacted. So now you can't go after Obama, you can't go after Biden, you can't go after nobody. So you just did your own self in with that, trying to cover yourself. You covered our Democrats. Thank you.
But see, that's the reason why he's going after people like Letitia and all these the other Democratic politicians.
Comey, James Comey,
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah,
Letitia
yeah.
James.
Comey.
Yeah, but Comey is winning his case because the attorney general that he sent out of the federal agent that he sent out to here after Comey, she's never even tried a court case.
Yeah, they said. I mean, they basically said that both of them pretty much have good chances of getting the cases thrown out. So
And Alina Habba is getting her license taken away for trying to represent Trump with frivolous cases. So it's not a good deal to get in bed. Alina Habba, that was his last lawyer. But it's just not a good idea. It's not a good idea to get on board with Agent Orange. He's going, everything he touched turns to ish. It just really does. And he's
And
gonna
every
have
lawyer he
people.
has lost a
Yes, they
license
don't
and
lost their
lost.
practice. Look at Giuliani. We don't even know that man no more. We don't get to see no dye. Yeah, we don't get to see no dye running all across his face and down his temples and none of that no more. We don't even know who he is no more.
Well,
Yeah.
what was it? Remember, there was one lawyer that was in front of Jasmine Crockett one time, and she said, "You still a lawyer for Trump?" And he said, "Yeah." She said, "You still got your license?"
Yes, I remember that. I do remember that. That was so hilarious. I
let's
think I
see.
laughed about
He
that
said, "Yeah,
clip for like 2 days.
That's when they were talking about the this what is it? The thing that he got going on now.
Yeah, here goes Zaron. Let's hear because I wanted to hear the cheering, but I know they. Let's hear what they
What he got
saying.
to say?
And by the way,
Thank
he
you,
looked
my
just like that
friends.
picture.
Exactly. Oh, Hayden.
The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity. For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor.
Huh.
Palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars.
Huh.
Knuckles scarred with kitchen burns.
Hello.
These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it.
We got to command the voice too.
The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
They don't like him. Ooh, they don't like him.
I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life.
Private life.
But let tonight be the final time I utter his name. As we turn
Private
the
life,
page
baby
on
girl.
a
Private
politics
life.
that abandons the many and answers only to the few. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City. And that is because of you. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refuse to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum. Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. To every New Yorker in Kensington and Midwood and Hunts Point, know this. This city is your city, and this democracy is yours too. This campaign is about people like Wesley, an $11.99 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night. A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city. It's about people like the woman I met on the BX 33 years ago, who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live.
Damn.
And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall, who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
We're not outside now. We're inside now.
This victory is for all of them. And it's for all of you. The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love
out of
and
all
live
of the
in again.
acceptance speeches, this is the best one.
With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics. Now I know
I would say so too, but I'm a
much
little
from you
bit biased.
over this
So I'm
last
going to
year.
say Abigail Spanberger.
Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in. We have held our breath for longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn. To my campaign team, who believed when no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more, I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, parents,
That's true. They don't get
Mama and
anything.
Baba.
They waiting 2 weeks to hell.
You have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud to be your son. And to my incredible wife, Rama, Hayati, there is no one I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment. To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears. Tonight we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive. Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day, volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible. And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do.
It sounds like it's a whole
Standing
bunch of young
before
people
you,
there too.
I think of the words
Madonna
of
got game
Jawaharlal
too,
Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history.
And you know,
when
he
we step
sound
out from the
authentic
old
too.
to the
You
new,
actually can believe
when an
him. You
age
know what I mean?
ends and when the
Yeah,
soul
he
of a
does. He
nation
has
long
that
suppressed
strong passion
finds
in his
utterance.
Yeah, it doesn't
Tonight
sound like
we have
he's
stepped
making a
out
bunch of
from the
promises that
old
he don't
into the
intend
new.
to keep.
So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt.
That was powerful. And you have to admit that.
Central to
statement
that
is powerful.
vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Fiorella LaGuardia. An agenda that will
They don't
freeze the
even know who
rents
that
for more
is,
than
but
2 million rent-stabilized
it
tenants.
sounds good.
It sounds good. As long as it sounds good.
Make buses fast and free. And deliver universal child care across our city. Years from now, may our only regret be that this day took so long to come. This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers. We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on. Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community, one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down, or anyone else with their back against the wall, your struggle is ours too. And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election. This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone.
He says he's really
Now, I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken
He does
system.
have a point. He has a point. A good
We
point.
refuse to let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves. After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So, Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
Yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. This is what I like.
Get Michael Trump here. We need you to show him what you really made of, Trump.
Look at the children. Look at the children.
Stop holding back, Trump.
We will hold bad landlords to account because the Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants.
Never be this way again.
We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks. We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed. New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant.
Now put that in your pipe and smoke it, sir.
Yes, please.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
So hear me,
Talk your shit.
President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us,
He said
you
he
will
has to
have to
stop
get
using
through
that off his
all of
chest,
us.
Talk your shit. That's right.
When we enter City Hall in 58 days, expectations will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme, and let us build a shining city for all. And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist.
He is touching on it all.
And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this.
I know that's right.
No apologies.
And yet, if tonight teaches us anything,
What's your name? I
it
say
is
what
that
I said.
convention has held us back.
Truth telling quiet.
We have bowed at the altar of caution, and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract.
I'm going to have to give it to you, Lizzy.
It will be
I might have to
felt
put him
by
before
every
Abigail.
rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the 1st of every month, knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for, and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time. And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal.
I know that's right, sir.
Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back.
34-year-old Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani. I mean, we got to say first and foremost, this is history in the making. Yeah. The first Muslim mayor ever of the city of New York. That guy knows how to communicate.
He knows how to communicate, and he knows exactly who he's talking to.
Yeah.
Not only is he talking to the current president of the United States, baiting
Addressing him directly.
addressing him, telling
Love
him
it.
turn the volume up.
Yeah.
And of course, drawing an immediate.
So by the way,
post.
just tweeting or putting out on True Social, and so it begins.
And so it begins.
Yeah.
But he's also talking to every immigrant community that you could possibly think of in New York. How many did he name? The aunties.
Yeah, the
people,
abuela, the taxi driver, the bodega owner.
And every single one of them is roaring for him because he is speaking directly to them because he is one of them, right? He said it's a city powered by and now led by an immigrant.
I mean, it was interesting because he started the speech off quoting a socialist, right? Eugene Debs. And then he goes in
That was
and
a
he
choice.
says,
That was definitely a choice.
that was a very deliberate choice. And he toppled a political dynasty. He says, basically, Andrew Cuomo, thank you, but now go live your private life. He had some major moments in that speech, but it speaks to the beast of a campaign, John, that he ran.
I mean, he's throwing haymakers when he comes out there, right? He gets out there, to your point, Eugene Debs, right? I mean, he says, you're going to call me a socialist? Fine. I'm quoting the 5-time socialist presidential candidate who was jailed for his opposition to World War I. Throws that punch. He says, I hope that tonight is the last time that I ever use Andrew Cuomo's name.
Yeah.
Turn up the volume to President Trump. He's throwing those punches, and at the same time, you hear him make concessions.
Yeah.
You hear him talking about safety and justice. Remember, he was a defund the police guy, and he basically had to overcome that in the campaign. He talks about ridding the scourge of anti-Semitism. Obviously, a lot of Jewish voters were deeply uncomfortable with some of his past and some of his policies. So you see those concessions lightly made in this speech. And then I thought, a couple of other things that just really stood out. First of all, the amazing political talent.
Yeah.
Right? It's just raw. Like, whether you agree with them, you
Obama
disagree
asked.
with
He had
them.
mini Obama.
If
Obama, this is my thing, and everyone's going to laugh about this. If Obama and Sanders and Trump had a baby, it'd be weird. It would be weird looking, but it would be Zohran Mamdani. He's got a little bit of all of them.
I don't know if he would accept that whole premise there, but maybe some of it. But the political talent is so incredible. It's so magnetic. Republicans hope that the Democratic Party is defined by Zohran Mamdani's policies for New York. They fear that the Democratic Party will be defined by his messaging. You heard him talk. I thought this was an incredible line here. He talked about the taxi driver that he went on a hunger strike with a few years ago outside City Hall, and he said to him, "My brother, we are in City Hall now." And that, that was really, I think.
We waited. Oh, let me mute the thing.
I think we could. I think we could win with this message. There's nothing wrong with this message. The only problem with the message is that the Republicans have painted Democrats as socialists, and to make it look like a bad thing, they try to make you feel like it's the socialism that's in other countries that have dictators, or other countries that have socialism, like Britain, the UK. And so socialism is in America anyway, and we just brand it a different way, because when you're giving farmers a subsidy, isn't that socialism?
Absolutely.
When you're giving out Medicare and Medicaid checks, isn't that
Subsidies, right.
socialism? When you go to the hospital and you can't pay your bill, and a nonprofit pay your bill for you, isn't that socialism?
Food stamps is a part of, is a, you know.
Yeah. And so America is socialism. They don't want to be branded that way. But that's what we do here in America. It's socialism, in my opinion. What do y'all think about that? Do y'all feel like I'm wrong about it, or am I looking at this the wrong way? Because that's the way I see America anyway.
I don't think you're wrong, but I also think that is to the point that they were making earlier, is that messaging effective anymore? I think that the millennials are at a point where they're accepting, okay, well, if that's what you want to call it, we're okay with that. So if we have to be socialists to get, the free medical for everybody, if we have to be socialists to get the free daycare, we're willing to take on that label. Just make it happen. You know, I think that's where the people are at this point. I don't think it's as effective
It's not. He said it wasn't. Even that guy that was, that was eating sour lemons while ago on the other newscast with the other two other ladies. He
Right.
said it's not effective as it used to be, because when it first came on the scene, then everybody took a gas. Oh, we
Right.
don't want to
Right.
be in a
Clutch their
socialist
pearls.
country.
Right.
Yeah, they all clutched their pearls, and now it's like even the threats that Agent Orange make, nobody's afraid of his threats anymore. You hear how this guy is addressing him, so nobody's paying him any attention anymore. I just told somebody on the phone today um, that this dude make a lot of threats to get into the news, to change the news cycle, to make everybody afraid. And I knew that they was going to find a solution just to give people back their food stamps. I knew they weren't going to just let America go hungry. Now
Absolutely.
he want to, but you got too many ACLUs and other entities that's suing him, and other governors that's going to sue him, because it's not just the southern United States, it's the United States, and there are North and Midwest uh, uh, states that will sue him to get their benefits, like they've been doing, and they've been winning.
So it's not gonna pan out well for him. He's like, okay, he got to choose his battles.
And it's all threats,
And
because it's all threats
well,
and the
I don't
stroke of the
think
pen.
it's threats, but I think that he's willing to make good on those threats as well, though. I think that he'll follow through with them.
Well, he could if they was constitutional. Everything he do is unconstitutional, and it get challenged.
Right. See,
But
that's
but
the
in the
thing that
meantime,
he's trying to bank on and not being challenged. I think that's where
hmm
people's power comes from, challenging when he tries to make good on his threats, or when he, you know what I'm saying?
and once again, the people that you have in office is not smart enough to carry out these orders, sir.
I mean, but they'll carry, if they don't get any pushback, they will be able to do it. So that's why I feel like, instead of like the lawyers that ended up capitulating and telling, volunteering billion or million hundreds of millions of dollars worth of free legal services, and
Right.
look at them now. It didn't
But
help
at the end
them.
of the day, too, remember the marches. We had over what 7 million people marched the last time.
7 million.
This is a
Um,
result of these people marching in the streets. Is basically what we're looking at. They turn it into votes. In my opinion, this is what this looked like.
but if he hadn't done what he had started to do, like the attack on the immigrants, the way he did it, the attack on black culture, the Smithsonian, the he just tried to go after everything. The remote trying to fire, getting what's his name, Kimmel fired. I mean,
Yeah,
it
Jimmy
was
Kimmel and what's his name?
I don't know.
He did get the other one. Stephen Colbert is not
Yeah,
even renewing
Colbert.
his
Yeah, right.
contract. Yeah, and now he's after Seth Meyers also. But the whole thing about it is, he didn't just rain on immigrants and women. He rained on everybody. And when I say
Everybody.
everybody, he included everybody in this retaliation shit, bullshit. Excuse my French, because that's exactly what it is. But he included everybody in this retaliation crap that he's trying to pull, and he's mad about any and everything. And this is the result of his retaliation, because this was always going to be the retaliation administration, based on what happened to him in court from the things
Exactly.
that he allegedly
He was gonna get his
and
retribution.
was convicted of. It's not like you wasn't guilty. You were guilty of the things that they accused you of, and you went to court, and the court said that you were
Found you
guilty.
guilty.
They
Right.
found you guilty. So,
Yeah.
and he want to be a strong man
And then
also.
Epstein. We can't
Yeah,
forget about the
yeah,
Epstein of it all. The
yeah.
Epstein is probably one of the biggest things because it really did kind of start to highlight him as either being involved with what happened, or being a just a pedophile. You're pretty much protecting a abuser. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. You
So
you you put this lady in a nice plush prison, on her way for and you're on the way to pardoning her, either commuting her sentence, one of the two.
The pardons for January 6th. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just the list can just go on and
And the
on.
and the crypto man that handle your crypto for your sons.
And the fact that he ended up get with this little fake ass Trump coin that, garnered him what, 2 billion? How much? What did he get off the coin? I know he got a pretty big penny.
Yeah, I think he got over $1 billion for that meme, for that coin. And his wife is doing the same thing. She's grifting. The whole entire family is grifting.
So it's like, and then you just bulldoze the east wing of the White House.
And you
Like,
concreted the Rose Garden.
it's like, it's like anything
And you
that you
sprayed,
can
wait a
do.
minute, and you gold plated every damn thing else in the White House with the
Right.
gold spray.
Uh, It's, I mean,
I'm just trying to figure out how can you destroy a building you renting. You ain't buying it. It's not yours to buy or own, but you go in there. It's a rental.
he
You
the
only
reason
rent
why
it
they
for
people
4 years.
charge the security deposits. Cause what the
Right.
hell?
And I want to know how the hell can you tear up a country in 10 months, a whole 50 states in 10 months?
The federal let's not forget the fact that Elon, we've all forgot about the Elon saga, the
I haven't.
Elon gate.
The Doge people came. I remember
You know,
I brought them up a while ago. They went in there and fired all the federal records.
is
And
he's a
then you told us Tylenol was dangerous. Now Robbie F. Kennedy said it ain't. So, make y'all mind of it whether we can take Tylenol or not. Because folks be having aches and pains and they want to know if it's safe to take or not.
oh
Did you
my
really
god.
say folks be having aches and pains, so we want to know if it's safe to take or not? Okay.
He said you're gonna end up autistic, so take it at your own risk.
That's your own risk. Your kids
So,
are
but
ready to
Robbie F.
everybody.
Kennedy said he had to walk it back. So, can we take Tylenol or not, Agent Orange? I need to know.
Soon he gonna come out with the Trump pain pill, and he gonna say,
y'all,
he gonna say,
y'all take this Trump pill instead of
right,
Tylenol.
it's
It's
gonna
like,
it's
hey,
gonna cure everything,
yeah, Minion, that all begin with a T, so it's the same shit.
right?
Is it Tylenol or is it Trump?
uh, uh,
Oh,
it-
don't forget the Clorox now. He might tell y'all go back to the Clorox.
Yeah.
Trump is the biggest grift in the. I mean, first off, have we ever had? I mean, I thought that Bush was a little dense, or like
Mm-mm.
not all
No.
there in the head, but this Trump.
He ranked 0 in every measurement. Negative 0.
Mhm.
Oh my God. So, but yeah,
They
Zoran
say he
Madon.
they say he's the worst president we've ever had in history. And then he talking about he won a damn Nobel Prize. A Nobel Prize for what? For tearing up America?
And it's so funny to see how they really be patronizing him. Like, yes, we think you definitely deserve it, and then just go and give it to somebody else. Oh, we didn't do it in time. We didn't. Yeah, well, sir, you will never ever get the Nobel Peace Prize. Stop letting these people pump your head up. And if he were to get the Nobel Peace Prize, no one else would want it after that.
I like when Mondani told Cuomo to go ahead and enjoy his vacation in his private life.
Yeah, that was a good one.
So Cuomo said he going skiing on January 1st when Madonna come in office. He gonna have to go to the ski resort.
Man, he need to stay out there too. Um, Ma'am Dom, whatever, y'all know his name. That speech was off the chain. I ain't gonna even lie.
Yeah, it was an epic
It
speech, and
had
he sounded so
good. Like
good, and
it,
you can tell it's gonna go in history. It's one of those historical speeches, in my
it
opinion.
is.
The way because
Absolutely.
he was sounding very Obama esque.
Yes.
Yes, yes. He had a very Obama.
Mixed with,
Obama-ish.
but he was a little bit more aggressive than Obama,
Yes.
which which I think resonates with the people with the environment, with the
Well,
temperature that we're
Obama
in.
had to pay the way for him, so the next one
Yep.
don't have to
Well,
be as
he didn't
nice.
have to be that though. He did, Obama didn't have to. We didn't have a Trump, so he didn't have to be that. But he met the
Exactly. Yeah,
moment.
he didn't. But he did have a lot of resistance, though. Remember,
Yeah,
and
he did.
he had the Senate and the House. All the Republicans hated him in office. They all tried to stop him as much as they could.
Yeah.
And he used to do a little pushback on Fox, but nothing like what we get now.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
How
right.
he want to assassinate the journalists and the comedian.
And did you see his speech?
Trump would just say literally anything out of his mouth.
Yes, he would. Did you see Mom Donnie's speech just touched on like everything? Like it touched on every piece of this government and just every citizen, anybody. It touched on everything. And that's what made it kind of powerful too. Because like it's almost like, oh well, he didn't forget this class, he didn't forget this person. He's even like talking about the black women who lost their federal jobs as soon as Trump came in office and were fired. Then he goes into everybody who's owning the bodegas and all of the different races and all the different classes. It's almost like, yeah, oh, he's for the people. Like it really gave that he took this time to kind of like show everyone of every class acknowledgement. And that's what made it, I think, go down in history as well. Just past even how powerful it was in general, but it was what he conveyed while saying it.
And you want to know what I also appreciated about him? While he included everybody, he made sure to represent for his people and his belief and his culture as well, because I feel like a lot of times when you get black politicians, once they get to a certain level, maybe it's a fear that if they start talking in support of their culture and their race, that it'll turn people off. But and I think that was one of the issues that uh Kamala, however you say her name too.
Right, because I'm finna get you.
Okay. I heard
That
that.
woman name is not no damn Kamala. It's Kamala.
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 Kamala. All right, Kamala. All right. So
I'd rather you call her Camel than
uh,
Kamala.
uh I would just call her
Yeah, don't
Mala.
make don't
Hey
no, don't mess
Mala.
up the woman name. No, don't mess up the woman name.
Let me just call her
It's messed up
Harris. We just
enough.
gonna call her Harris.
There you go, Vice President Harris. Just
Yeah,
go that
yeah.
route. 'Cause I hate when you say that because that's what the Republicans call it, and they mispronounce her name purposely.
Well, I mean, one of the things I get it when people have names and it's spelled, you got to pronounce it a certain kind of way, and you feel like, there's a respect because it's your name. But for me,
Right.
it's just like whatever.
Say her name right.
Uh,
Hell.
Harris.
Call her Miss
Well,
Harris.
yeah.
Call her Harris. Call her anything you want to call her, but don't call her Kamala.
Come on. I mean, Kamala. Kamala. I'm gonna have
Like a
to
camel, just Kamala. Kamala or something. Kamala.
Carmella.
Carmel. Call her Carmela. Just don't call her Kamala. I hate that when they say Kamala. Anything but Kamala.
But I think that was one of the issues that she had, was the fact that it didn't feel authentic when she did do it. Um and then there was times where she had opportunities and she missed it.
Forget
So
all of that. Hell, the
you so silly.
yeah, forget all of that.
But no, seriously, like, okay,
No,
so
no, that's
between her and Michelle Obama, who you voting for?
I'm voting for Shelley
Oh,
because I
okay.
like Michelle.
Okay.
I
Okay.
like Michelle.
Okay. Okay. Who
Shelley
got
get
more
the job,
experience
baby.
in the government?
Well, Kamala do, but
Oh,
I like Michelle.
okay. Okay.
But I but
Okay.
but I like Michelle better. She got more common sense, and she built like us. So I'm
Right.
just
Right.
saying. I'm
And you
just saying.
believe what she say. You know what I'm
Yeah, you believe?
saying?
Yeah, she's forceful. Yeah, and she's smart. She's an attorney. She's very smart. She's an RN, and I think she's a
So
lawyer too.
let's not. I mean, let's call a thing a thing. Kamala did
But at
not
the
have
end of
that authenticity.
she may have not have, but we were in a crisis. And I know they say that every election, but this election really was the most important election of our lives. Look at what's going on. Anybody versus I would have voted for
But
you over
okay,
a
so
criminal.
think about this though.
You don't put a criminal in the White House,
But
Minion. You
let's
see
think
what
about this
happened?
then. Okay, but let's because we seeing what's happening. We looking at it today, right? Think about this. What if Kamala or Kamala? What if Harris would have gotten office and we would have been annoyed because we would have been, with the same shit, different new president. We still going through we still upset about the economy. She probably ain't doing nothing. The fact that he got in presidency and went so extremely hard, he is really doing a
Yeah,
great
but
service
if we would
to
have
the
had a government
Democratic Party
but if we
because
would have had a government shutdown, she wouldn't have shut down their stamps. I still feel like
but
it would
what
have
I'm
been better.
saying is
And
the
Biden
Demo-
was getting the prices down.
the Democratic Party would probably be in the hole right now if poll wise if she had taken presidency.
Well,
Now,
you're right about you're right about that. And I've always said we needed Agent Orange to be the president because America was like a big sore, and he just came in there and just ripped the scab off of it, so that we can all take a look at ourselves and figure out what's really important, what's going on in the country, how everybody hate each other for no reason at all. Because if you
right,
cut everybody open, everybody got red blood that's gonna come out. It's all the same. If you have a heart attack, you need the same stent that any other person. That's not the same ethnicity as you do. Everybody need the same thing. We all pursuing the goal of being happy, the goal of having a job, and the goal of just living stress free as much as possible. And so I think that's what this administration is gonna do. It's gonna band everybody together instead of being separate and hating each other for the color of the skin. Um, I believe everybody is gonna figure out that they need each other. Everybody need each other.
and to add to that, um, commonalities. I'm pretty sure a lot of Republicans that are, middle class Americans have more in common with another middle class American Democrat than they do with Donald Trump, who probably has never grocery shopped a day in his life. You know what I'm saying? Who doesn't know, the real struggle of the everyday American that's trying to get up and move up in their job and build a career for themselves and make a life for their family. He doesn't understand that plight, and I think that a lot of us, regardless of party, can identify with that. And I think that Mandamni, him,
Understands that.
I think that he was able to tap into that.
Well, didn't he take his money from his didn't that man take the money from his brother, whoever disabled son? And it's not funny. But do you think he actually care about anybody? If you take from your family that really need these funds, you think he gonna care about the rest of America? I think not. That should have been the telling story right there. Let that be the reason that you don't put him in office. Less known his criminality.
Who is this on? Is this? Do you hear what he's saying? Because I muted the Lizzy Foxy. Did y'all have some? We just talking.
Nah, we just listening to you talk. We like it. We're enjoying it.
I know I am. I'm just sitting back chilling. I done went and got a beer on this.
Oh, child. All right. Well,
'Cause this was good to me. Seeing all this blue wave. It was just waving so bluely. We got one more to go. California, yay.
yeah, and I mean, it's 11, so we should be getting the results pretty soon here now. But yeah, I think that if Trump hadn't got in, we would have never gotten this landslide victory.
I just think it depends on how the country was going to go. But I'm like Alice. I feel like we still would have been a better off place if she would have been in office.
Oh, we
Because
100% would have been better
because
off.
Biden put out a lot of jobs. Biden produced over 1 million jobs while he was in office, and he put a lot of the country to work. And homeboy went in there and just zapped all of that, just zapped all the funds from all the projects from the bill that Biden had.
I mean, well, the
The
truth of the
build back, the
matter,
build back better. He took it. He extrapolated as much funds as he could from it. Some of it he couldn't take, but he took what he could.
well, I mean, I think if Mighty Joe Young would have won presidency, the country would be in a better state at this point. A monkey could do a better job than what Donald Trump is doing.
Look what Vaughn put on there.
What?
Remember he did that too.
Well, he buried his
and
ex-wife. Oh,
then wait
but
a minute. And then didn't even have a gardener to tend to it. They
that
talking
is,
about weeds was all over the place. He
oh
didn't even
my
have
God.
he didn't have the yard folks to fix it up for. You know that's cold blooded right there.
Yeah. He's definitely he's pretty much worst case scenario of what could have happened to America, right?
Yeah.
But
Nancy Pelosi say he's a vile man.
a
She was hot.
serpent,
Yeah, she was hot today. Now those are not my words; those are Nancy Pelosi words. That's what she said in
allegedly.
her. And no, it wasn't allegedly. She said that in her interview. But I'll go ahead and say allegedly.
I mean, I was just. But what y'all think in the chat? Do y'all think that y'all would have preferred? I mean, I would have, of course, I would have preferred with Kamala. I mean, I'm not being, but at the same time, do I think that it would have been more beneficial for the Democratic
For the
Party
base,
as a
yeah, the
whole?
racists would have been way more closer. You're absolutely right about that because they would have bought the propaganda.
Hmm.
Some of the voters would have bought the propaganda, I believe. So you're right on that front.
My thing is the only problem I have with it, because the House and the Senate was controlled by the Republican, she wouldn't have been able to get hardly
Get
nothing done.
anything done?
That's the
She
way
would have
they
got
were
a lot of
doing with
pushback.
Obama. The first 2 years, I think it was the first year he was in there, he was able to get some things done. But then when they had, I think it was the Senate, they had more Republicans than the than
11
the House.
11, make a wish, y'all. All right, sorry.
And because of that, he couldn't get a lot of things that he wanted done. He had to do the uh, filibuster and all this. He went through changes with the House and the Senate over 8 years.
Yeah, well, yeah, but he had the House and the Senate the first 2 years.
Yeah, he
It was just
did.
the last 2 years that he didn't have them. And then when he got reelected, I don't think he had it then, did he? I can't remember.
Yeah, that was it. It was the last 4 years he went through hell. That's why he said, you know what? I'm not going to keep fighting with these people. I'm going to start entertaining. I'm going to have this done and that done. He said, I'm not stressing out no more with these
Yeah,
people.
he started having parties at the White
So they
House.
say that the basketball court that he had built was $350 million. Now, I mean, I do we have receipts to corroborate that number? Because I just can't see an outdoor basketball court being $350 million, but that's what they were saying, the Republicans. Are we fact checking? Do I hear somebody
I'm gonna say, hold
okay.
on. I'm gonna say, hold them up. Let me find out for you, dog. I find out. I bet you go.
Oh, this is too funny. All right, what is okay? Do we see California? California IA. All right, let me take it off mute.
Have a Democratic governor in Virginia. You got a Democratic governor in New Jersey. You've got this Democratic socialist up in New York City. there is certainly some momentum behind the Democratic Party heading into the midterms, which is a year away from now, right? Democrats have now they now have these 5 seats, right? They've gained these 5 seats with the California redistricting. What are the tea leaves on this thing?
So, I mean, I think the first thing I would think about if I was the Democratic Party is I'd be pretty excited that I'm not dead, that the party is not dead.
Right.
Because for the last year, the obituaries of the Democratic Party have been written. And sometimes, like, an obituary is too nice of a way to say how that was being written. And as Steve was talking about, so many Democrats don't even like their party anymore. They don't want to be identified with it, right? They're still going out and
People
voting.
in New Jersey saying, listen, I'm not really into Mikey Sherrill, but I'm going to go vote for her anyway, right?
Right.
The analysis was she wasn't the best candidate, but nonetheless, she's winning by 13 or so points.
So big signs of life here for the Democratic Party, or at least for
let me
a group of people who will.
All right. So yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, but
I got the answer too.
they're basically talking about what I was just saying.
It's that report suggests that during a 2009 renovation of the White House tennis court set up in the 1950s by President Dwight D. Eisenhower, Obama ordered the basketball hoops and court markers to be added to it. The basketball court was not a new installation, but rather a mere addition to an existing structure.
Hello.
So it was,
and it only costs $50,000 to add it on.
You see what I'm saying?
Said it did not cost $376,000. That they were saying it only cost $50,000.
Exactly.
Just the lies.
Yeah.
Yep, the lies. And it stated, and it said fact check, because I made sure I went to the fact check.
Well, I went to Perplexity. I went to AI. AI got all the info.
I did too. That's what I did too, girl. I did too. I went to AI too. Because I'm like, I get so tired of them not fact checking these people with these lies.
Yeah, I mean, and even if it was 300,000, it pales in comparison to knocking down the entire east wing of the actual physical White House to build a 350 million, which we don't know what the final number is going to be, but a $350 million ballroom.
And I bet you Obama got permission. And Trump said he didn't need permission.
Well, for one, we didn't hear about it. We didn't even really know. I didn't hear about it until this whole debacle came up and they started talking about it.
I did. I knew about it, but all he did was, like he said, I thought so, but I want to make sure I fact checked that I was saying the right thing before wouldn't have to say allegedly. But it was actually all he did was put the line and the basketball goes up. It was already there.
It's not even something that you would know. Like looking at the White House from before Obama got into the White House to after he left, you probably wouldn't even notice the difference. You know what I'm saying? It's it pales in comparison. He's about to really, literally, when you look at the White House, you're about to see a new White House.
It's already a new White House.
The damn gold embroidered, encrusted everything in the damn White House like some fucking
But the thing
king.
is, it's not your house. It's not your house. That's like me going into your house, Minion, and just say, okay, I'm going to tear down this part of the wall, and this is your apartment. You renting the apartment, but I'm going to just take down this wall to this bedroom, because I don't like that wall there no more. And I don't, I'm there to help you financially, but I'm renting from you, but it's not ours to own. You get what I'm saying? And he's in there, he's renting. Basically, it's a rental. It's not even he don't own the White House. We all, the United States, own the White House.
It's the people's house.
Right. It's not Donald Trump's house.
But also, too, though, this is nothing unusual. The White House has been renovated time and time again. Remember, Jackie Kennedy created the Blue Room that's in the White House. And other presidents' wives have done things to the White House, but they have gotten permission, Congress, permission to do that. You can make changes to the White House. You just have to go through Congress because Congress is a separate entity, i.e., Senate, and they're the ones who have the power of the purse. The Senate and the House does. And the whole thing, what makes this so atrocious, is that he never got permission to do anything. He just did what he wanted to do, and he didn't let the Senate or the House vote on it. So
And the
that's the
problem
issue
is,
I have
and
with it.
also now they done stopped the construction because the structure is not. The part that's connected to the south wing is now in jeopardy of collapsing because they didn't do it the right way.
What? I didn't know they stopped construction because of that.
Yep.
So it's lost its integrity or whatever they call it. But it's so funny because they also were making a big deal about the fact of how he actually demolished the White House. A lot of times when there's like construction projects being done, they would typically tarp it over, and you really wouldn't even be able to see the work being done. But he did it in such like a outward manner where he put it. It was more like a production where he wanted people to see the um, the demolition of the East Wing. So
So he's building these buildings. He's building a White House like he built his buildings without
in
proper
his
permits, without proper permits and codes, and you know,
in his
and
likeness and what he
and
want.
engineers and inspectors, and the people that you're supposed to get to build things, architectures. He had all throwbacks on everything. Is what y'all basically saying?
I guess that's what
Yes.
Fox is saying. They
Yeah.
ain't passing inspections.
He ain't passed the
Well, Alice is
inspections.
saying he didn't get no permits.
Right.
Eh,
That's what I'm saying. The
oh, he didn't
permits.
even get the permits to even
Yeah,
get
that's
the.
why I said he building it
Oh,
like he
he
built his
just
stuff at the, like some of the buildings he built back in the day.
Well, you know that is the
as long
reason
as the
why.
finished product it look like
Look
what he
good.
want. Right.
Allegedly. Let me put allegedly on there.
Well,
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
look. Well, allegedly, that's the reason why they took down Trump Towers in Atlantic City because of the structure. They said it wasn't going to last that long, and it did not last that long.
They
There was
say
a
that he used to skip out on paying the people, and so it probably had a whole bunch of different contractors from different. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, I mean, I allegedly, because I don't know, but
Yeah, he used the crew. I'm telling you, he allegedly he used the crew that he used to do his shit. That's basically what had happened, and that's why everything had to be stopped because you got to dot the i's and you have to dot the i's and cross the t's when
they
you're in
say the
Washington
companies
D.C.
that he's using they done, took their identities off the damn internet. They done took their websites down because they didn't want. They getting a lot of blowback from being a part of the demolition of the White House. So I hope they are proud with themselves after this. All right, let's see, because it looks like we got some news. Let me unmute. Oh, it's not muted. Oh wait, let me unmute.
On the spot.
The numbers. And right now, from where I'm standing, I can't go deeper on that. We could go.
Okay.
We could look up a lot of that stuff afterwards and do
you
sort
know,
of
Laura?
like.
All we know for sure is that she won over voters who expressed concerns about their personal financial well-being.
Right.
One of the most important issues in the race, not just obviously in that state, but all the others. And she also won over groups that were typically less locked in, Steve, which is sort of interesting. So moderates, independent voters, those who have an unfavorable view of both major parties, which is interesting as well.
Okay, so you're hearing this, right? You're the president of the United States. You're Donald Trump. You are Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House. You are in now 35-day government shutdown, the longest government shutdown this country has ever seen. You got to do something,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
You're bleeding out.
The House is not even in session. It hasn't been in session for about 6 weeks now.
Okay,
It's an
but
extraordinary thing.
Are they going to do something?
I don't know. I think they're going to wait for the Senate to do
Can
something.
you call someone and find out?
Well,
Can you
I
call
haven't.
anyone?
Let's put it this way: the House is in a holding pattern right now. I think they're waiting for the Senate to move.
Yeah.
But they're certainly feeling the pressure. One of the reasons the Speaker is keeping the House out is that he doesn't want his members around speaking. Exposing the divisions within his conference.
What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, I mean, if you're Donald Trump, your MAGA voters are sticking with you. You don't have any disincentive to keep the government shut down, particularly when you basically said the government stinks and it should be shut down and it's terrible and should be shrunk. The Democrats don't have a disincentive to keep the government shut down from a political point of view because their base is enjoying this fight and thinks that they just won an election based on that going on. So there is an incredible disincentive for both sides to open the government from a purely political standpoint. Now, from a policy standpoint or from a caring about human beings standpoint, you got workers that aren't getting paid. You got people that aren't getting SNAP benefits. You've got Americans not getting services all across the board. So, at some point, cooler heads may prevail, but that has not generally been
That's
Donald
the part
Trump's
that's never made any
MO.
sense to me. There are plenty of people
The
in red
president is
states
the
that
president,
depend
though.
on SNAP.
Right.
Like, there are plenty of people in red states that depend on Head Start. Why is that not part of the political calculation?
I have a theory on this. Because the Republican antenna of the folks who have been in Congress for a long time, they're thinking about the old coalition where low-income voters who depended on these programs overwhelmingly voted for Democrats in President Obama's second election by about 20 points.
It's not true, but that's not happening anymore.
Narrowed that. He eliminated that gap entirely. He made ground of about 20 points in the exit polls of 2024. Working class voters making under 50,000 are dead even between the two parties. So yes, it's a lot of his voters. It's a lot of the new Republican voters who put these guys in office. But that's not where the antenna of the old line Republicans go.
But these people are talking to us. Like we go out and talk to people all the time who say, like, I voted for him and I'm hurting. So how does that message not translate?
But this is also part and parcel of the way Donald Trump's base works with him, right?
They're relying on him figuring it out.
He frequently says to them, effectively, the more you suffer, the more it shows you really care.
Yeah. And the more we gain.
Yeah, I think that's the song lyric.
No, but it's the more you suffer, the more we gain, right? You suffer through it and then we gain.
So with tariffs in the last administration was like, look, you guys are proving your love for me. You're being very patriotic by taking it on the chin. So look, what we've seen in the course of recent presidencies is the public will say, I'm mad about the economy, I'm hurting, please help me. And presidents of the United States will say, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. We heard it from the the parallel with the Biden administration with, they kept saying that there was transitory inflation and it was all going to go away. And they didn't listen. They didn't listen and they lost in the midterms. And so it'll be interesting to see whether Donald Trump adapts. But he doesn't care about the congressional leadership as much because of the executive power.
Can I just say, we're all saying, oh, it's about the economy. It's always been about the economy. Yeah. It's never shifted. It's always been about the economy. Can we talk California? Because we've been sitting here for a while and we haven't even talked. I mean, this is a huge night, not only for the shifting of the congressional maps and walk us through what this kind of means overall, especially as we look ahead to the midterm, Steve, but also for Governor Gavin Newsom, and we'll talk about that too. So what happened in California, Steve?
Yeah, so let's call up the results here. And again, 2/3 in, and we always say in California, we get a ton of vote right away, and then it takes forever to get the rest of it. So the 100% vote sometime in December around Pearl Harbor Day will probably know exactly how this. But you get the sense here. It's about 2-1 in favor of the yes side on this. So a resounding win for Newsom. He and Democrats tried to tie this to a referendum on Trump effectively. I think we'd mentioned a minute ago Trump's approval rating in our exit poll in California right about where the no vote stands. So it looks like Newsom and Democrats succeeded in doing that. Now, what does that mean? Let me see. I believe we have this graphic in here, and I hope we do. Great. Okay. So we're looking at redistricting for next year. This is all about control of the House in 2026. As things currently stand, Republicans can afford to lose no more than two seats, or else they'll lose control of the House in the midterms next year. Now, they've already redrawn and enacted a new map in Texas that doesn't necessarily mean they will, but could net them 5 additional seats out of Texas. So if they were to get that maximum number out of there, suddenly it's not 2 seats that they can afford to lose. It would be 7 seats that they could afford to lose. So that's a big thing Republicans did did in Texas. This map in California, a couple different interpretations, but let's say it's about 5. It about cancels out. Democrats, with their map here, their aggressive gerrymander, can effectively cancel out what Republicans did with their aggressive gerrymander in Texas. So it's all a wash, right? Well, no, because this is happening elsewhere now. Look, the courts in Utah have ordered a new map there. That could actually end up netting Democrats, a seat out of Utah. Republicans in Missouri have got a new map that could get themselves a new seat there. There's a lot of drama there about whether that's going to be a referendum for the voters. Ohio's redrawing. This is a very complicated backstory to why they're doing it. The districts aren't too aggressive. Republicans could potentially, pick up 2 new seats here. It's by no means a lock they're going to do that. Another one for Republicans in North Carolina. I think a big wild card here is Florida, Ron DeSantis and Republicans. Just given the size of that state, if they're very ambitious with this, they could get 3 or 4 seats for Republicans out of there. So it's not going to end with California and Texas. And I think there are more states on the map, just given the way power is in those states and the way things are structured. There's more places where Republicans could do this for 2026. There are some places where Democrats could do it like in 2028. This might be a longer term story we have in politics. But again, California, with this passing for Democrats, does basically probably wipe out what Republicans did in Texas. And that's very significant in terms of how many seats Republicans can afford to lose. But look, again, I think you're talking about it. It's what we're seeing in New Jersey, what we're seeing in Virginia, whether it's 2 seats, 4 seats, 6 seats, that may not be enough of a pad with results like this.
I think one of the biggest complaints I think that Democrats have within their own party is they feel as if that their lawmakers are not, willing to fight on their behalf. And I'm wondering if not only did you have, turnout in California for this redistricting fight, but also why they were turning out, right? And some of this exit polling, how they're faring on, for instance, immigration, especially with what happened with the ICE detention in California.
And the National Guard. And I think you can see the results from our exit polls showing that a sizable majority of voters who came out said that the Trump administration has gone simply too far on immigration. And I think this is one of those times where television is a powerful tool in telling that story, and the amount that we have documented and what has gone on with ICE and the situation in California, which is still sort of an active situation, has clearly moved people there. Now, you can say it's California. Maybe if it had been Texas, it would be different. But
also, it's good. It's interesting to remind people, like, California is a politically diverse state.
Yeah.
Right? I think we classically think of California as being a liberal state for folks that don't necessarily know the political makeup of California, but it is a pretty politically diverse state.
But what Newsom is doing there, what the governor has done in a political calculation there, is something that is sort of a first mover, if you will, right?
Yeah.
Classically, Democrats have said, nope, we don't want to engage in the same type of redistricting gamesmanship. We're too good for that. We're not doing that. And Newsom has come along and said, wait a minute, we're about to lose if we don't start doing what Republicans are doing.
A couple really cool points on that, by the way. Just one of the things you have to do in order to do the redistricting, generally speaking, there's this huge friction between the idea that you're going to pick up new seats by drawing lines and the greater vulnerability that you're creating for the incumbents of your own party, because they have to give up vote share in order to make those other districts. In California, that wasn't a problem. Gavin Newsom had influence. Nancy Pelosi, the former Speaker of the House, this may be her last sort of crowning political achievement. She's going to make some sort of announcement.
You think she's going to retire?
I don't know what she's going to do. It would be stupid of me to assume that I know what Nancy Pelosi is going to do, because every time someone thinks that they know what she's going to do, she's 3 steps ahead. That said, there are a lot of people in California, in the California congressional delegation, who believe that she is going to not seek re-election. And she has been saying that she's been super focused on this drive. And one of the things she was able to do was to get the California congressional delegation to agree to go forward with this plan, the first mover plan that may get some of those other states to move. So I think that's fascinating. The other fascinating political thing here, Gavin Newsom gets out there, gets a victory for his party when he goes to run for president in 2020.
That guy has remade his image, honestly, in the last 5 years.
He's going to be able to take a lot of different policy paths if he wants. Or let us put it this way. He has much greater latitude in 2028 because he has pelts on the wall now, because he has taken action that tangibly will benefit the Democratic Party.
This is the guy during COVID who went to French Laundry, right?
He's Teflon.
Yes, with the receipts coming through at 12:31.
With the gel in the hair.
Can we do that? Can we all go to French Laundry? It sounds like a nice restaurant.
It's a hard reservation to get. I don't think
If these 5 seats end up saving the House majority for Democrats, imagine the argument that Gavin Newsom can make to voters in 2028. He correctly identified that this was a moment where Democrats were ready to throw some of their old precious norms into the trash can in response to what President Trump is doing. And of course, it was a direct response to the president.
That would definitely put him in the White House.
To kick this off. So we are fully in a race for race to the bottom here. Maryland is talking about it. Illinois might
and
do
then
another
I have to go to break.
No more.
All right, yeah, and let's. I think we've been on the line for about 5 hours now. How long have we been on? I think we can safely say.
We've been on for a minute, at least 4 hours and 47 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we can safely say California's going to win that. So it's been a big win for the Democrats tonight, and I am ecstatic.
I think so. Yes.
Yeah. So we like he said, we can all exhale now. Like Madonna
Okay.
said. Madonna said New York has been waiting to exhale. So.
And Mandami, that speech that he gave tonight is one
That
for
was
the books.
fire.
He definitely did his thing. But the women, the Democratic women, they did their thing in the elections this year too. So shout out to the women, shout out to the Democrats. Let's see.
Yeah, do something, Minion. Like, do something, Minion.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So what do y'all do you have any final thoughts on the outcomes?
Yeah. Republicans, you guys keep doing what you do. I love it. It's working out for you guys. It's going really well for you, and I think you should stay on the same wavelength that you're on now. And I think everything that y'all say is right, and everything that y'all doing is good and beautiful and big. And we just appreciate everything that you guys done for the country. And Democrats, let's get ready because we're fired up and we're ready. This shows tonight. The Democrats ain't playing.
I say the same thing too. I say the same thing. I say the same thing. I'm sorry. I say the same thing. The Democrats are definitely taking over.
And plus, we have younger Democrats in there now. We don't have no old ones.
Yes.
We got younger with newer ideas, new energy, new, it's more substance with them. Fight power, fight in them. It's not, okay, let's get along to get along. No, it's fight. You go low, we go low too. How low do you want to go? So I'm loving this. I'm loving this. Yes, they're young and they're powerful. And that's what we need in our government now.
And they're tall, they're attractive, they're not overweight, they look good. They have mousse in their hair. They have tans.
Right.
They're tall and thin. Did I mention that they was tall, thin, and attractive?
They was tall and far. Gavin Newsom.
You look at Madonna. Madonna looked good.
Yes, he did.
Gavin Newsom looked good. Jasmine Crockett looked good. AOC looked good.
Okay, AOC.
I think that's what the problem is, y'all. Y'all think they jealous?
Look at them. Hank Self, we got smoky eyed sociopath, JD Vance. Then you got what would we call Hank Self? Crackhead Ken. Cause that man, I don't know.
Not Crackhead King. That's a nice name, though. I like that name. I think I'm gonna go with that. I like that.
Got a makeup room in the Pentagon. The hell you talking about masculinity?
Drinking on the
Sir.
job, be drunk all at the meetings
Yeah.
and everything.
Oh
Can't even.
mama. Oh mama say no, don't hire him. Yeah, I
Look,
bet
look, and
not.
go ahead. Look, and go ahead and put out text messages, criminal warfare information on text messages.
On a signal thread.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Just
So,
incompetence at its finest. And
and then you
then
got Barbie as the spokesperson for the White House. You got Barbie.
and sometimes her lips be making me have to I be like, what's going on? Did she just get them poked or something? What's
Minion, you
Did y'all see?
terrible for that.
And
y'all
she when she was a kid, she was on that island. So maybe that's the reason why she don't want to release Jeffrey Epstein
you might
files.
see her
So
too.
Yeah.
Republicans, y'all might need to look out into that because I think allegedly they got a
Allegedly.
picture of the Miss Bondi that was on that island. So y'all might want to look out into that and see why they don't want to release them files.
Oh,
Allegedly.
and Bondi, now she's starting to look a little bit better, but she used to look like Skeletor's wife.
And what
So,
about
or the
Kristen
creep
Long?
keeper, I mean, not
Minion.
Skeletor, the crib keeper, I mean.
What name you got for Kristen Long with them see through eyes?
You cracking up today, Minion.
See through eyes and her rifle.
Oh my God. With
Yes, you
the
are cracking up too hard,
Granny
Minion.
Jr.
okay,
Exactly.
cause did y'all see her on South Park? They talk about when she started when her face started drooping, and they had the people come, and it sounded like how when they doing a race,
Oh,
and you stop and they fix up the car real quick. They talk,
yeah.
Do they have IEPs in college?
I believe so, yes.
Yes, they do.
Yes.
and then who else we got?
Okay. I was
Who else?
wondering that. Because,
We got cockeyed Cash.
Yeah.
Yeah, cockeyed Cash. He definitely ain't.
you setting these names up, ain't you, dog?
I mean, he set that name. His mama
You are
set that
carrying
name up for
on,
himself.
Minion. You are carrying on with
No,
your
no,
name.
y'all know. Can't nobody tell me that when y'all look at him, y'all don't see cockeyed Cash.
Yeah.
and do. And do.
And
But
do.
I'm just
And
saying,
do.
you just on it. You on one tonight, dog. That's all I'm
Yes,
saying.
he is. He is on one.
And who else
He
is?
Oh.
is
What
on
other
one.
rejects up? And then don't
Uh,
even get me started on Kennedy.
And
Lord
Steve,
Jesus.
don't forget Stephen Miller.
Oh, and then
no,
Miller. Oh,
Yeah. Oh my
yeah.
God.
It's
That
just
that is the Antichrist altogether. Just the Exorcist.
and
right.
Kennedy and Kennedy is wormy.
He looked like he wear his Halloween costume all year round. Stephen Miller.
Yes,
Um,
they do. And then you go back to Kennedy. What you got for Kennedy?
I don't know. Yeah, look. Y'all put me on the spot. Now I'm self conscious. So I don't
Can't
have
believe
no
I
more
can't
name
trying to think of a
Now
name
you
for
self
Kennedy.
conscious. You was giving them back to back. Why you self conscious now?
because yeah, I don't like when people give me attention.
You might as well keep it. Stay on the road,
I mean,
dog.
it might as well stay on the road. See, I said what I said, and now we the same. We said you might as well just stay on the
Right,
road.
you might as well finish it up. You
Might as
started it, so
well.
finish it.
And you know
Exactly.
what?
Finish it right
Better
on
yet,
up.
let's ask ChatGPT. What's some good pet names for the administration? I'm not gonna do it though. I don't feel like it. It's
I'll do
11:30. I gotta
Dumb, and dumb as shit. That's what's a good name for.
it.
Idiocracy.
Idiocracy.
Have y'all seen that movie?
It sounds familiar, but I don't think I've seen it.
Y'all need to watch it.
Buffoonery at its best.
If y'all haven't
Yeah,
seen
that's the
it,
one.
the people in the chat too. If y'all have not seen the movie Idiocracy, and if it ain't exactly what we experiencing right now, I don't know what is. Y'all go watch that movie, cause that is exactly what we dealing with right now. It's funny how these movies be predicting the future.
Tell me
And The
about it.
Simpsons.
And The Simpsons, right?
Yeah, and
Now the
South Park.
Simpsons really be bringing up the future and be happening. I'm like, how y'all know?
I
That's
think
the
they're using Chat GPT, Foxy.
that's you know what I think
Yeah,
ChatGPT
exactly,
been
Kenny.
around for a lot longer than what we've been using it for.
We just didn't have
No,
access
no,
to it. I
Alice.
guarantee
We
you the
wasn't the
Simpsons probably
elite
been using it.
people. Uh-huh.
No, Alice said Kenny is walking around with words moving around in his brain.
Yeah, he got worms. He playing in sewage water, in the river, and not sewage water. I'm sorry.
Eating bear soup and
It
shit.
was a radioactive river. So, yeah,
Yeah, a river that was had chemicals in it, and had his kids swimming in that thing in that lake.
I'm surprised nobody called. Don't they have what's child protective?
CPS should have been called.
DCFS, DFAX, CPS, so many names.
Yeah, CPS, Child Protective Services.
Well, you don't
They
want a
need to.
name. I guess I'm about to name Gummy Worm Rob. Gummy Worm Kennedy is what I'm about to
That'll
call him
work.
right now.
That'll work. That'll work. Gummy
Well, he
worm.
looked more burnt than gummy. He looked more crispy.
Burnt Cracker Kennedy.
KFC Kennedy. No.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, I like that KLC Kennedy. That's nice.
Yeah, I like that one too.
But anyway,
They said
um,
ChatGPT has chosen the right lottery numbers for a few people. So if that's the
yeah.
case, I need to put in a few right now.
But basically, though,
Democrats
I'm
is taking
ecstatic.
over.
Yeah, the Democrats did their thing tonight, and I'm very pleased with the results. And I'm ecstatic that we won because I love winning. I'm gonna just throw it out there.
We
I'm not
winning
gonna.
so goddamn much. I think I'm starting to get tired.
Yeah, I'm like Agent Orange. I'm about tired of winning. I'm a little tired of winning, but I'm not that tired though, because I want to win next year too. And
Nah,
so,
I want to be woe out.
Just enough wild so you can come back
right,
harder next year.
I'm
right. I
okay
want to.
with
I
being.
want to be so tired. I want to be so. I want to win so much. I'm just gonna be tired of winning. I'm gonna be
Okay.
tired of it, baby. But at the end of the day,
We'll be out with the winning.
yeah.
But
But let's get ready. Let's roll our sleeves up, America. And let's not forget about the next election, which is in November of next year. That's the midterms, and that's when we all gonna be able to show up and show out. And we won't have to all do it at different times. We'll all do it at the end of what is it, about the last week of October or the last 2 weeks of October. You have early voting, and then November the 4th you'll be able to vote. And we'll be able to change all of this around, and we'll see if we can get back to some normalcy if we get the House and the Senate.
it look like change coming, y'all. Change gonna come. Uh,
Change has come. It's gonna just continue to come. It's already
Yes.
done came.
It's gonna
seven
keep
January the
growing.
first.
million.
Yeah, Madani is the change.
Yes, it's gonna keep
Uh huh.
growing.
Spats, what's her name? Spaddenberger is the change.
No,
Yep.
Abigail Spanberger.
7
Yeah,
million coming
Spanberger is
out
the
to
change.
protest no kings was was the
Yeah.
beginning of the change.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
yeah, we
But
on the road.
us people with melon, make sure you don't go out there and march. Now you can help organize by help them executing the plan and setting it up,
Make
and
phone calls.
make phone calls, give out oranges and water and ice and things like that when they're marching on the sideline in the parking lot when they're
Oh my.
marching. But don't be out there marching now,
Inside the
because that's what they
building, not
want.
no
Yeah,
stay inside the building.
Oh
yeah,
wait.
You know, they
yeah.
just
Stay,
come in
stay.
and they come get their refreshments and go
Yeah,
back out, but you
yeah.
stay inside.
So
Right.
Okay.
you pick a drink, pick a snack, and go right back outside.
Yeah, yeah. Send them on out there with a pork chop sandwich or
Yeah,
ham
stay
sandwich,
stay
whatever kind
indoors.
of sandwich you want to give them. But let's help fuel them up and get them on back out there and let them march. Because if we go out there, it's gonna be a disaster. So if we can
That's
see
what he
that it's
wants. That's
working,
all he
yeah,
wants.
yeah, that's what he's wanting. He's wanting the people of color to
We
go
can
out
all
and
still
march.
work together, but
Yeah, so that way
we
he can
just
tear gas everybody. So if we just stick to this plan, it looked like it worked, and we just need to, stay, just stay true to the game and stick with the plan and go out there in November and go do what we need to do, so we can all exhale, as the newscaster said, Madani said, we can all just exhale in November. But buckle up, because we're gonna have to buckle up until November, though. I can guarantee you that.
it's definitely not about to get easier. I don't see it getting easier. So all right. I think this was a good show. I think somebody even put that in the chat, so we appreciate that. And guys, if you are here with us and you just haven't done so yet, can you do us a huge favor? Like the video. Follow all of us. We're trying to get our subscribers up. And we want to get the content out to a wider range of people. So please share the video, subscribe to our channels. And do we have any final words? And we can start off with Lizzie, and we just go around and out.
My final words are I'm excited to see what the Democrats have to offer us now. And it was a really good show, you guys. I feel like everybody was really active in the conversation. And I will look forward to our next live.
Foxy,
I'm here.
any
Can
final
you hear me?
words? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I enjoyed the show. I'm glad that the Democrats are doing what they're doing. And as always, I enjoy being on here with all of you. And again, like Minion said, please subscribe and like our video.
Okay, so I want to say thank you to everybody that came out to spend time with us to listen to this live. It was very important for us. I'm so glad that we actually covered the election. We do know it was an impromptu live, but you guys showed up and showed out anyway, so we do appreciate that. And while you're subscribing to our individual channels, make sure you subscribe to the Off the Record channel because we are trying to build the
I can't
following
hear
up on
you.
that channel
You're
also.
on mute.
I'm not on mute.
I said what I said. I don't hear you.
Can you guys hear me?
That's probably your Tourette's kicking in because it looks like you twitching.
Yeah, because everybody else can hear me.
Yeah, you over there twitching like something going on.
Right, right. But like I was saying though, make sure you subscribe to Off the Record channel because we're trying to build that channel up too. And once again, it's been nice uh, spending time with you guys doing another show. I always look forward to them because you guys know I love politics. And apparently you guys do too because we got this channel together and it's been nice talking with you, Foxy, Lizzie, and Minion. And like I said, just make sure you keep your sleeves rolled up and make sure we go vote in November because the job is not done yet. This is only the beginning.
Absolutely. 7 million of us Americans from all parties showed up and showed out for No Kings today. I'm pretty sure Donald Trump is the reason why we had a landslide victory in 4 out of 4 of the elections today. So I guess I can echo exactly what I said. What I said, keep up the great work, Donald Trump and the Republicans. It's obviously working and it's effective. So we need you to keep that up. And then, like I said, what I said, I'm going to echo a lot of the things that you guys are saying because you're right. We need to make sure that we are ready to do whatever it takes, us included, the four of us included, wherever we can be helpful. We want to go ahead and make our little impact however we can. And it starts with at least broadcasting the information. And so that's the reason why we want you guys to share our broadcast. And if you haven't done so, subscribe, hit the notifications bell so that we can do this together and then we can show the people that, at the end of the day, this is still a democracy. People can be their own, can have whatever party that they want to subscribe to, but at the end of the day, democracy still needs to be in place regardless of who's in power. So I like that it looks like we're getting back to that. It's going to take a while. It's going to take a long fight. It's probably going to get harder. But thank you guys for being here with us, and we'll get through it. But with that,
Good night, everybody.
good night.
Good night.
Good night.
All right, I'm take us out. All right.
No scripts, no filters, no fear. We said what we said and meant that. Off the record. Off the record, yeah, we keep it real. No filters, here we say what we feel. Politics, stories, truth on display. Come on. We talk that talk in our own way. Off the record, Minion the God, let's go. Foxy to Roxy, 3 she go hard.
I swear on everything, that is exactly what he said right here in the studio.
That is the funniest thing I have heard all week.
So hard. Lizzy with the facts she never miss. Nah. I said what I said, that's the twist. Off the record, yeah. Come and catch the vibe. Where real ones talk and the truth survive. Late night truth, we don't just speak. Nah. We pull the roots from what they keep. From pain to progress, we light the flame. No spin, no script, we call it by name. Minion bring the vision, Foxy bring the flame. Lizzy drop a cease, it'll never be the same. Never. I said what I said, say it loud, no shame. We taking truth global, remember the name. No apologies, no disguise. Just soul and purpose in our eyes. We move with power, bold and free. Say it loud, you gon' feel this energy. Energy, energy, yeah. Energy, yeah. Energy, yeah. Off the record, uncut and raw. You say the things you wish you saw. I said what I said, Foxy, Lizzy, Minion, the God. This the realest show you ever saw. Off the record. We said what we said. Off the record.